Good morning, guys. Just waiting on the CPI print. Let's have a look here as we are 2 seconds away from the release, waiting for this area here to populate. 3.7% higher than expected on the year-over-year number. The core coming in line with expectations, 4.3. So I'm not sure how the market is reacting right now, but yeah, the headline number coming in higher than expected. That is what analysts were expecting because energy prices have gone up. The core number coming in line, 4.3% year over year. The previous print was 4.7. The month over month headline number 0.6 expected as forecasted. And then the 0.3 core month over month coming in higher than expected. So on a month over month basis, core coming in higher again. Interesting look here, guys. It is Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. What is going on? Yeah, and there you have it. There goes the NASDAQ flushing right into 15.4. The ES not faring much better either. 4,500 just got broken, 44.94. Do we continue with this move down or are we going to wick back up? It is an interesting print here. We miss on the headline number and we also miss on the month over month for core. We'll have to wait and see how big tech does today, guys. What's the look over there?
Yeah, I mean, the NASDAQ we're holding basically flat. You had a lot of things that were up. Apple was actually holding to the upside. Tesla was to the upside. So you had some market bounces in there. Now you're pulling back a little bit. I think this may give an opportunity to defend some things. I'm thinking 175 on Apple, although we haven't even gotten there. So it's been a dip, but it's not exactly like a huge move. And I think we sort of said, don't anticipate what can happen. I wouldn't get caught up in any trends necessarily. Not a lot, I don't think is going to change what I'm feeling here. I mean, the Qs didn't make it through the lows. If you look at what's going on with the NASDAQ, we didn't really bust through any of the major support that you had on the week, or at least last week. So for now, it feels a little bit inside. First move to the downside. I think what we want to do here is remember, like, this has been an Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA driven market, right? So let's worry about what those are going to be. We said this in the afternoon show. So yeah, we're headed to the downside, but you're already showing some signs of abating here off of that half. I thought any move to the downside on a hot number was going to get a test of 175 on Apple. So I'm a little bit surprised that even though you see the NASDAQ going down, I mean, Apple, I have a wick down here to what was that, 175.30 maybe it got down to. Wasn't enough to fill me. So I suppose you could have got a fill down there. I was sitting at creatively 175.22 like I always do.
I'm at 175.25. We have the TQQs right now. So I'm muted. Yep, that's right. So I have the TQQs. I was at 175.25 on Apple, but here we go. Starting to go upside right now again. So oh yeah. All right. Well, hey, welcome to the party. It's all fun and games. And there it is right now. It's a nice move to the upside. And you know your boy's in this, of course. We're not going to be in it. So there's a nice little move up. We're already 25 cents in the money here on the TQs. And again, there it is. We bought the very bottom of this market again. So let's just see if it does hold. Who knows if that's what's going to happen here. But we bought the NASDAQ, the TQs. So now we're in the money now, 30 cents. And there it goes to the upside. What's up to Lone? What's up to everybody that's here? Darwin. Everybody, there it is. Lone came, it was like, oh, I knew that Sean would be in this stock. And there it is right there. So we trade the futures. We talked about this on the after show yesterday, the recap show. And I talked about it with Obi, and I was like, I'm just going to be in the TQs. So there it is right now. As promised, we are in. Out a little bit there. Let's just see where it goes. We talked about this move happening and then maybe even reversing itself back in the other way. So there it is right there. We're in it. We're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be a good day. As per usual, we had our best day of the month yesterday. Let's see if we can top it off today. And so far, so good, Sharif.
Again, guys, headline number coming in higher than expected, 3.7 instead of 3.6. That's a headline number, probably accounting to the higher energy prices that we've been seeing. We're talking about a $90 barrel last time I looked. The core CPI year over year coming in line, 4.3. Forecast was 4.3. Last time around was 4.7, so a decrease on that end. But the core CPI month over month, that's the problem. Analysts were looking for 0.2, and the previous was also 0.2. coming in at 0.3. I haven't read, obviously, the report, but likely something to do with shelter inflation. Guys, some interesting headlines this morning coming out of China. Two things. One with respect to Apple, the Chinese government coming out and saying that they're denying essentially this iPhone ban for government workers, essentially trying to, explain that out, saying that they're looking for any phones that have security issues. That's number one. Number two, Chinese EVs also on watch as the European Commission looks to add tariffs there. They are blaming the Chinese government for unfairly subsidizing these Chinese EVs and putting them at a competitive advantage to their own products. Germany also making a complaint there on their own. So guys, interesting look for some names. Last but not least, AI in focus today on the Hill. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and a slew of other people will be on the Hill in the Senate to testify about AI. So we will keep our eye on big tech.
Yeah, just before not to get away from the market move for a second, if you're watching crypto, you had a clean bounce off 26,000 on Bitcoin just now. So maybe I don't want to say forget about, we had a 25 move yet last time, and 26,000 looks like it can be an important line. We've been watching a little bit of Mara, trading a little bit of coin the last couple of days, so you are getting a bounce. In crypto, I mean, obviously the market's bouncing. This is, it's going to follow the cues, generally speaking, but it's a pretty clean support level. I always look to like 830 number levels as important areas, right? So when you bounce off of 15.4 in the NASDAQ or essentially 45 in the ES, 26,000 on Bitcoin. Now, if we retest that number today, I'm gonna play a little bit more credence to it. So definitely going to be in watch. You just mentioned the Chinese, not the EDRs, but the EV names.
EVs, yeah.
And I think this news realistically probably could set in motion what we've been waiting for that hasn't been happening on a lot of the Chinese EV names. And that has been, you've been in a gentle downward flush. I shouldn't call it a flush. Gentle downward trend in a few of these without actually breaking down. So we talked about Li Auto at that 38 level. It's looking like it wants to get underneath the 50 period. It's at the 50 period on the daily. So you look at that $40 level. Beneath that, I think it looks weak. That's a good litmus test for it. NIO's case has been the $10 level for the last little bit. It has a wick underneath it, but it's gently grinding down and looking like it wants to break down from that level. So just maybe this is the catalyst that gets us underneath that. With the market rebounding off this number, that makes it a little bit less likely, because if we turn around and go back into green, then it makes it difficult for these, which I am favoring shorts in all three of them. Although XPeng I put on the back burner. XPeng, for whatever reason, is showing a little bit more strength. It's actually putting in some higher lows right now and holding the 50 period. So Li Auto and NIO look like the weaker two if they can break down that flat bottom. But as I said, if the market sentiment ends up being to the upside, that puts a bit of a damper on that trade. And I don't think this is, like, Europe's not puffing smoke, right? Like Europe is not afraid to be protectionist when it comes to the EV market. They're very aggressive in terms of what they're trying to do with that industry, and especially targets of getting all combustion vehicles off the road and going fully electric. So they're very serious about this. So I actually think it's a real issue for some of these companies which have been trying to expand. All three have been trying to expand heavily into Europe, and this certainly could be something which puts a damper on their prospects. Throw in the fact that you've been downward trending on at least two of the three. Oddly enough, in some ways, I'm kind of wondering why XPeng is doing as well as it is, but the other two have been downward trending, just looking for that shoe to drop.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was looking at Li Auto. By the way, we're out now of 45% of this TQQ trade, which is nice. Yeah, the only stock that I'm looking at here, and it's just because we've been talking about it, and as I said, the more focused I get, the better I get. So we're just going to focus on 38 on Li Auto, on that Chinese EV ban. So hopefully it can hit that, and then we'll hit that short, and then we'll see about a 36 after that. I think that's reasonable. 34, 35 here on LI. So this is just setting up for this break, and I'm just going to wait for it. It's not actually moving at all right now, so I don't really know what to expect here with Li Auto today. I thought it would have been a lot more aggressive than this. Only 49,000 shares traded so far. We can check out NIO again below the $10 levels. It's kind of what you're looking at right there on a very, very similar break to Li Auto, but not when I sort of saw that headline pop in, I kind of thought the same thing, that this would be, a lot worse for these names than it is right now. But my number one stock today is going to be Apple. Yesterday our number one name by far was Microsoft, that it wasn't even close. And then today, now we're just going to go long Apple. Apple's right down here at 175. This is the level that I like. It's too bad, like Neil said, I just missed it. I was at 175.25. We did go down to 30 there, so we almost got long. And then, wow, what would we be doing now? So we're looking at that. It's going to be another great day. Thank you so much for watching. Hit the like button early.
Mom, happy birthday. It is my mom's birthday today. Love you, Mom. And thank you for being always awesome. Guys, let's talk a little bit about SAVE and AAL. They are coming out and complaining, much like we all are, about the rising cost of fuel. And that has prompted Spirit Airlines to revise its guidance for the quarter. Likewise, AAL coming out this morning saying much the same thing. Let's see what the stocks are doing. Not much in the way of volume at the moment for SAVE, but AAL already 1.22 million shares done, 3.9% to the downside on American Airlines, not a stock you typically see trading with any sort of volume in the pre-market. Trying to hold that 1350 level, dipped into 1340. Yesterday's closing price, 14.11. Neil, what's the look here?
Well, I don't just automatically assume you're coming to me for the airlines. That's fine. But before we get to the two things, I don't like airlines either. I've never invested in one. I think they should. I think they should be an they should be a utility. Not like realistically the way that they work. I hate the business. Two things, but no. Happy birthday to your mom. I think that's absolutely awesome. I don't know if she's watching the stream to hear us. The second thing is, while looking at CPI, again, wanted to buy Apple in front of 175 there, didn't get the fill, but there was an opportunity cost. At the same moment, I wasn't really expecting WeWork to make a move off CPI, but it broke $5 at that moment. I did miss it. I am in the short. We had the short at the $6 level on yesterday, and in the afternoon yesterday, and was looking for the bottom breakdown in WeWork. I'm not saying the stock has to go down, but I'm only really looking short. So that flat bottom break, am in WeWork. As far as the airlines go, I've traded them usually on earnings. I think probably each earnings cycle, there's a 50-50 chance that one of them sets up. And the last time traded, it was successful, so I'm not going to hate on it. But this is a bit different. This is like AAL has been a nasty trend to the downside. I think they the last time revised their guidance to the upside, and now they're revising it down. So definitely not a good look. These things you always want it to set up perfectly. So when I look back here and say, okay, well, your trade would have been a flat bottom break at 1390. It's now trading at 1360. Unless you somehow sniffed out that you already were anticipating this was going to happen, I mean, that's your trade. Like, it's a lot better if it's trading at like 1450 and then makes the breakdown, and then you can short this breakdown here. Now suddenly, I'd only trade it if it comes back up and fails a 14 break. So it tries to get back over the previous low, fails 14, and then comes back under, and then you short it back down underneath 1390 with a stop at the local high, which, if it's around 14 or 1405, that would be a trade. That's a very specific thing that needs to happen because of where the price action is. Because of that, I don't know that I see an obvious trade there. I already looked at Spirit, and of the two, I felt like AAL was more likely to put a trade in, because Spirit is exactly where I don't want to diddle. Like 2 days ago, Spirit went 15 to 18, 15 and a half to 18, and maybe it fills in the entire gap. I suppose if at the open in the first half an hour, it just sits inside of this range and gives you the opportunity to pick a direction in it by doing nothing for half an hour, settling down at the open, and then you can take a breakout or breakdown. I think that's unlikely. So there's a decent chance AL might get to the upside, and then it can fail that 14 level for short. As far as save goes, not diddling in the middle with this one. And I don't think, like right now, neither one of these look particularly good. AL much worse in terms of the chart. Spirit Airlines, I suppose there's support at 15 when you look at the daily here, but these have just been trending down. You've been rejecting the 200 period, the 50 period, and that pretty much everything you expect on a descending stock. So the trend is your friend here. I wouldn't be looking for any longs, at least.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we never trade, like Neil said, unless it's maybe earnings, and even then I don't, this is not something that is heavily traded here on the show for sure. But I always talk about this ETF, And I mean, this is the Jets ETF. It holds all 5 of them. The top 5 holdings are, it's like 10%, and then there's some Air Canada in there and whatnot. But look at this, man, 1750, you're coming back down into some levels. We actually talked about buying it last time it was in here, and we had the earnings, you know, nice little rally into it on all the talk about travel being back, but now you had the price of oil hitting 20-month or 10-month highs again right now. So that's obviously affecting these airlines. Now you're through the summertime travel season. You go into a little bit of a lull here until you get to Thanksgiving and then Christmas again. But for right now, I'm staying away, and I would say that you maybe, if you like these airlines, pick one that you like, or just get into this ETF down here near 1750. I mean, we said the same thing about XLE, and you know, you can see where that name's been going. Or do you see where it's going? Here it is. Here's XLE, and this is another name that we were buying on these dips as well. This is actually a pretty decent size in my portfolio right now in energy, as we've been talking about that. And then right now, I still go back and forth with thinking about getting out right now because you're back to this top. When you buy down here and it goes up here, and you're collecting, XLE is not a huge dividend, but when you're collecting the dividend moving forward, it's not horrible. So we have a lot of oil and energy exposure. I don't like the airlines, but if you're going to trade it, I would say stick with the ETF.
Erna, back on watch. Yeah, the COVID name is making moves today, up 6% on positive results for its, flu vaccine. No, here, they actually want to move beyond COVID, despite the fact that the Canadian government just approved the new vaccine for the new variant. I don't even know what it's called. But anyway, up over 6.5% today on decent volume. Moderna.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you think that these moves are over with, Moderna kind of comes out of the woodworks. This is a name that when it gets going, you're always looking for the bigger move here, and it's already up 6%. So I don't think this is going to have the legs to get through 118. Like, if you look at this breaking any possible trend to the downside, that would start with closing above the 50 period, which, as you can tell, the stock has done that, once, and I don't know, a couple of times back there in April, and then once since then. And every single, actually, twice, I guess. But if it can close above there a couple of times and then make a local breakout of 118, that looks pretty good. That doesn't necessarily feel like something that's going to break 118 today. I don't think that's very likely. I think 118 can be resistance for today on Moderna. And then if you have a couple of closes above the 50 period, then look for the breakout. Maybe set an alert for that kind of a thing, because I like that. I like the notion of breakout. Not a squeeze move, because I don't think it's that heavily shorted, but certainly I like the momentum when Moderna gets going, as far as how much they're going to make off the vaccine. I mean, Moderna long-term isn't as much of a vaccine story anymore. Like, even they're talking about the rest of their pipeline, which they at least do have some things coming through their pipeline, some cancer things as well. So I think there's an opportunity in the long term. Setting alert for 118 breaks makes a lot more sense. And then today, I think I'd be fading that. I don't think it can extend that far. I'd be pretty surprised to see this stock up 13% on this, but you never know.
I just tweeted it out, and I didn't even realize that we just broke, that we wanted Moderna long 111, and now it's, I mean, whatever, man. We wrote it when it was all the way down. It was all the way down here at 110. It's not like it was a big move up, but there's the move up just right now at 840. So it's a huge move up, breaking through 111. I mean, it went $1. I mean, look, we got the level dead right. It's just a matter of not having the shares because of the time of day. But okay, if it comes back in, let's hit Moderna long, because I really like this name. I like everything it's talking about there, the new cancer variation there that they've sort of got the mRNA vaccine, not a vaccine for the cancer, but they're working on that. That 118 is real good, man. I like that level. Huge level, 118. And then you have the renewed fears of COVID, right? So whether or not you believe in it or not, they're recommending it all here. They're recommending the Pfizer one here, the Spike Vax. But Moderna's in that space, so obviously that's going to be a good one there as well. What a great break. There's the 50-period moving average. It's down at 109. I may just get long this in my own account. I haven't been buying Pfizer. I bought Pfizer like a month ago. It's been pretty bad, I guess. Probably in here around this 36 area. So down to 34. I could see a little bit of a spike in this name as well happening based on some of the talk there with COVID. So, I like the space. I think you could buy, there's ETFs there that you could buy for biotech and things like that. But I like the name, man. I mean, Moderna, forget about what it did during COVID. We can look back and say this was a $500 name. But I like where we are right now with this. I love the 111, and I'm just probably going to bid something near 111 in case we do get a little bit of a dip down into that level. So far, so good there. And just an update on the TQQ position. It did come down into VWAP. We got out of, another 10%. Each one of these is 10%. So I'm still waiting for a higher move now. If the NASDAQ can take it out, we're going to go. The reason why we went long down there, to me, it's pretty simple. We talked about this yesterday, this 15,400. So I was sitting right there. Like when it spiked down, I wasn't sitting there. I was watching the TQQ. The minute we bounced off this 15,400, that was a go spot for me. Pretty simple, nothing even to worry about. We took the trade, and then there it is, right back to the upside. So I was just sitting there with the TQs, took it. We could have taken the futures as well, but we're more familiar trading equity, of course, and just the way the structure is on the level too. So it's a nice win for us here on the market. And here it comes right back up to the 200 period. That's probably worth getting another piece out. So let's just do that right now. And there it is. We'll take a 49. And so there we go. We're out another piece now of the triple Qs. So good trading so far on the NASDAQ as it holds that CPI number. And hey, man, it looks like, we could do this check right now. Let's just do this. I don't know, we missed Frank Caberna yesterday, but I don't know how much this updates like real time or not.
It's pretty good.
But yesterday it was 93. Now you're at 95 right now for a flat print next week. And then that's on September 20th. And then just to look again, I don't know. We'll double check this like at 10 o'clock once the market opens up. But you basically have, again, another one, a hold, which is nice. That's now 57% for a hold in November. And then as you go, December should be a cut, right? No, that's still okay. So they're all just 50-50 all the way through. So it's this big one for September that we'll worry about now, up to 95% from 93 yesterday. So they're going to be data dependent. It seems like this data makes sense to them. We're going to hold out on FOMC rate hikes coming on September the 20th. What did I just say it was? The 20th coming through. So that should be
that's one. Yeah,
it's 1 week today.
Wednesday.
It's 1 week today.
Yeah, so that's 20th.
Yep.
I think it's almost certainly that they're going to hold. If there is another one coming, the expectation was that it would be like after this. So we're expecting a nothing burger next week.
Yeah.
Guys, Roblox is down here about 5%. I'm not really seeing anything to account for the move. I've been looking on both my platforms, but we decidedly broke that support level at 28.25. We closed out yesterday 29.25, wicking down here into that 27 2/3. Just want to alert you about Roblox. We'll have a look at some upgrades and downgrades. UBS Group really liking the legacy automakers today for whatever reason, despite the fact that the United Auto Workers continues to threaten striking. Neil alerting me this morning that they're looking to do intermittent strikes if the deal being proposed right now is not accepted. Hershey's companies being liked by TD Cowen as well as FreshBet. A lot of UBS and TD Cowen today, guys. Oracle, Rivian, Beyond Meat, and General Mills all to the downside today.
I want to talk something about Rivian here for a second because I feel like something really explosive is going to happen on Rivian in the coming days or something. Because look, they get a downgrade, fine. It's been in an upward trend. But if you look at the nature of this upward trend for Rivian, this is the 50 period, this kind of like tealish line on the daily chart. Look at Rivian just hug it. Now that's a bit of a wide range, $1.50 in either direction on a $20 stock. That's not a small range. But we haven't had any explosive move past it. You got wicks to the bottom, wicks to the top, and you're getting a rejection of the periphery in either direction. If this gets above 24, below 22, the stock should move 10% from there. And I'm talking like not that, maybe that day, it has to travel to get there if it's to the downside. But if it breaks out from here like 24s, like why can't it be at 25? This has just been, it's wild because every down move has been rejected huge. Like it goes down into the 22.5 level and you're back up above 23 in half a day or like a quarter of a day. So I think you want to buy dip. What this is telling me is you buy dips into the 22.5 area. You probably, it's a little bit tight to the 24 and the feeling is that it's trying to break out here. So I'd be a little bit more confident buying the dip into the 22.50. I don't think you assume that the stock, if it breaks down, is getting to 2250 to short it in here. But man, the next time this stock dips down and maybe the downgrade gives you a chance to do it, it's just worth the shot. Like, how many times do you see something bounce like this, give you $1 on a $22 stock, like 3 times in a row? I'll take it the 4th time. But if we get under 22, this is a short. If you close above 24, you just go, I think going long the next day, as long as it's above that number, makes sense to me. I don't care too much about the downgrade so much as the setup here, and then maybe it gives you a catalyst for a move in general.
All right. Yeah, yesterday we had obviously quite a huge move there in Oracle, right? I mean, Oracle yesterday, I mean, now it's coming out with a downgrade. You always get these kind of moves off of bad reports where, you know, you come in the next day, next thing you know, stock has been downgraded by numerous analysts. So pretty brutal move yesterday, man. We talked about how it was the worst move in 20 years for Oracle post-earnings report. You're still hovering near that $100 mark right now. And I still like it. The 50 period's obviously been breached up there at 120. I actually think I'll buy a little bit of Oracle right now. I mean, I like the stock. It's given everything back into May, into their last report, right back down into there. They're in the right spaces. Oh, wow. Here we go. We are really flying right now on the NASDAQ as we just go on this. Actually, I'm sitting here on the TQQs right now. I thought, what am I sitting at? Oh, I'm sitting at 68. Right now. So, okay, hopefully you get a nice little move up. Reason why 68 is that we're just trying to see if we break this pre-market high right there, and then there we go, 66. Okay, well, whatever. Hopefully we'll get it right now, but there's a nice move here on the NASDAQ, man. We're up pretty good. Long at the almost long at the very bottom twice. Right there. So that was good because I didn't think I got, well, not that I didn't think I got it the first time. I wanted to buy it, then buy it if we broke through 40 again. So we're able to do that trade. And there it goes. But I like Oracle. I think Oracle's a good name to invest in. It's obviously a major tech right there. It's $300 billion company. They lost about $35 billion yesterday on that 10% down. So we'll see if it can hold some of these levels. Yesterday's levels was a 107.50. So we'll look at that today. When and if it comes in. But like I said, the NASDAQ is breaking higher here and looking to stay green right now. It was down 0.4. We basically made up now about 1.5% just on our TQQ trade alone. So we're rocking so far here today. Let's see if we can't keep it going northbound on this market. And I like Oracle on that downgrade. I actually like it.
Have a look at the futures and see what they're up to. Here is the ES. Yeah, you had that big move down, breaking through 4,500, but right back up we go. But still below that key resistance level we've been talking about for weeks and weeks now, 45.40 to 45.50. That takes us all the way back to mid-June, early July, when we crested out at those levels, and we've really been having trouble breaking above it. Look at how we kind of rejected off it in late August. We got above it momentarily here in late August, early September, but then we had another rejection at that 45.40 on September 11th and the 12th. Today, if we can stay above 4,500 and try to stay above yesterday's close, which is at 45.15, that would be a good look. But look for resistance again, I would say, at that 45.40, guys. All right, let's jump right into the first topic here, and that's going to be Apple. Yes, yesterday coming off the Wonderlust event, they introduced 2 new versions of the iPhone, the iPhone 15 and the iPhone 15 Pro, both having the Max version, is a larger screen. The titanium version is only available in the Pro model. They also introduced 2 new Apple Watches as well as the AirPods. The bigger headline, though, coming from China overnight, the Chinese government essentially saying that there is no Chinese ban on government workers using the iPhone. Essentially, it's any phone that has security vulnerability. Apple looking good right now. Just broke through 177 here, Neil. What's a look?
Yeah, like you said, like the event was a bit of a nothing burger. It was a sell the news kind of event, which I think a lot of people were predicting. So it was short early, it was short late. There was a little bounce off the bottom yesterday at 175. That's why the 175 looked good this morning. And, you know, really it's been a bad week for, well, a couple of weeks for Apple. That's an ugly daily chart, but you guys can get the story. It's been a bad couple of weeks, and it looks like a temporary bottom has been found at that 175 level. I want to respect in and around this 178 here and just a little bit higher. You had afternoon resistance at that price, and then you've got the 180 level, which I think could be a couple of barriers today. So maybe look for consolidation and pullbacks, but if we're trend back up, and again, it feels like that's what we are. The market's green, Apple's green. Okay, the NASDAQ's flat, but obviously we're going to the upside. The ES has just turned green. Apple was leading the market when we sat down. It's still kind of leading the market here. So I think you look for the long. If it's underneath 175 and breaking 174, I don't think you want to be fighting it. That would be a nasty reversal in what hasn't been the best trend. So ultimately, I think it was, I like the story that China kind of backed off the rhetoric a little bit. If that rhetoric was enough to drop at $15, can we not get a couple of bucks to the upside today when they lighten off it? I'd like to think that can be the case here for Apple, but I wouldn't fight it under 175 at all.
No, Apple was going to be, just like Microsoft was yesterday, was the #1 stock, and then we had Apple written down here on the sticky note again for today. And again, thanks everybody for the continued support, man. We had a great recap show. We actually had Obi on yesterday, and we talked a lot about different things, and that was a lot of fun. And we talked also about being prepared, right? And so there's Apple 175. Yeah, join me tonight, 4 to 4:30. Tonight we have Danielle Shea coming through.
Oh my God.
I know, right? So that should be a lot of fun with her coming through tonight at 4 o'clock. We'll talk all about options. I know there's a few plays she wants to talk about. She's still really proud of that Affirm trade that we talked about 3 weeks ago, breaking through 20 and buying all those options. I mean, congratulations to her as well. But we like the Apple news today. Obviously, with the same thing that Neil said, the China ban rumors subsiding. I like the stock down here. Really like the stock down there at 175. But unfortunately, we've missed it, right? And so it's not unfortunate. It could still come in. So yesterday, during all the turmoil that was the Apple i15 event, we had this long yesterday, right here. So we were long yesterday at 175, right here. And we had it all the way up, right? Our best day was 175, 176.40. And then we don't have that tick, and then we got out on the break lower again. And then we did not buy it right back there, which is a mistake. You got to buy Apple right down here. It's a new phone. It's a new cycle. The watch is hot fire. People are going to buy that because of the whole gesture thing. I really believe that. Just wait to see what happens with Apple. But again, if you own anything, any ETF or any sort of a market fund, you already own a lot of Apple. Every time you sell it, there's bigger hands waiting there to buy it right from you. So I would just say wait out for Apple to come back in here. Hopefully it does if this market slows down a little bit. Right now, I'm super happy. We're up. We went long the futures there on that dip. We basically got the bottom. It's too bad that we missed Apple. We were sitting right here at 175.25. And I actually cut my shares in half because of CPI, thinking that we didn't want to get run over like we've done before, sitting around waiting for levels. And unfortunately, we missed it by 5 cents. Both of us had bids down there, missed, which is fine. Hopefully, it'll come back in. If it doesn't come back in, then Apple might not be a trade for me today. I'm not playing a break of 178 or anything like that. I'm just going to have to let this name float around a bit. Hopefully it can dip in and we'll be able to buy some dips. And that's the trade there for me on Apple. Be patient. Patience worked. I said about having our best day yesterday. Let's see if we can repeat it. We're having our best morning of the month right now, so knock on wood.
AI on watch and big tech on watch as some of the biggest names in the tech industry head to the Senate today. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, they'll all be there testifying with respect to a possible licensing scheme here for AI. That's what's being proposed by proponents of that scheme. Let's have a look at and see what Google is doing. It's marginally lower here, 0.16 to the downside, much like Microsoft, also flat, 0.06. NVIDIA on there as well, but what's his name? Jensen Huang was not invited, but Mark Zuckerberg is, and Meta is up a 1/4 point. We'll also have the CEO of IBM testifying, as well as the CEO of C3 AI. He will be there as well. So let's keep those on watch. Anything on big tech today, guys?
He's super low.
So how dare they not? You can't exclude NVIDIA. I actually want to talk about C3 AI, but let's start with Alphabet, because why not, right? We always like to talk about the big tech names. This was another stock that was, I don't know, for some reason it felt better to be on the bid of Apple. than Alphabet. I don't know why. I think it's because of the event showed you a bottom yesterday, and when you have a news event bottom, I like those, or liquidity event bottoms. Watch out. Axela is going to break the high. I'm going to get triggered into a long on Axela. AXLA Health. But Google, I did like 133.5-ish. Okay, there's the long. I want to give it to like maybe 140. I was kind of thinking for that one. So I'm in Axela. We'll get to that in a little bit. That's the runner from yesterday. Broke $1. Maybe it's going to break 150 today. I took a break of yesterday's high. Now, Google, if we get back down there, well, I think we play it by ear. Like, what's the market doing that it reverses all the way back down? So 133.5 is support. I do like this 137 because Google's been in a tight range without breaking out. So I think that can be shorted up there. You have a very tight range, and I'm not sure you break out of this range. Like, what's the reason for us to, like, what's causing Alphabet to break out of the top of this? I think getting back to the top makes some sense, but I don't know if we can take it out. So 37 would be an interesting short. I'm only going to bring up C3AI because this was a missed opportunity, and I don't know that anyone was looking at C3AI at the open yesterday. I don't recall seeing anybody talk about it. But wow, when it reclaimed 28, it ran right to $30. So, okay, 30, that's obviously a level. Sign me up. Look at the 20, comes right back, closes on 28 even. If the market were to reverse and tech goes down and these high-flying names were head to the downside, that looks like an interesting short name. Like, I kind of came in thinking, well, if CPI is bad and we just head lower, I think I want AI short underneath 28. Obviously, we're bouncing here. So this market reverses and gets underneath and that CPI bottom and we're breaking lows, then I want shorts of this underneath 28 on C3 AI. That just feels like a big time rejection of a breakout on a stock, which I think most people will tend to say has been frothy. So if we're headed down on the NASDAQ, if we do, I think I'd want some short in C3 AI.
Yeah, talk about AI. I want some short in NVIDIA right now. I don't, the divergence that's been happening in the market and NVIDIA has been pretty profound, right? I mean, you're now starting to break down on NVIDIA when there's a lot of these other names, and we just talked about where the NASDAQ was, what it's looking like. But NVIDIA is breaking a little bit lower here. I mean, we're below the 50 period. If you're going to look at a name like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, they're all kind of hovering still relatively near their highs. I mean, Apple's high is 192 or something like that. It's at 178. But NVIDIA nowhere near this 520, right? And now below the 50 period, there's some big tech names are below, but NVIDIA really wants to go now. I mean, I feel like it wants to go short. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 days in a row. Looks like there's one green day in there. I'm going to have to check what's up with that on the 7th, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then looking like today. So yeah, NVIDIA short, right? So that's what I'm looking at in the big tech space right now. And what level are we going to look at? It's at 455. We have so many bad wicks here, but let me see if I can zoom back out a little bit. There it is right there. It just goes back. It just goes back a couple days, 455, 456. We've come up to there, and I just want to short it. We got a little bit in there the last couple of days near this 454 area. We shorted yesterday around 450, and we actually had a good trade there. One of them worked, one of them didn't yesterday, but there's the move back down in. And then if you're going to look at it even on a 20-minute chart as well, there's 460, so if you're going to get into some kind of level up here, 460, 462, I just looking for breakdowns, right? I mean, you're right here right now. This could be the next one to break. So 440, 444, you're right here. You know, on a day where the NASDAQ is kind of hovering and trying to figure out what it wants to do, NVIDIA is sort of telling you already what it wants to do. So for me, the big tech name to look short in, we had that Google short yesterday at 37. I mean, that was good. That was the number 2 name on the sticky note. And that was a big trade for me yesterday as well. I just think that AMD, again, below the 50 period as well. Chip name's not looking strong. But this still has to break 100. So you still got a way to go before that level when NVIDIA is $2 away from that 443 level. So I like that better. And then, yeah, yesterday, just look at yesterday's sticky note, and we had Google with the short sell as well on there. So we'll see if that can come into play. That 137 is pretty easy to go up there. I mean, that's what we had yesterday. We actually had 136.60 or something yesterday short, which wound up paying off as well. So, yeah, some good names there. I don't know the NASDAQ might do nothing today. I mean, we got a CPI print and we're flat. So there's the move down. We're lucky enough to have that long. right here. It's the only position that we have. It's the only position. Oh, you have Axel, but we're going to wait on the TQs as it's trying to make the bottoms here, and now the up. So let's see if we can get a print in here around 40.80 or so. But the market's still 20 minutes away, guys. Quick little look on the imbalance locator here as we only have a few more things to do on the board. Not much. We talked about WeWork yesterday, going short and buying some puts. I hope some of you did that today. Down 14%, so those 450 call puts looking much better. We were talking about that when it was near 7 yesterday, and someone said it was only 40% in the money after I made the call. Boo-hoo on that one. Hopefully it's down a little bit more for you guys now. After that, there's not much on here. People want to sell XOM. That's going to be a mistake. After that, Square with a little bit of a sell, 54. That name can't get going. We're always going to wait for the NASDAQ names to come through at 925.
Ford back on watch today as they're looking to actually double the amount of F-150 hybrids in the face of sluggish EV demand here. The Ford Lightning not selling as they expected and not being able to produce as many of them as they expected. Ford still up 1.5% today. UBS liking this name on the upgrades board, increasing the price target to 15 from 11. Also, GM also on watch, up 1/3%. This is interesting because both of these guys here set to either benefit or be, hurt by the possible strike by the United Auto Workers. They came out this morning and said that they could be, instituting intermittent strike if the deal is not secured by day's end. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Ford, GM, both up on the day, guys.
The question is this a good, okay, fine. They'll probably get a deal done at some point. Will it be a good one for them? I don't know. But I look at two things here on Ford. It's up right now. I know it got the upgrade as well. So the 50 period, the 50 period here, 3s, 13s, and 1275s in the 200. I almost want to be fading a move. I answered twice in the chat there. My stop was a midpoint stop at 134 on Axela, and I will take this. I want longs above $1. I'll probably take a top break again on this name, maybe after the open. We'll see. I just like a chance that this is the better. Hoth was making some moves, but I like that one as a breakout. I want to pop fade on Ford. So 1275 is a 200 period, and 13 even-ish is the 50 period moving average. I much prefer the even dollar level, so that 13. If we get up there, I want to have a piece of it. And I just think, I feel as if it gets up to that price, Ford doesn't tend to move that far in the first place. If you look at the bigger moves, they tend to be in the 40 to 50 cent range anyway, so you'd be getting a little bit overextended if you got to that price. You throw in the 50 period there, and then on top of that, I think they have some possible bad news coming in. You got price wars going on. Not a lot of people are loving the legacy auto name, so it's a weird time for that upgrade. And if it gets a bump, I want to be fading that bump to the upside on Ford. I'm not really looking for dip buys or anything, and then I prefer this over GM. I haven't looked at the GM chart. Maybe it's got a similar setup. It probably does, but I think Ford, if it gets to 13, that'll be an easy short. I'm open to the 1275 because that would be the pop and fade off of the pre-market high as well as the 200-period moving average, but that's a very, very specific setup. It has to wick that top right at 930, and then you get right in if it comes back down in. That's the kind of trade that if it's there in the first minute, and if you're not looking, you're generally going to miss it.
Yeah, you're still below the 50-period moving average, and you're just bumping up to the 200 rate now at 1280 or so. But I feel like you might have already missed this trade as well down here near 1175, 1150. Came right back into these bottoms that you got to like for Ford. So it's a nice story. Let's see if it continues to go. It looks like it does want to break this 200 period. The last time was right there, touched it, fell back in, hit it, broke, hit it, broke. So right now you're looking for that same kind of a break situation right now. And it's nice that it's at 1275. So, it's actually pairing quite nicely with the daily chart. We sort of bounced off there earlier today. Nice move over the last couple of days here for Ford. So we sort of tweeted about this story earlier. I like it. I like the move to the upside here, but you are banging your head against this 1275. So, that could be a little part of resistance there. We've already been here before. Hit it, quit it. So I would say let's just wait. It needs to get above 1275 if I'm going to get excited about Ford. And I'm going to go get a coffee. Do you want one?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll be back.
Randy's not here today?
I don't know where these guys are.
All right, Chinese EVs back on watch. In case you just missed what we talked about in the morning part of the show, the European Commission not liking the fact that China is subsidizing a lot of these EVs. I think it's to the tune of over $50 billion since 2016. and they're looking at instituting protectionist policies. Let's see what we're looking at here. NEO is down 2 3/4 on the day. XBEV is down about 3%. Li Auto faring a bit better than the other two, down 1.5%. Li Auto had a big day yesterday, breaking through that $40 area, getting up into that 41.20. But like the guys were talking about on the morning part of the show, look at this descending wedge here on Li Auto. I think it's better reflected on the 4-hour. This is what I want to point out. We've got a flat bottom forming at that 38.5. But look at this. Every time we get into that descending line, we are rejecting off that line. So it looks like this might just be a matter of time here for these Chinese EV names.
But just before we go to that, I just want to, there was a question like, what about GM? Because we only talked about Ford, because that's where I kind of saw a trade that I wanted to take. But in respect to GM, hey, it's really not that bad of a setup to break out 34. Potentially today, we look at the daily chart, then there's room to the 50 period and the 200 period, which I think is a decent short. I just don't think we get there, whereas I think you have a chance to get to 13 on Ford. So there's an opportunity out there for GM. I don't think it's usually a stock that we day trade. The volume's light, and the spread for a $30 stock isn't always the best. It's like 6 or 7 cents. It's almost 10 cents right now. But we mentioned, like, let Li Auto, you don't have to be a chartered market technician to be able to see this. And I think at least for a week or two, we've been mentioning these names with the sort of the same line. The stronger ones, Li Auto and XPeng, sometimes give you the bigger pullbacks, right? So when it does, if it does break 38, I should not say when, if it does break 38, that's just a trade that you want. It's already failing the 50 period at least a couple of times here. So you're getting this nice consolidation, as you said, that descending wedge. That trade stands out. The other one is going to be NIO. Unfortunately for XPeng just doesn't have a great setup. If anything, the chart it's making higher lows. I'm not really sure what I would do with that to the short side there. But NEO, it's been testing this $10 level over and over again. I think if it gets under for good, like maybe a 9.95 short, to let it get down here and actually bust 10 for good, a 9.95 short looks pretty good to me. And then you've got a lot of room. Like you have 9.5 support there, and then you have the real support down at $8 on NIO. So I do like the notion. I have a line that just keeps showing up out of nowhere. I like the notion of a breakdown of either of these. Li Auto, because it's been so strong and hasn't had as big of a dip, probably provides you with a little bit more juice on the break. But then NEO has been the worst performing stock out of those two. Like there's no question about it. Like I would say, my opinion is that NEO of the three is probably the weakest one. They have a unique model, obviously, with the battery swapping that I think can be a little bit challenging for them. So ultimately, I am kind of bearish on it in general. It's very far to the downside, but who wouldn't want a 9.95 break? You can risk 5 or 6 cents on a trade like that, which I always love those setups, where it's a very, very defined risk, and you don't have to worry about getting stubborn about it. If I'm short at 94, let's just say it breaks 95, I get the 94, 93 fill, I can throw a stop right up at like 10.01, 10.02, something along those lines, and you set it and forget it. And then I can take that 2 or 3 times, and if it gets down to $9 eventually or $9.50, you're absolutely laughing because you can take 3 swings at something like that and only need to win once.
We know that Tesla has been looking to expand its production to India. You'll recall that Elon Musk met with Prime Minister Modi in New York when Prime Minister Modi was in America for talks with President Joe Biden. There, they basically agreed that it was just a matter of time till Tesla opened up a gigafactory there. However, India has been quite vocal in having investments done in their country. They are very protectionist there. Well, today we got the first headline after that meeting. Tesla plans to source parts worth $1.79 to $1.9 billion from India. That's coming vis-a-vis an Indian minister, and it's up on the day 0.2%. Separately, though, and not unrelated, but Starlink generated revenue of $1.4 billion for the year of 2022, reports the Wall Street Journal. That is an increase of $222 million year over year. Tesla up on the day. What's the look, Neil?
Can we just start?
Yeah, Neil, what's the look, Neil?
You keep asking me.
Come on, Neil.
It's weird because
Who's Cherie's favorite, Neil?
we do have a pattern. This
I
is
can't wait
true.
till Brendan comes back.
We do have a pattern where it just sort of goes around, and it's weird. It's kind of like a clock. It goes from there. If you're not sitting here, you don't realize it. Like it goes from the desk, and then it comes around to me, and then it ends with Sean, and then it goes back to the desk, and it's kind of going clockwise. which I don't know that that's something that we thought too much about, but it's just the way things have worked out.
I
I
thought
don't
it
know
was
why
in
you're
your
at.
contract that you always had to speak first.
I don't know, and then you have to speak last.
Right.
Okay, fine. It's in the contracts that we don't have.
Right.
That's the way it is. But what I want to get at is, can we just please get an IPO of Starlink? I will happily trade in. I don't need ARM tomorrow. We don't have to have ARM. I would much rather be able to trade Starlink before the end of the year than get an opportunity at an IPO for ARM tomorrow, which, again, we'll trade it. But I want Starlink, or give me SpaceX, which I think Starlink comes first. But at the end of the day, Tesla, it's leading the market right now. The same way Apple is, but it's slightly better than Apple, let's just say. I think you have a nice bottom to work with at 266.5 here. That's yesterday's low. It hit it like 5 times, 266.5, and that's where you broke out from on Thursday. 2 days ago to start the week on Monday. So if we hold that line, I like Tesla in here, and I think it's also set up for a potential break. Now, if we get up close to 280, that's probably enough for a fade. Just the way the market dynamic has been going, I feel like we have not had as much continuation. So if you get up into the high 70s and into 80, I think you're looking for a turn on Tesla in that particular mode. But I like Tesla to the long side. You found yourself some good support. Already went over my feelings on Rivian. So if Tesla's taking out the high and I have to choose between that and Rivian finally breaking this channel to the upside, I might actually go to Rivian just because it's been coiling much more and hasn't had that really, really big monster move that it feels like is coming. But yeah, Tesla, unless it's underneath 266.5, I gotta favor the longs for the opening range. But the thing with Tesla is respect the trend. Whatever happens, it held support 2 days ago and then the longs were good. If you look at what happened yesterday, it tried to break out the highs, rejected the highs, and after 10 o'clock was a series of lower highs. So then the short was good. Just play the trend in either direction. Just know what your line is. So my line is at 26.65. If you get underneath that and you're making lower highs, I'm shorting the stock. If you're holding that at the open and breaking out the top, I'm looking long the stock. So I don't need to predict necessarily which direction we're going. I just have my line in the sand, which essentially is close enough to yesterday's close, and I'll work from there.
All right, Tesla had a huge move. It has a huge move every morning, it seems like, and then this kind of happens. We've seen that a couple times now, big moves right off the gate, all the way to 278. What a great trade that was yesterday. I know some of the guys had it around here. So I'm kind of thinking of something similar right now. Trying to break the longs, but I'd rather it come into 266 here first, right off the open. Again, the market could fade. I'm seeing a little bit here as we just dance around zeros. So I'm gonna watch out for this 266 area, 267 maybe. Here's Tesla right here, nice bump again, breaking higher into 275, 276. So you got a great level there of 260. That was sort of the gap fill. All the way back up. You tried to retest it back to 263. So anything back in here in the 260 is probably a buy. Why do we drop 10 bucks today? I don't think we do. So, that 266 to me is a buy. So we're going to wait to see if it dips down into that area, and then we'll play trend after that. It's 9:23. So we're done. Okay, so Tesla into India. Yeah, we did it pretty good right there. So we'll watch to see what happens right now. We went and grabbed some coffee, saw Randy. Everything is good. He was talking to me about Ford, of course.
What did he say?
For nothing. He didn't really say anything. He was just noticing that it was up 1.5% or something. All right, so the NASDAQ's not going right now, so you got to watch out. So we have an offer right here at 60, still 68 right now, though it keeps on bouncing off the 60 level. So I was just talking there, and I said the NASDAQ went up 100 points, and that's what it did. It went from 15,400, where we were able to get long just because we did a zoom out here on the chart. And whenever we say that when in doubt, just zoom out a little bit. And we talked about this 15.4 level yesterday, right into there. And so when it came in, it was a long. So there's 100 points there for you on the NASDAQ. We have the TQs, which is good because it's levered, so we get a little bit of a better return than we would be trading the futures, but it's still having a problem breaking this high. So I'm just going to go over to the number one name today for me is going to be Apple. For me to look at, I don't know if it's going to be the number one traded name, because if it doesn't come back into here, then we may not get it. But now that we have to wait, I was just noticing the 200 periods now at 176.30, 176.50 is where VWAP is. So we may have to start the bidding around here. Let's let the market fall down a little bit. Here we go, right back up to the highs again for the NASDAQ. A couple more pennies and we'll get printed. But yeah, it's been a good morning so far. Let's just wait. I want to wait on that Oracle number down here to 107.50 as well. We'll see if that can come in. They got downgraded. They're down that 1%.
Remember, it's also SSR today. So like it's the SSR bounce is also in effect for today on Oracle. Stock is short sell restricted. So any rally to me just has more juice to it in Oracle.
Yeah, I like the Oracle play for sure. I actually want to buy some in my own account, so we'll be doing that at about 11 o'clock most likely. And then Amazon down here, a retest back into 140 is looking pretty decent as well, as it's following the market. So market go boom today. I think Amazon, if it does, I think Amazon down here at that 140 will have a missed opportunity if we don't take the long if it comes back in.
You meant bloom.
Yeah, it goes bloom or boom.
Boom is like 1%.
Yeah.
Bloom is a 2% day on the NASDAQ.
Bloom is a big one there. I don't think we're going to go bloom today, but we could.
Only when your house is on fire.
Just make sure that everyone does this quickly.
Hola.
Oh,
like
no,
and subscribe
Oh,
today.
We'll do the Sharif one in a minute because I know yesterday he was really appreciating all of those. So
Yeah, I was gonna say.
there's Hook. I know you got in and out quickly on Axla there, but it's there as a bid.
I still like that for the long term.
Yeah, so it's there as a bid right there. I don't see any big names at all. Oracle with the sell. Fubo, is that
Well,
still?
Ford's
Fubo
there.
bounced off $3. That sucks. We were talking about that short near 3. Hopefully that can still go. I know there's a lot of people looking at it. Ford's so there's no major NASDAQ names on here. So
It's early. The CPI, I think,
Mixed.
yeah, it was a bit mixed. CPI number wasn't
I'm
a
gonna
huge
take
surprise.
this
We
out.
might be breaking to the upside. I just wanted to go to the wheat stocks for a quick second because you're still dealing with the $1 level on ACB. So I still like this level to play in almost in either direction. If for some reason CGC and ACB, I mean, Tilray doesn't really move, but I guess we'll just call it the group. If they can get back to the upside, I don't know that I would want a dollar break today. I think it needs to clear out. It probably needs to clear out yesterday's high at 115, but the fade off of $1, failed break of $1, which worked in the afternoon, I think that would be back on. I'm talking about a break of 1 that can't get through 5, comes back underneath, and then look for a short. WeWork had an imbalance, but it wasn't a very big one. I am short. I got some out there on the local bottom at 470, just in front of 470. Got a 450 bid for here, and then we're looking for $4 to the downside. But I think there's some fade plays in some of these squeeze type names. AMC, yesterday I liked 840 on AMC and it never got there. That's this level. I was looking for that. So you always want this shorting the pops to make lower highs. So if it were to break yesterday's high and get to 840, I wouldn't like it because then it would be breaking this level to get to the next one. That'd be too bullish. But the $8 level does look like it's a decent setup. AMC is a short till it's not, like we've been talking about here. And then we talked a little bit about the chip names. We can go over a lot here. I love this. One of them that was super strong in the afternoon, as the market was continuing to make lows, Intel was holding on to 39. It finally broke that 39 level. So if the market were to roll over completely and Intel rejects 39, I think it was a brick wall that it broke on this upward trend. And there was a rejection of 40 yesterday, brick wall at 39. If it rejects 39, that might be a decent short for the first time in, I don't know, like a million days on Intel that it would be a short because the stock has been pretty strong.
all right, still got 2 minutes to go here. I was just looking. I set my order for Li Auto, but there's really no volume happening right now. So again, we break below this 38. I like that trade, so we're gonna wait to see if that can happen there for Li Auto. Just check the temperature here on NVIDIA. Still pretty low here as it's making, darn it, that's too bad. I was hoping that this would be closer to 450 by this point so we can short it into that level. People said, why are we so optimistic? I'm only optimistic on a couple names. So, but I am pessimistic on these chip names because they've been trading, inequitable to the market. I mean, they're just...
Apple's coming in.
Apple's coming back down. Good. Okay, good. So Apple's coming back down as the NASDAQ goes a little bit. So there goes Apple back into these levels. Let's see if Apple can hold it. We only have a minute and a half. Apple's flushing down pretty good. So maybe we do, after all, get this 175. Let's sit on our hands until we get that. So we will wait on this right now. 928 just coming through.
I know someone just asked what's going on with Roblox. Sharif did bring this to us, and I don't think we saw a story with Roblox. We'll look again, but as far as we know, there isn't an actual story that we've been able to find. It is down 5%, reversing yesterday's move. Didn't see it on the locator, but the daily's been telling a story for Roblox, breaking underneath a flat bottom of 28. If it can't hold on to 28, that's two stocks I like underneath 28. For shorts. One of them C3AI, but if this holds underneath 28, this is another name I think you put in the penalty box. So down on no news. And again, we'll keep the ear to the ground, Shreef's all over it if a story comes out, because I'm inclined to think this was almost $30 yesterday, that there might be something going on here that we might be missing. But yeah, Roblox under a lot of pressure. The market's starting to come in. Whoa, just got 450s on WeWork, so we're starting to go arrows down there. Although WeWork has reasons to go down that have absolutely nothing to do with the market. The market could go up, that stock might as well be going down to at least $1. Randy is going to be on the bell. Randy, are you in a good mood today?
No.
I don't know. Randy's feeling sour, so maybe that means the market should go to the downside. But right now, we are up off that CPI report. It is hump day. Let's get this party started in 4, 3, 2, and ring it. I know, and he always, it's like it's really loud. Thank you very much, Randy. We say it every single time. The market's still kind of holding this 15.5 range, not a lot going on. I do have that. I do still want a break on AXLA. If it goes to the upside, I'll take it again. I think if it breaks the top, this could see $2 today. So I think it's worth multiple shots here. But so far, we want to be patient with the market. Apple is starting to come back in to the downside. I'll take a shot at the 175. Obviously, the first bounce is better than any bounce, subsequent bounce after that, but we'll give it a shot. C3AI might break 28, and I could be into that short early.
All right, we're just into Intel short now. Let's see what's going to happen with that. The NASDAQ go boom right there, so we get out more NASDAQ shares right there on the TQQ. So, yeah, man, we're doing it here. There's a short in Intel, again, just against 39. If it takes it out, it takes it out. That was the pre-market high. If the market was going to be red today, I thought I would start with a small little trade there in Intel. We'll average it up here at 90. Intel's been strong, so it's not, you know, not like we're expecting this name to absolutely tank here. I just want to try it against 39s. So we just get some 90s there, short, average price now 83. We actually only got temporarily filled up there. We only got half of what we wanted at 90. Apple ripping. I mean, the market is what it is, man. We're already starting it off right now with a pretty monster day. So hopefully you guys are enjoying it. There it is right now. It's going to the upside. The market just continues to go. There it is. So yes, great. We're almost $1, almost an early dollar club on the TQQs. So that's going to be good. But Intel right now trying to go back up. So we'll be patient with this at $39 for Intel.
It looks like Tesla almost broke that 272. Just want to alert to that this Hoth stock. It did make a huge move to the upside. There was like a cancer yada, yada, yada farm, but there was good news on a cancer drug for them. Moderna. If it can break out 330, it looks interesting, but it's already headed into the downside. I know it's a low float runner. I think AXLA has a better chance. This one already starting to come back in. We is trying to break 450 to that downside. I'm looking at Intel in the sort of the same vein. I just wanted to test that 39. This is a strong market. On a strong market, I usually want to fade a level and then allow it to get to that price. But I feel like it's a downside day. The Moderna has been strong. It might get to that 118. We're already at 115. I don't like chasing that move. I think it's a fade at 118. So I'm just in the short of we, which is working to the downside, at least for now. Looking for AXLA to break out the top, which it's very close to. Like I said, I will take a couple of swings at this because at some point, if it holds onto these highs and breaks out, I think you could see $2 on the stock. It's already done 9 million shares in volume, by the way. That's a lot because I don't think it has a very big float.
All right, so far so good here as we have the NASDAQ just ripping to the high side there. We got some more outs right now as we ride the bull on that, but we ride the bear on Intel. And we're short at 85 right now on Intel. So let's see where we can go on this play. I put a bid in 75. Stock markets right there. Okay, let's just tweet that out. We put a bid here at 80. Let's see if we can get that level now on Intel. Like I said, we didn't want to wait around too much there, but we did get a 90 fill. So I think it can still come back in. We're really short here at 85. So we are now out of 85% because we had a bigger order up here near 41 for the TQs. So even if this drops back, actually I want it to drop down right now because I would love for the NASDAQ to get faded a little bit here due to the short position that we have on right now. We're also watching out for Apple to make a move back in as well right now. Okay, there goes Intel. So Intel's fading a little bit there through 80. They're 77. Right now, Apple's coming back in. I mean, it's all good, baby. If you're just loaded with me right now, you're going to be 2 for 2. Let's see if we can get some more downside pressure right now. I am bidding some 70s now for Intel, but it's a nice move to the downside. Let's just continue to see where we can go on this market. We should have shorted NVIDIA, obviously, but. Oh,
yeah, I don't know why I didn't get filled in C3AI, but we'll try to grab that one underneath 28. It's already flushing in here. My guess is we don't have the locates on it. That's going to suck. I will try to grab those locates in just a quick second, but this market is definitely heading back into the downside. I missed out on Mullen, obviously. Mullen's already starting to go. I think this stock has a decent chance to put in a 20% move at some point. It's already pulling back. I'll go for the 50 long like we did the last couple of days here if we get a chance at it. Oracle is bouncing upside, and it might just be, forget about 107 on Oracle. This is actually looking relatively strong relative to the market. So joining that one might have to not wait for 107.5. Apple's it looks like it's going to get to 175, but if I'm going to miss this one again, it's going to be a little bit frustrating. We're down at 440 on WeWork, so it's already made a 10% move into the downside, but I feel like Apple should be the next shoe to drop. I'll try to get those AI locates because that stock, that's one I know I like to the downside, even if the market's a little strong.
Guys, we are huge right now. Let's just keep on going on this, man. I mean, we are pretty monstrous on this Intel trade as it just continues to float to the downside. So hopefully you're rocking with it right now. This is going to be a really good day for us. We just got another fill right there on the TQs as well, down there near 80s. So, I mean, we are just really taking advantage of what we're seeing right now today. And, you know, we need to get out a little bit more of Intel here because that was a little bit of a big move. So let's just keep on getting some more out there on Intel. But we do have a new position, and it's Moderna. It just fell in. The thing about Moderna is it's super aggressive, right? So you got to sort of, sometimes, there we go, it's got to sort of cross the bid. Wow, we are just, honestly, guys, the day that we're having right now, I almost don't even want to mention it. So let's just wait to see what's happening there. Ooh, wow, we just got some 12s. This is, I haven't traded this in a minute, and this is violent right now on Moderna. So we're long right now at 111.40.
That's a big spread.
Yeah, it's a big, now it's okay, man, but see, now it's 40 cents, 50 cents there on mRNA, so we got to sit on the offer and get some out. If this breaks back below 111 now, which was our last fill on the bid, we're going to take a piece out because we've already gotten out to 30% on a nice move up, but my net is very fluctuating here with all of this, so I'm getting a little anxious. So let's get some out if it does make that move down. And then there was a good call for us, obviously, I think, anyways.
NVIDIA 450.
Yeah, on Intel. NVIDIA 450, okay, good. Hopefully that can come up. We're waiting at 454 for that name. Again, more outs here on Intel as we wait to see what's going to happen with Moderna. This is really key for me.
Yeah, Ford, not really anything happening on Ford. I did get the locates on C3AI, so if we can get back underneath 28, the market is looking pretty strong. Showed you NVIDIA. If the market can fail back underneath, we'll try to take that short the second time. The first time through would have been a winner, but I didn't get those locates. As I mentioned, NVIDIA looking very, very strong, holding that 450. I just want to see hold the opening range above. I don't want to chase anything too crazily at this particular time. Let's try to respect the trend here. Tesla is definitely going to be trend up. Apple's a laggard right now. So, I mean, the market's breaking highs and Apple's actually selling off again. I'll probably just take a little smaller defense of the 175. Apple is clearly counter trend to the market at this point. And the ones that are going, if you look at big tech, here's Amazon, absolutely flying to the upside. We already mentioned NVIDIA and Tesla, so this is not a good start for Apple. Apple is absolutely a dog. Amazon's high at 143. Try to remember it's got a double top on the daily chart, 143.63. That is the 52-week high on Amazon. If it breaks that, just go long. 143.63 on Amazon. We got a ways to go before we do get there, though.
All right, so there it is, man. We got out a little bit there on Moderna, and now we'll just wait. It did break 110 there, so we will wind up little red on that name there today. We're still going to hold, see if we get a bump up now again. I don't want to, I mean, maybe we just have to wait for 109 and change now to come in before we go long, but I thought I liked this name, and it's still up 5%, so still, there it goes. I still want to give it a chance to work, but for right now, Moderna is not really working, so we'll have to wait on that one. But what is working, man, which is really making your boys' day right here, is Intel. Intel just continues to sing, and there it is, man, another downside push here. So we'll lose on Moderna, but we'll lose 30 cents or whatever, which isn't horrible. We'll take it again at 110, but here comes Intel. We're bidding 63s again. We already have that very bottom of 61. So let's see if it can come back in on that one. And then, of course, Neil just mentioned NVIDIA, which is going to be another name. We're still still having a banger morning, man. We're $1 in the money on the TQs. Wow, that was right. We were waiting at 455 right there for NVIDIA. Didn't quite get there. Let's see if it can. At some point, we got picked up on the bottom there of Moderna. Hopefully the bottom. Let's see if we can make another move back up into the 40s again for Moderna. We'll take $1 if we can on that. Again, watch out for 110 breaking right now on mRNA. So we're back in it. We're making a little bit of cash back now, but you got to get out. And like Neil mentioned already, the spread is quite aggressive on this, especially when it moves. Yeah, I'm hoping it. I don't really care if it tightens up or not. Like it's got to go upside. We have our targets. Obviously Neil and I prefer to trade a tighter stock. Like right there when it just moved down, we just got 20s on the bid there, and 80s on the offer. So yeah, definitely a violent name. See, there it goes again. Definitely a violent name here in mRNA.
So just a bit of a move back. This is why you take profit on WeWork. I want to take a shot at reloading this. It didn't go into a halt. For a split second, I was getting ready to punch out in case it went into the halt band, but it did not. So it's back up to that 5 level and putting a bit of a curl. I'll reload it and give it to the local high. We did get down to 430 on that one. So if it can get back right to $5, then I can risk 10 cents again or 15 cents or so. I'll go ahead and rinse and repeat that. I am into mulling off that 50 level. And there's another name which is making a power move to the upside. That is Workhorse, for reasons that I actually don't know why Workhorse is up. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. Workhorse up for 15%. I thought it would reject if it got up to like 90 or $1, but it's already rejecting the 80-cent level. This came from 60, so there's no limit to how far it can fall. Apple did end up bouncing, but not at 175. Apple ends up bouncing at 175.40. So, I mean, at some point, might just have to look for the curl that is instead of the curl that you want on that name. Tesla, 275 coming in, and Oracle. I don't want to miss this train. Oracle's at the 111, so it's getting through yesterday's high. So already missed the chance. There was no dip buy into yesterday's bottoms, but it's up 1%. It is SSR. I'm going to go for it up here. It's a nice local break. Obviously, if you look at where this was, the afternoon high is 110.80. So it's an SSR play as well. If it gets underneath that, I think you give it up. But there's a monstrous gap to be filled for Oracle down there, and it's off of major support as well. So nice little consolidation break off of 111. It's already starting to go here. The market is strong. It's up 0.4%. I mean, Apple's the only thing that's looking relatively weak, and even it's just bouncing off the low. So you got to like some of these tech plays in here. I'll stick with WeWork to the sell side, look for that reload. But we'll see what happens. I mean, Amazon, Tesla, pretty much everything looks pretty strong. I have not checked on Meta. I'm going to do that right now because I just realized I have not looked into that name, and no surprises there. Meta's at $307. It's going to be hard not to short 309. 309 is a monster top that we've seen get absolutely destroyed when it gets up there. So if I see Meta 309, that's a range short for me.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about, I went home yesterday, looked at that Oracle and wanted to buy it, and now it's up, so that is what it is. I feel like we're sleeping a little bit on how bad Intel's been today. The market's ripping here, and Intel is just going lower. And we have this whole move. We have the top of the day. There's literally the top there, and right now we're trying to get the bottom. So let's see what happens here with Intel, looking like it still wants to fall down. I mean, imagine where the market is right now. Oh, by the way, there it is right now. It's another one. There we've got the dollar club. We took Moderna for a dollar club, but then we lost on it. Now we're up on it again, another $1 on Moderna, but we're not going to ring that register. It's the NASDAQ right there that just bounced off 41. All right, Intel, let's just keep on going to the, okay. Now we're up. Look at what Moderna's doing right now. Moderna, nice move to the upside off that 110. It just bounced off 112 though, so hopefully that can get going. Man, this is a real good day right now. We're going to go 3 for 3 here on what we're doing now. Yesterday, 5 for 5. 6 for 6, I think it was. Remember, we were about 7 for 7. Then we lost on NVIDIA near the end of the day, so it was not a perfect day. And you don't need to be perfect. You just need to be good. And right now, we are once again doing some damage here. Good outs there on Intel. Moderna bounced off that 50 period, and VWAP. What is this level? 113.50, 113. Let's just get greedy then, because if we're going to miss that, let's see a break and then get a 113.50. Okay, so I'm going to put that in right now. 113.50 here. Let's see if we can grab that on this name for a nice little runner here for Moderna. So now it's $2 in the money, and we're really starting to print out pretty good here. So let's go Moderna. We're still waiting. It keeps on bouncing off that level. We're still waiting for Apple to get a little bit lower. It seems like it wants to do something at that 40 level down here, 175.40. We did talk about Amazon dip. That didn't come in. Now that's 143 and still ripping. So yeah, all good on this front, guys. I hope you're enjoying the show.
Yeah, we just got a print 114.5 on Oracle, continuing to head to the upside.
114.
I think the next stop, 112.60, 65 or so. That was the SSR. The original SSR bounce terminated at that price. I'm talking about yesterday now. If it gets to there, I think you could see a bit of a turn. Look for a pullback and then rejoin the trend. As long as the trend is continuing to the upside, I think you stay long this name. 112.60's first level, and then if it breaks from there, I think you can get to 114. So 112.60, I'd look for a curl there, and then head back down, rejoin the trend. And as long as you're holding, obviously the trend we're seeing in the NASDAQ right now, I'm going to like Oracle long more or less all day. I said I like C3AI if it failed that 28 level. It's underneath it, so I am short. We're still looking for Rivian, but, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Tesla's flying and got to 275. Rivian's down. So I'm really starting to think I should be, like, why not be short Rivian? Sorry about that wick. So this is a local bottom here at 23.50. I wasn't looking for that, but all of a sudden, with Tesla strong and the market strong and Rivian down, this feels like a short to 22.50 where the support is the last couple of weeks on Rivian. So sometimes you see something happen in the market and then you can change your mind on a play. And instead of waiting for the top end of the range, this is relatively weak. I want to be short underneath at least up until here, like VWAP and then 23.65. So if I can get something inside that 25 cents, give it to the top, 22.50 is where the support is on Rivian.
All right, I don't know. I just noticed that, like, for some reason my VWAP wasn't here on the market. So push apply, push OK, and now we're back. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what was up with that. Save my layout, make sure everything's fine, make sure that these are the right settings as well for me. Simple moving average, 21 period, 200 period. VWAP is there, relative strength is here. Oops, this should be simple moving average as well. So let's put a simple moving average on right now for a 50 period. But yeah, we're cruising, man. We're waiting. Here comes Apple back down as well. So we're gonna look at that.
Apple's very weak.
Yeah, Apple's 140 right now. We're gonna have or 175.40. We're gonna have a quick look at that. Yes, push OK, apply, OK. There we go. All right. So now we're all set up, I think. Anyways, now where's my 50 period? Oh God, I must have done something wrong. All right. Let's just continue to go here. TQ still $1. Moderna bounced off pretty good off that 112. It looks like we missed that opportunity there to get a piece out. So we'll wait. This looks like this will fade back in, but no Moderna, no cry, because Intel's right back down to the bottom as well. So let's put another bid here at 52 and see if we can get that one. And then I'm going to find out what I did with these charts. Oh, I put it down here. Smooth moving average? Yeah, I didn't even do that right. Okay, I'm going to have to edit this and get rid of everything. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. All right, so let's go back over to Neil. I'm just going to adjust this chart and hope that Moderna goes up. Yeah. Oh, Apple's right here, by the way.
Yeah, Apple's at 175 right now. Okay, it's good you said that. I was going to talk about Axla just as that came back into the downside on Apple, so we'll get to that in a quick little second. Axla failed another break. I went breakout twice, which I think this stock can still get to $2, but I'm going to adjust here because you get a couple of moves in there, take 10, 15 cent hits looking for the 50 to $1.
Guys, like,
play the dip buy. That's what it's going to be all about here. I'm looking for the dip buy on Axla instead of that breakout trade.
Oh my God, I was just like, Neil, tell me you're long Apple, because Apple just came in. And there it is, man. We just took that one. And now it's 50 cents. We'll take a piece out. Like, wow, we got 175.25 like we said we were sitting there for. And there it is, man. I wish we would have got more. As it was dripping, I didn't even look at it until fixing the stupid things on my chart there, but that's okay. I would have liked to get a little bit more, but here goes. Here's an opportunity to get more right now. So we are already out of half of this trade, and here it comes right back in again. So it's dripping back in. This could wind up being an L. Let's see what happens here on a breakthrough of 175 on Apple, but we already took the money out. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more, like 174 break lower on this name, and we'll get out. So right there, Apple, well traded to the upside there when we got it. I mean, we got long and all of a sudden I blinked and it was like in the 50s. So someone marketed it up there from 175. So let's be as patient as we possibly can with this. There's NVIDIA. We just got to short on that one as this one's been making moves to the high side. So we'll see if we can get some bids a little bit lower, but the NVIDIA trade is now maybe over because of how aggressive this is moving to the upside right now. So let's just wait to see. There it is, a little bit of a fade off, 456 right now, but I got to get my orders in here in case we're wrong on this trade not as well. We haven't been wrong yet. Yeah, 456. Okay, holy shit. There it is right now. Wow. There's some money-making trade right there. We just took $1, multiple dollars right there on the dollar club of 455. If you're not rocking right now, we had 175 on here for Apple. We had 455 on here for NVIDIA, and the rest is absolute history. We're up more now today than we were yesterday, and I hope you guys are so good as well. It's been a great day to trade here today. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. That's the most important.
Yeah, exactly. And as we got that dip in the market, got back into Oracle, same level off the 111, it came right back in. Now you're starting to see a bit of appeal. If this breaks down beneath that 111, I don't know if I want it a third time. I don't think a third time is a charm on that one. I'm going to get back to Axela. I did talk about buying a dip instead of taking a break. So instead of taking the breakout and looking for the big move, I bought the dip on the trend and looking for, again, the big move. It's going to be patient with C3AI. It's underneath that 28 level. I mean, the market's strong and this is weak, so looking for that to continue trend to the downside. This is a stock that can move $1 easily for a $20 stock, so I want to respect it to set downside. The other one, Rivian, like the second I'm talking about that as a south side trade, like it immediately started flushing even further. I did not chase that move to the downside. I'll look to short a pop on Rivian. As I said, it is relatively weak, so you want to respect that relative weakness, but I need a pop in there. I'm not going to chase this one. A little bit too violent to the downside to get the absolute low. But this NASDAQ, it's consolidating off those highs. Apple is still very, very weak as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what's going on with that one. And Meta didn't quite get to where we wanted to short that one. The 307's looking pretty juicy for it. So AI, I like to short. I do want to get back. I want to get into Rivian to the south side, but WeWork and AI are the ones for now. Let's go to Sharif.
Roblox, Neil, 8% now, just broke that $27 one. This one's got no bottom. Still not seeing a news headline on this.
I'm staying away. There's something going on with Roblox. You can't tell me it's down 8% for no reason. I'm not. It just, there has to be something going on there. It doesn't make any sense. The market trended up.
Yeah, the market is doing lots of things right now. All right, we just got stopped out of Apple there. It did break below that 90 level, so we gave it a little bit of love there, and it did not work out. So Apple at 175. Let's be more patient with that one. But we're $2 in the money now on NVIDIA as that continues to go down to the downside. So like I said, we're still having a big day. Unfortunately, that Apple did drip down a little bit there. What else do we want to do, guys? I mean, honestly, there goes NVIDIA now $3 in the money again off the sticky note. There goes Intel back up. So as NVIDIA cranking lower, Intel getting some love right now. So I don't know, maybe that's, what is this, 450? Let's just put a 450 or so bid here. I feel like this is going to be strong at the end of the day here, some of these chip names. So I don't know. Intel's throwing me for a little bit of a loop, that's for sure, right now. Moderna's all the way back. Let's get some more out of Intel. All right, so here goes Moderna. Right back to 112, man, and this is where the players dwell because it's been here a couple times and then faded off every single time. So we're $2 in the money on NVIDIA, $2 in the money on Moderna, and waiting to see something happen on this. So I don't know. We could trade Roblox to the long. I could try to find a story.
I don't want to go. It's so weak. I wouldn't.
There.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know either. I'm going to look for some Roblox stories on that one because down 8%. I mean, it's probably just a fund selling it.
If there's still no news and it gets down 10%, I'm just looking at SSR bounce. And that's what I would wait for to try the long in it because it doesn't make a ton of sense. I don't like trading blind when a stock is flushing. When it's going up, it feels easier to join an upward trend if there's nothing happening. But just joining a downtrend on the stock, it kind of scares me a little bit. Got a wick on WeWork here. It wicked above 5. That's an ad 10 times out of 10, so wicks above does not break that high there for you. Just got underneath VWAP, so 4, same amount we had the first time before, and I'll wait for it to get down to 450 for the second time. AXLA just failed again. It might not be the one. Takes 3 swings at it. If it gets to $2, it's probably going to do so without me. I'll also have a fail on AXLA. I think that one was worth it today. I am sitting in Mullen, and I said I've been doing this. Essentially looking for, give it a couple of pennies and then look for it to take out the local high, because I don't want to be sitting, I don't want to only take a breakout trade on Mullen the day that it eventually goes. I want to give it a chance off the 50 level, but I want to be in early and then add if it breaks out, as opposed to just waiting around and only taking out the top. C3AI is continuing to the downside. So I'm positioned underneath 28 here, 27.75. I'm looking for it to get down to 50s. I should be on the bid at 50 for the 1-to-1. And then we'll see what happens with this. The market was relatively strong, and much like Rivian, C3AI was relatively weak. So if we're going to hold under 28, I think we can be trend down on this stock. So a little bit of the patience game here with C3AI. WeWork as well. Both those names have been weak all morning long. The one I do want to get into is going to be Rivian. I have yet to get this one short. So if it pops back in, maybe gives me a look off of VWAP or some kind of a consolidation short. Relative weakness abound with that name.
Okay, I'm still, we're still in, I mean, Apple's all the way back up. So, but you know what else is happening right now? It's too bad about Apple. That sucks that we got out of that one. Moderna's trying to go, but look what's happening right now. We're $4 in the money now on NVIDIA. So this is going to be a good call. Again, this is one that I'm just going to put a bid right here if we can get it. I mean, I'm bidding right. Oh shoot, try to cancel that right there. Let's just go, man. It's obviously a multiple dollar club right now. But then Travolta's like, but why don't you tell us about these shorts before they actually happen? And then I just point John to the sticky note right here, because we have NVIDIA 455 written on right on here right now. So now it's $4 in the money as this one continuing to go lower. Let's see if we get a nice little break happening. The only mistake so far for me is not getting out of Moderna every time. It keeps on coming to the downside. So what looks to be a pretty simple day to trade so far, if you stuck with your plan at least. Apple's the only one that's deviated from that. We're able to take profit, then lost it right there. But Apple didn't even deviate that much, man. It went down 40 cents. Again, if I was using lighter shares, maybe I would have been able to hold that. But we took a shot on Apple. It didn't work out. So we will be an L on that one. And then Moderna, right back up to 112. I guess we're just going to take this out. Wow, we are really flying, man. Our net is really taking off right now. So that must be, I guess, just NVIDIA just escalating
Tesla.
that. But we already talked about it as well. Tesla's always hot fire, man.
But no, Tesla's pulling back in. Watch out for
I'm gonna get some out of
Netflix.
NVIDIA.
Netflix is absolutely tanking, but Tesla is trying to bounce off the pre-market breakout price. So I think if this is going to be trend to the upside, this is the dip. Like the 271, I think that's now confirmed. So it holds the pre-market breakout price.
Apple.
275 sets up as a break as well for this stock. But let's look for an upside play on Tesla. Apple's going now off 175. It just wasn't clean. I mean, what are you going to do? That wasn't a very clean move at all on Apple off that 175 level. It gets down to 174.60. So, I mean, I don't think you can still have that. That's a tough one to have. Unfortunately, not much you can do there. Meta was already strong, so let's respect that. I think you can come back in here and look for a dip on Meta. It's been hugging the 50 period on the daily. That sets up anything above 300, that 50 period. Really, it's more like 301. I drew that line in there for you. But the local breakout was right here at 303.80. So anything bouncing off that level, I like to the long side on Meta. Up 1% into a 0.2 market as well. So looking for that 304 long. I think you got to give it some wiggle room underneath 304. But at a $300 stock, giving it 50 cents or 30 or 40 cents isn't that big of a deal. So on this dip, didn't get Tesla, but I do like Meta in here for continuing trend to set upside.
Apple. Yeah, darn it. I mean, again, like I just wasn't going to give it that level. Okay, there it is. There we go. It's Moderna. It's a monster, and yeah. So far so good here, guys. Today, Apple is back to VWAP right there. I don't want to go short it though. I really like that name today. Oh, I noticed I got my customization down here on that. Let me just hide that indicator there as we go. So the ES and that's the ES. Where's my NASDAQ chart? I don't even know where it is anymore. But yeah, Apple's still bouncing off that level. I got to find my NASDAQ chart. There it is right here. Oh yeah, we blew it up. Okay, so NASDAQ trying to get back to the highs again right now, which is fantastic. It's just we did not take it. Well, we took a lot of advantage, man. The number one stock today is going to be, well, TQQs and NVIDIA are definitely battling here. But yeah, we just got a good fill down there at 451, but there's the 455 short. Let's see if we can hold VWAP at 450. Hopefully it doesn't. And then hopefully there's a lot lower coming here on this name. But we take out the $2 there on Moderna. Now let's see if we can get back in there. I do not have any more offers right now for that name. So if it can, or sells, I guess, if that can keep on going down. I just keep on getting out. Let's put another one here on the bid for NVIDIA, or for Intel, sorry. It's just, it's not really. There we go, we got a 73.
Market's about to break the top.
Yeah, the market, that's what I'm saying. The market's about to go right now. I mean, it's a good thing, man. We got $3 now in the money on Moderna. But let's just take some more outs here because I thought Intel was weak. Intel's a great trade. Again, another top name for me. But I'm still upset about Apple because that was 175. We should have had that one. The Tesla long is also a pretty cash money position.
We just broke the top, so I'm out of we took it 3 times. It's able to get down to the downside multiple times, but it just took out 510. So third time, not going to be a charm. It's how it happens sometimes. Tesla is continuing to show a lot of strength. It's above VWAP. I still like 271 for a level. We're into Meta, but we want to be into Tesla as well. If it can hold 271, we like it. Just showing you guys what's going on with the NASDAQ here. The NASDAQ's trying to take out this top. I think you got another 100 points, well, at least 50 to 60 points to the upside if it can consolidate, break out the highs. Like Meta, want some Tesla if we can grab that one as well. And then coming back over to, I mean, Apple is a bit of a dog. What's interesting to me is C3AI is actually holding the bottom while the market flies. So if we get back underneath that recent local support, I think I want to be adding to C3AI and holding on to this short because it's down 2% into a market which is showing lots of strength. There's a lot of strength in the market right now, at least at the top. So anything holding bottoms, I think you want to load into that short.
Yes, let's go, baby. What a day. I mean, I saw some people in the chat there talking about the trades. And yeah, man, I mean, this has been, honestly, man, one hell of a day right now for stocks as they come busting through those gates right there. I mean, this is big. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So, so far, so good. We only had one losing stock, and that name is now up in the money 70 cents. So nothing we could do. You get stopped out, you get stopped out. This Moderna, I really think this could fly. So let's go. We still have half of what this is right now. Let's see if we can take out 114. And again, let's just, we can review if we want to. I mean, those of you who are seeing some trades by Neil, some trades by me, you know, you can find it. I'll post all my trades every single day here. We have TQQ long. That's working out. We have Moderna long 111. We have Apple long 175. That's at 176. We have NVIDIA short at 455. That's $3 in the money. And then we have Li Auto. So let's double check here on Li Auto.
It's actually not doing anything.
Yeah, I didn't. Wow, it's actually. Yeah, it's actually going up for some reason.
Yeah, but it hasn't broken.
You know, there's zero volume, man. Well, 900,000 is okay, but when a stock looks like this, not much action happening on that name. Let's just go. I don't have any bids on NVIDIA, man. I think a lower move should be coming very, very soon on here. So, all right, we're time for a Surge Trader ad read, Brendan.
Brendan. Hi, Sharif. Brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Surge Trader who now actually have 20% off site-wide. Let's see what is happening on the day. You saw the big kahunas talking about this one. Apple was trading below that 175 support level, albeit for a very short period of time, as investors seem unimpressed with the new product releases from yesterday's Wanderlust event. AAPL, American Airlines, and Spirit Airlines both announcing mid-quarter revisions that they're revising their guidance as a result of higher fuel costs. Keep an eye on those. American Airlines was down over 4%. And Roblox tanking down over 8% despite no news catalyst to account for the move. I'll keep my eye out on this one.
All right.
Thanks, yeah, we talked about that
Brendo.
one. Yeah, thank you, Brennan. Obviously, that is Sharif doing an admirable job
that's
filling in
Sharif.
for Brendo. Roblox, it's not down 10%. It's showing signs of making a bottom. Again, if there's no news, I'm inclined to want to try to play a bounce at some point, but the futures are rolling over as we speak. I did get the Tesla dip buy, but then we broke support almost right away on the futures. Like I got into it, futures broke support when we were at VWAP. I'm like, okay, take some out because if we're rolling over here, I think it's going to get pretty nasty. If we do continue to the downside, which I think that's what's happening, I'm going to try and add to the position here in C3AI. That's holding underneath VWAP. Rivian, if Tesla heads to the downside, I still think that's a short. It's at VWAP. That was an explosive move up in Rivian. Wanted to make sure we got the back end of it, the back end being waiting for that curl. So I'm going to get into Rivian underneath VWAP here if this market's going to roll over. Very likely you could see Tesla come out just under break even and Rivian come in to the south side. So I still like AI. I still like Rivian to the short side, relatively speaking. Unfortunately for WeWork, well, I guess fortunately if you own the stock, I guess if you like that, you like it. I'm out of it at the $5 breakout. I think we can hunt back for this one. Maybe in the, like that $6 level was good in the afternoon. I'm only looking one direction in WeWork, and that is to the south side. So if it gets up to 6, I do want to make a fade play on WeWork. Just has to get up there. And yeah, Tesla's still coming into that downside. This market is giving it up, and it looks like it wants to go red. So I know I like Rivian short. I know I want to add to C3AI. The real question is Apple enough of a dog to just be a short underneath 175? That's the other question. It is definitely the weak big tech name. So to not have this one short wouldn't make a lot of sense. The opening range is telling you lower highs on Apple. Well, so I like the long early, but that's not what the market is telling me right now.
All right. We are now $5 in the money on NVIDIA right now. So I feel like we'll just watch this break through 450 now. We broke through VWAP. Again, this is a sticky note trade that we have. We actually sat right at 455. So we could take $5 right now, like literally $5 on the bid. But let's just keep on watching this thing continue to bleed down. And you know what? Like I said, man, a little bit of an undercover brother right here is Intel, because this is a name that we just shorted it right off the jump. And I mean, if you're in this one, you're in this one pretty good, because there it goes, continuing to make moves. Wow, okay. Now we got to take some out. I just got to punch some out there at 26 off that move. But you know, we're doing the little dance right now, and I know there's some talk about some of the trades. They've been pretty good. Moderna's now 250. I mean, we have a 250 in the money, and we have $5 right now. We have Intel. Intel 60 cents is actually pretty good right now, and then the TQs is falling down. We have 5% left. We talked about that one as well. So thank you so much, Ozan, man. I mean, I hope this is a positive thing, that I'm a changed man. I mean, I'm not really. I'm just trading a little bit differently here as we go. You know, getting excited about trading and everything, it's just part of my nature. I mean, I've been here for a while. And off the show, it's not like I sit here and do anything crazy. A lot of this, of course, is content creation.
Don't you, though?
Yeah, so hopefully you guys can understand all of that. And then like I keep saying real trading, but you know, it's just like these positions that I have on are real. These are real trades, man. I mean, this Apple trade, in and out, right? I mean, and then here we go, like sticking my neck out, putting on real trades. There's Intel. Look at the wins. That's Intel. That's Moderna. That's NVIDIA right now. It's $6 in the money. This TQQ trade, that's, I mean, is this not, you know, are you not entertained?
Hola, like and subscribe today.
So do us all a favor, hit the like, the subscribe. We're at the highest spot right now. We're raising up trophies, and I hope, yeah, I know, Ozan, that was a compliment. I'm down with that, and I appreciate it, man. I appreciate all that kind of stuff. You could see that I've changed my trading, and I think Neil and I talk about that all the time. If you don't change the style of your trade, then the market's just gonna eat you up. I made a hell of a lot more money, you know, 5-10 years ago before the show. And now that we've changed our style coming onto the show, it's taken a little bit of time, but you can now see the results that are piling through. So, you know, I just want you guys to all follow me during this journey as we go. And I mean, I feel like the results, although we don't show our share size, you can see all the positions that we're taking. I just hope the results speak for themselves, right? And so again, thank you for watching. And look, hopefully your trading journey can be a successful one too, Ozan, and everybody that's out there. It's a wild ride. And join me at 4 o'clock.
It's definitely a wild ride to the downside for most things. There's a question in the chat: are you reversing long in week? I'm only playing that in one direction. I'm looking for short opportunities in week. If they come in, and I short the stock. If they don't, then I just sit out the long because I'm looking for a reversal. Fundamentally, I think the stock is going to go down, but that doesn't mean it can't squeeze from time to time. I got Rivian. Now we're into it. So on anything in and around VWAP, I want to be adding to this position and then work it trend down. It's that and AI, which have been fletching. I thought Intel was a fantastic idea. To the downside, it has been trend up. The other name that has been trend up, and I say the word has because it has not had a red day in like 2 weeks, I want to say. You guys can count for yourselves on a daily chart. Affirm is consolidating down. And when I look at Affirm, if it's going to pull back, this is an opportunity. Thank you very much. That's a big-ass coffee.
Oh, man, I'll take another coffee. Oh, did he bring one? Yes, he got the big-ass coffees this time.
I can't drink all of it.
No, the thing about these big-ass coffees is last time I got through half of it.
And he fills
and it's a lot. Yeah, Rob is not messing around. Thank you so
thing,
much,
too.
Rob.
That's
for
like
that.
way too full.
All right,
too.
cheers.
Well,
hopefully WeWork eventually goes. Are you shorted?
I'm not in WeWork.
Or you're not in it anymore.
I got it. Took it 3 times. It broke $5. I got it.
That's what I was like going to say. Hopefully.
I'll come back into that.
We know it's
name.
going down.
If it sets it up, I'll come back into it. I was trying to spit out there. Affirm, lower high, fails 24 today. If we're trend back into the downside, I do want to short in Affirm today. So underneath the bottom, it's showing you a consolidation range, and it's very similar to C3AI. It's very similar to the Rivian setup right now, where you're getting a relief. It's not a relief pullback. It's like a turn. It's just a curl on a stock which has been up like 15 days in a row. So if the market headed now into the red, I do want this name short. So I'm looking for the first sign of weakness again in Affirm. That could be simply failing this local top, or it could be failing VWAP, but once it gets to the downside or is showing some kind of weakness, I will be shorting Affirm. Add that one to Rivian and AI. As I said, this is basically the same setup. Right? Consolidation lower on a stock which was counter trend to the market. Rivian, consolidation. It bounced first, but it got to VWAP, consolidation short in a stock which is counter trend to the market. As far as Mullen goes, I mean, it's not really doing anything right now. It's holding 50 cents. I'll add to it. The only way I want to add to Mullen short is if it takes out the top. So for me on Mullen, I'm just looking for one of these days that it finally tries to make a move after the reverse split double bottom into like 70 cents or 75 or $1, God forbid, if it got that high. But 55 would be a break of yesterday's high, and I would add to it on the break. That would give me an average price of about 54. Suddenly I could throw a stop in at 52.5 and be risking 2 cents for a big push to the upside on Mullen. Someone just said AMC short, Pablo. I haven't looked at AMC since the open. The answer might be a yes. That's a big bounce on AMC, actually. AMC, wick bottom, could be breaking out the top. I'm actually going to say no. I don't know if I like that. If it breaks out here, the 8 short would be in the middle of nowhere. The 840, like 840 was level a couple of days ago. I guess you could short it here and give it 10 to 15 cents, but it's kind of a randomish level. And I feel like there's a bunch of other good shorts in the market right now. Not to fight AMC, which is up and trending up. When the market's going down, careful which squeeze names and what levels you short them at. Because sometimes those are the names that are actually rising because all of the real companies are going to the downside.
We're now $6 in the money right now, so let's go. Again, why am I hitting these? Just for entertainment. But there it goes now to the downside there. I want to thank my guy here, Hal. Shout out to Hal. Forget about everything else. You're the best trader I've ever seen. Thanks for everything you do. This is a fantastic channel. That's the whole point right now. We've got Neil, we've got Max, Obi, Adam there, Yannick from before. Probably missing Sharif, obviously, on the midday show as well. And I hope you could be 1/10 as good as you. Now, it has nothing to do with that. Just get better for yourself. I mean, that's the number one thing here that we can all say. But thank you so much, Hal, for all of that. Because I'm not only trying to, I'm doing, sitting here every single day, talking about trading and sort of talking about some of these strategies that we have. But it's also, reading the chat. My wife, hey, how does lasagna sound today? Sounds great. So she's going to go grab some lasagna there. But this is kind of the stuff that we're doing, right? Just average people, been here. I mean, I've been training for 22 years. So there's that kind of thing as well. But it's about getting better, enjoying your job, and enjoying everything about life, right? And I feel like...
I want to shout out Hampton's Trader for a quick sec.
I mean, sure.
Hampton's Trader. I love that because obviously with a name like that, I mean, the Hamptons, a little bit of success there. Day trading is a very tough career. It is. Like making your income off of day trading is something that's a lot of people try and fail at it. Maybe it's like a supplemental income, but doing that for a long time is not an easy career. You have to treat yourself as a business, right? So, understand that that's going to require a lot of discipline. It's going to have ups and downs. Always have an exit before you take an entry, those types of things. Follow the trend as your friend, all those kind of good things. They matter, and they matter a heck of a lot. They're not just euphemisms or things that people say. So you don't want to fight the trend. The market is trending to the downside. If you're looking for longs, I think you want to look for things that have been trending up and have been holding that strength. Amazon has been one the last couple of days. You can sort of see Amazon very good, hold of the 50 period. If it gets down there again, I think you buy Amazon, obviously. It tried to get to that all-time high, the 52-week high, did fail at once. But if it holds on to 141.5, 142, this could be leg up. The important thing that has to happen, though, is this market. Like you wick the bottom, climb back to the upside. Now you have a very definitive pullback in the overall market. I'm sort of sitting position short right now on that reversal and actually thinking of places to add. My goodness, WeWork is still going. Okay, WeWork might actually go to $6. So this is getting a little bit spicy. Again, you've got to have an out. Like have an out in mind before you get into the trade. If it breaks it, you get out. If it doesn't break it, you hold on. So didn't break it, take the win. Get some out, but it breaks a high, just get out of the trade. Don't fight it, don't do any of that nonsense. If we get to 6, that's the next level I'm looking for short on WeWork. Has to do a curl there as we go to the desk for Sharif.
Rocket Pharmaceuticals here, Neil, 38.5%. Moving on news that day, the FDA alignment of the trial design for the mid-stage study of rare genetic disorder therapy. It popped up yesterday in the aftermarket, moving up nicely off that 15.25, topped out at 21. We broke that right now, and we're dancing at it. 22.33 is the high day.
Yeah, Neil.
I don't know. Rocket, I know the other Rocket. Rocket Pharmaceutical is not one that I'm necessarily familiar with. So the thing when I look at this daily chart, this is not some small cap, tiny, terrible company which has been languishing off the bottom. Like this is a real name kind of breaking out here. We'll double check the float because that obviously is going to matter in this case. So let's make sure that we actually understand what's going on with this stock and at least a little bit of the fundamentals. Rocket, 10% short float, 74 million float. So it's not a super tiny float, but again, it's not gigantic either. So there is a decent chance this could be on the verge of making some kind of a real move. You can see resistance at 24. Looks like 24 is going to be your resistance on the daily, so plenty of room to go to the upside. Kind of did a weird failure at the open. People were taking profit on this news. So the fact that it's trying to climb higher, I think you just look trend up on this. I don't want to chase it. It's got a bit of a spread. It's done 10 million, but the level 2 is not very thick. So I think you look for consolidations and maybe a trend upside on on Rocket here. This is not like I'm trying to think of one of these low float names that's running. Like it's not Axla. Like this is sort of a legitimate larger company making a move to the upside. Sure. Like it's not a Hoth. Like give this one a little bit more respect. Don't assume that it's going to go into halts and that kind of thing. But a 10% short float, I'd be at least looking only for the long on that trade. Going back to what we actually do have, first leg on Rivian. I got a few fills in there off VWAP and one that I chased a little bit. I'll get another out in front of the low of the day, but I think we're trend down into 22.50 on Rivian. So this is Rivian on the daily, not doing a heck of a lot. The 15 minutes, this is your home. The 15-minute on Rivian is where you want to be looking. 22.5 has been an absolute bounce zone for the stock. It's bouncing $1 when it gets to that price. Generally speaking, that's what's been happening, but I like the short into that. If this market holds red and goes 1% down, I think Rivian can see 22.5 today, especially if Tesla were to roll over. I mean, even if it doesn't, Rivian's been relatively weak. So if that one is working, just got to be cautious with it. And patient with it is a better example. C3AI is continuing to look trend down as well, as that's also coming into the downside. I mentioned Workhorse, but that stock, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to get the Workhorse short, it doesn't look like. This is already giving it up, so forget about the fade. I think I said fade Workhorse off of 80 or 90 or $1. Workhorse is already heading right back from whence it came on whatever the heck the news was with Workhorse that had it up in the first place. So once again, these stocks tend to flush when they come back in. Just look for that breakdown because what goes up must come down.
Did you have, or because I just noticed Oracle, so I went over there thinking that was, and I know you had that long there. I know it's flushed back in and you're out of it, but this is I don't know if you had an opinion on it
once
because this is not a bad level again, 109.50.
107.
Yeah, I was waiting. I mean, I'm waiting.
I only like two things here. I'm going to come to my chart because it's always going to be very simple. Like if you look at a trade, if I like the trade here breaking out at 111 into resistance, then I'm getting the long on the break. I'm taking profit out in front. I'm reloading only at that price, and I'm getting out right when it breaks down off of that level. Like it's very binary for me. Like I try not to make it more complicated than that. So if it takes out this, if it holds 107, I don't know where the next bottom is going to be. Maybe it's 109 here, like the pre-market consolidation looks like it wants to bounce there. I'm still only looking long on Oracle, which is weird because they had a horrible response to earnings, let's be real for a second. But I'm still only looking for the long trade because it's SSR and I feel like it came down way too far. And I like SSR bounces in companies that people want to buy anyways.
Yeah.
Either it's a high short float or it's a stock that people are probably looking for places to get in. And if you've been looking for a place to get into Oracle, well, it's been at the 110 level, and now after earnings, maybe you're waiting for 100. I could actually see reasons to load in at $100, the 200-period moving average. But right now, this mid 107, that looks really good, the 107 level. The 110 looks pretty good as well. So I can see some buyers down there, and you can't short without an uptick. Makes it difficult for people to hammer the stock down as opposed to without the uptick rule. So maybe 107 is going to make some sense to me, but
yeah, I was hoping
it's
to buy
nowhere
that.
close to it.
I will be buying that immediately after the show. Anywhere near here, just to average in. I like Oracle. I just want to get longer on big tech. I do think that the market is going to flush. It was a year ago. I just saw someone talk about it there in the chat. Shout out, there it is, Steven. What's up, Steven? Right here. A year ago, the market absolutely got destroyed. Now, I mean, I'm not... It doesn't matter to the day or anything like that, but this was, again, we started sort of making those lows in October and December there where we started to bottom out. So it does make sense that maybe we could be going through a little bit of a cycle again here into some of these names where we could start to see a couple lows getting hit again. Let's just wait to see, not lows, but I could see the market giving a little bit up here as we go again and again and again. All right, so just to talk, if NVIDIA...
CGC's tanking.
CGC's tanking. Yeah, well, the weed names, we kind of knew
$1.08.
that they were going to have their day at some point, unfortunately, these weed names. But NVIDIA breaking through 451. So, we got a little bit greedy there at 448. We got a little bit greedy at 448 there with NVIDIA. It bounced off there. We saw it. We're very, very aware of what's happening right now, and the market is heading to the downside. So I just want to say that 451, the 50 period, we've been looking at the 50 period forever here on the show, and this was one of the very first things that I was always looking at it on the 1 minute and the daily, and then we had the stock father come on, and he's like, yep, that's a very, very good level to look at, 50 period. So we've been doing that, so we'll watch out for that right here. And then we were doing it on the daily chart, but then we sort of implemented it here as a scalping technique to Ghost, and so far it's been pretty good for us right there. So we'll continue to watch out for that. Someone also said Moderna's not really doing anything, and I'm here to agree with you. I mean, we wrote down Moderna 111, and we're long at 110.25, but we did get lost. We did lose right there. Maybe we should get lost soon. On that initial take there at 112, and we got it once it broke that 111 and change right there, but now we got it back. Nice upside move there, and just didn't take out 113. Whoever mentioned that in the chat there, I agree. I thought it would be a little more exciting than where it is right now, but for me, one of the most exciting stocks today has been Intel, making a nice downside move. Okay, we can go over to the desk, I believe, for, I'm going to say, Sector Watcher happening now.
Small cap recap.
Sharif.
Good try, Sean. EGIO, guys, moving up 34% here, up to that $1.10 mark. Just showing up on my scanner because it was sub $1. This one, funny enough, misses Q2 EPS, so shoots up 35%. Makes absolute sense. RCKT, I brought this one to you earlier. Not really a small cap. It's $1.7 billion market cap, but up 38 2/3%. Good for this one. $22 1/3 the high. And then Faraday Futures back on watch again, only up 9%. Bit of a double top here at 435, but holding that 420 mark up and to the right on the day. And then Overstock. When have we seen this one pop up lately? Only up 4 1/4, but nice move off that 2030. got up to 21.52. These are all to the high side. Then we saw AXLA and WeWork giving up the goods this morning, guys.
I'm not endorsing FFIE. It did make a bounce yesterday. This is exactly the nonsensical trade that has been working over and over again, and it's just reverse split stock. It falls, gets absolutely destroyed, and then look for the first sign of strength to maybe trend to the upside. So it hasn't broken out, and this doesn't make a lot of fundamental sense, but 460 on a break of FFIE. You have a lower float when you reverse split, and a lot of these names had small floats to begin with, and at some point shorts are going to cover because shorts have been destroying it on names like this. So FFIE on a 460 break actually does make sense to me. If we get it, we get it. Doesn't mean it has to happen. The market is starting to show some signs of a bounce. So I'm looking at Amazon here. It's a strong one. 142 looks good there. Tesla is looking pretty good. I'm going to stay away from Apple in particular. We had Tesla, got the nice move in, then it broke back down on us. So we had to jump out. Again, overlapping. I like to get out where I'm trying to get into it. But if it can get back above 270, let's get above 270 first before we consider it. Amazon looking is slightly stronger, at least. As far as Apple goes, when I say stay away from it, I don't know, like I tried Apple off 175. It's bouncing nicely, randomly off one. Actually, it's not random off 174. Wait a minute. 174 on Apple was the wipeout bottom the other day. Yeah, right off the open. That was the wipeout bottom, 174-ish. So that's actually not a bad level there on Apple. I should have respected that one when it got down there. Apple might be making a legitimate bounce. I think we can be looking for a potential long off 74s. I still prefer Amazon. Better name.
Yeah, we're waiting for 174.25. We did just get stopped out, which is fine, of our NVIDIA. Obviously, we wound up taking $4 on that. We could have had 6. So that kind of sucks as that came right back up. And then again, we're just respecting our levels. So that's it, right? I mean, the market obviously bouncing right now. The NASDAQ going green again right now. So that's going to be so far so good on the day. It's too bad that we don't have, like I said, it's stocks that were red or green on. We did get out of the TQQs there once it broke through 40. We only had 5% left. But this is my number one stock today is NVIDIA. It's followed by the TQs. And then, well, actually, no, sorry, I'm up more on Intel than I am on the TQs. So, this is the number 2 stock for me. And then we are red on one name, and that's going to be Apple, because we defended that 175, which just did not come through. So that's going to be the one red name there for us. We'll continue, but there it goes, blasting up again. Maybe we could take this bid now that the market is really rallying. And look at that. Sometimes getting out saves you money, which it does right there. There's that NVIDIA out, giving us $1. So we'll put that money in our pocket on NVIDIA there and watch as this market tries to retake some key levels. Just looking at Apple, yeah, I mean, sorry, that's still NVIDIA. Just looking at Apple, like I was trying to say there.
What a bounce with CGC. I missed it.
Yeah, CGC was actually rocking.
I was waiting
too.
at 2s just now.
Yeah.
And it bounced off 4. It's the dollar level on CGC.
What's
that's
up
all.
with some of these stocks?
I mean, the weed stocks have been going to the downside all morning long, but that's just, if you can get a chance to defend $1, it's a good risk to reward. I did get Tesla breaking 270. I want into the long on CGC off the dollar level. It might just need to pull back. Maybe I can take 5s or something in front of the local bottom. So I'm on the bid of CGC. I just think it's worth a shot off $1. It's been absolutely getting smoked today, down 17%. Remember, down 10%. Now it's an SSR bounce as well on CGC. You cannot short without an uptick on CGC. And these weed names, they've been on the run. It could be reversing here. This market is strong. Only got 1 long instead of 2. The other one should have been obviously Amazon. But I have to get out of Rivian. If it cannot hold on to this local high, gonna have to jump out of that one. It's starting to look a little bit strong in this market. Mullen is cooking. No, it's not. I said Mullen needs to take out the top. Like I'm thinking bigger move on Mullen one of these days. So I'm in it. I only want this one if it can start breaking back through the highs and show a lot of strength, then I want to add to it. Otherwise, I'm just sort of sitting in the trade. As long as it holds on to the low, I just want to be in this. It's been stair-stepping to the upside without, I think, a crazy move just yet. And I'm talking not 5-10%. I'm talking 20 to 25%, which when it's a penny stock, I think it has a chance. So I've been in this one looking for that move for a couple days in a row.
All right. That miss on Apple was pretty bad. I was debating getting short again NVIDIA, but it has to be up here, not right where we are right now. So that's going to be a pass for me on that one. And then we do have coming through hopefully pretty soon. Oopsies. Just struggling with some keys here as we were looking at, oh, that's what it was. Hampton's trader wanting to talk to me a little bit, or is also frustrated actually with Moderna not going anywhere from here. So yeah, I'm frustrated as well, man. I thought Moderna had a good chance here to get going today, and I like some of the catalysts there, and it's not really moving. What I was getting distracted there was AMD. It's just a matter of thinking about, do we want this short, right? Because you're back up to 107. The only thing is that I'm trying to stay disciplined. Again, we're above right now the 50-period moving average and above VWAP, and we didn't really get to the pre-market highs of the market yet. So, or not even the pre-market. These are the open market highs. So I was waiting to be a little more patient here with AMD, but 107 is looking pretty good. I mean, you have that top here on the 20-minute as well of 107.50. That's probably a little bit of a better spot to wait for there if we're able to. So I'm going to hold off a little bit on that trade right now. I see Microsoft. Let's check out on Disney. We've missed that Disney. I mean, I've been buying Disney, but not at 80. I think we bought, like I said, I thought we bought like 89 and then 85, or maybe 91 and 85, something like that. I can double check it. Disney right now not doing much and actually red today. Had a nice move back to 84. Yesterday, this was the trade of the day for me yesterday. We had a great break. I think it was 84 up to 84.60 yesterday. Early, yeah, it was right there. So we had this break right there up, and then we actually had the long down here at 83. So let's think about that again. Ooh, it did already come down to 83. All right, let's think about an 83 long on Disney if that comes in. Again, I just saw Coinbase. We talked a little bit about crypto moving around this morning.
Well, that's interesting timing.
Are you on it?
No, it's 10:30.
Oh, it's 10:30 for crypto? Yeah. Yeah, not really. 82. Coinbase didn't really get going now either. Donkey Kong as well, up to 31. That's always a good trade as well to short Donkey Kong up at 31. If that can get there with DraftKings.
I just keystroked that.
You keystroked out of something?
No, I got out of all of my Tesla here. Okay. I'm just gonna jump back in.
What is Tesla doing anyways?
No, so Tesla, it came up. We got to 270. It came up to 271. I'm like, okay, let's take something out. And I punched out of everything. Didn't really mean to punch out of everything there. So I'm just going to jump back in at the price that I got out. Now, obviously, I got in on a 70 break, but if I cover there and didn't mean to cover, then get in at the same price, and it's effectively no difference. So to me, in my head, I'm still long the 270, but I still wanted to be in the long in Tesla. That's just a keystroke error. If you make a keystroke error, get out of it right away. If you can take a position you don't want, if you make a keystroke error and get out, and you can get back in at the same price, and you go ahead and do that. So a bit of a mistake by me on Tesla, but as mentioned, it's 10:30, which is time for the crypto update.
Bitcoin up 0.5 point to the high side, but yeah, the important thing is here it's closing and staying above 26,000. Headline coming here for Coinbase. Coinbase getting a thumbs up from our friend Kathy Wood for finally embracing the Bitcoin Lightning Network. Hats off, she says. About a month ago, Coinbase was asked by Jack Dorsey why they weren't using the 2-layer payment protocol, which is supposed to be faster and cheaper. So Coinbase coming out with news today that they will be using that. Let's have a look at how ETH is doing. It's right at that 1,600 level. We've been dancing with that level for a while. We're above it right now, up 0.1%. The mining names, though, not doing that well. Riot down 0.84, Mar down 2 3/4. But like I mentioned, Coinbase looking good here, up 0.75%. MicroStrategies flat on the day.
I'm going to get to, I was going to mention Refrain. I see people talking about Affirm showing some signs of strength. It just grabbed out of Rivian. It could not take out that. It couldn't hold a local high, so I'm out of it. I only want shorts underneath this lower high. So if it comes and holds the trend to the downside, I'll jump back in. Otherwise, we're out. We're sitting in it, looking for the flush on a relatively weak name. Doesn't want to come in because the market's looking relatively strong. Tesla, which we just re-entered, got up there to VWAP, so that's where we wanted to get the next out. I still think it can hold the 270, but look at this trend. It is kind of trending to the downside. Don't want to enter back into this or add back into this until I see some kind of a consolidation or bounce. You've held support. Can you make a higher low and show me a higher low to jump into this trade? As far as Affirm goes, This is the one, it hasn't really had a red day in like forever. You can see this. This has kind of been ridiculous. The consolidation break was great at that $20 level, one that we're mentioning, and the 23 as well. So if it's going to be red today, I do want to be there for it. You are absolutely challenging this 24 as we speak, but in an upward trending market, I'd almost like to see it trap some longs and then look for the short. Either that or just show me the weakness out of the gate. So I want the Affirm short, or the shot at the Affirm short. But remember, you missed the move already, which is like a 60-cent move, which is great on Affirm. So your counter trend here, I want to see some signs of selling and join that trend instead of trying to force the action. AI, which was flushing, like I said, the market coming back into the upside. We short it. There's my line underneath. You take some profit, you reload. If it breaks out, I'm just out. I thought this one had a chance to get to 27, but I'm not going to fight the market on C3I. You're now heading back into the upside. Like I said, Affirm is going to be the next one. I still want to take another shot at WeWork, but it never got to $6. So I was geared up looking for the $6 short, which we got yesterday into $5. It got to $5.60. It's already curling back in. Underneath 5, I still like that short. I think 420 is your support level. You can see that right in here. So we're looking for either a bounce that gives me a short off the $6 level, or just a failure at $5, and then we'll short underneath that price. I'm only looking one direction in WeWork. I'm not thinking about the long. I'm just looking for places to be short that name. And yes, I am on the bid of CGC. Scott H was asking me that. I threw a bid at 05. I was at 2s before and missed it. I'll go off the 05 level. This one I think has a decent chance at an SSR bounce today, off the $1. Great psychological level. Weed name's giving it up, but they can go long off that one. At least this one can.
All right, reposition. We just put on Google up here, coming up to the highs. We put it on. Let's see if it breaks through 70 right now. So we're in the money already, a dime. You know we like dimes around here, so we'll take out a little piece for a little bit more, and then we'll see if it drops in. I mean, VWAP and the 200 is right here at 135. So if this one can dip down, hopefully this is another one that we can count on here for a nice move down. That is Google. And I also am waiting to get a few more shares of this name as well. If we do come up into the 50s, that'll be a level for me to hit back up. So we are going to also bid the 20s right now, see if we can get a piece out right at this level right now. We're, as you can see, we've already put the damage. I mean, our account is already what it's at, which is fine, needless to say. And now all we're doing is this. It's 10:35. Let's stack it up right now, see if we can start to scalp a little bit more than we've been doing, which I know is like, how could you scalp more than we've already been doing? But that's what we're going to do. We don't have too many fills on so many names. I mean, Intel, we definitely held that for a nice move down, and we did not reshort it. That could be something there on the 200 that we could have looked at for sure. Apple, we just have like basically one in and one out here. We had 2 ids, but at 175, one trade opportunity there for me at all. And then what's up to Hampton's trader, who we were both talking about getting frustrated with Moderna up here because it wasn't going. We both like the catalyst here, but it's just not moving. So we'll try it. I'm going to wait for a 109, 110 break and then see if we can get a 109.50 or so. And then if we lose 109, then we'll get out of it. It's not been a great name.
Oddly enough.
We definitely understand that.
Oddly enough, Pfizer's actually trending up, believe it or not.
Yeah, Moderna's
It's a weird
been
one.
okay.
It's a weird one because Moderna has been, I mean, Pfizer's been kind of gliding to the downside. So the weird thing is that Pfizer's holding up pretty nicely. Maybe this is the start of Pfizer finally making a turn. Trend down. Look at this at the 50 period. Once this holds the 50 period, I think that's like go time for Pfizer to start working that one back in. I actually have only one buy underneath 35. I've been waiting for it to get underneath 35, but this is looking at least relatively strong for now out of those names. So maybe it's worth a look. If this can break through those highs, again, still has to happen. You're kind of doing nothing. It's not a great day trading stock, but when it trends, it can be pretty decent because it glides the upside.
Affirm again.
Affirm is just ridiculous. Tesla, if we get back to the highs, I think Tesla breaks VWAP and we hold it for 275. Look for places to add. But Affirm, wow. I wanted to see weakness underneath 24. Well, guess what? There is not. Weakness underneath 24. Maybe this is just still a long. If you zoom way out here, there you go. If you zoom way out, above 23, there's no resistance till 27. So 24 is closer to 23 than it is to 27. That's math there for you. At least I hope we can all understand that. Maybe you're just still looking long on Affirm. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I keep thinking eventually it has to pull back, and then it basically does not pull back. The stock is ridiculous.
No, I just put in the chat too how much I hate Affirm, because I remember I lost on that name a while ago and way too much. I remember I was shorting the quarters, shorting O's. It might have even been at 20 bucks. I feel like it was maybe at 22 or something. But for me, this is a very, very tough stock to trade, because you don't believe the moves and then it rips your face off all the time. But that's the right, obviously short at 24 is the right call for sure. So, it's not the right call because it went up, but that's a level that, as traders, we sit there and we take risks, and to me, that would have been that is a good one. All right, so Google, oh, that sucks, man. We were waiting at 60, it got as high as 58 right there, or else we would have had some more short. Wait a second. No, it didn't go there. No, that was there before. Okay, that's where we're waiting now. Because we're waiting at 54, not 64. So we're waiting at 54. That didn't even get there. That went to 45. So we did not get close to a reload there at all. I don't know what I'm talking about on Google. So hopefully that'll continue to fall down. What else do you guys want to trade with us? Moderna, Intel. Let's check out.
There's a halt alert on this thing.
Oh, what is that stock? Have we looked at that? Is
It's
that
just
an oil name or something?
IMPL, the reason it's interesting is because it was just at $1. It just opened back up and failed the buck. So the look for me on something like this, I haven't checked out the float on it. I just asked Sharif what the news was. But the dollar break I absolutely love. It's now got a 102 high. So you can probably imagine what I'm thinking here, which is break out above 102, which it looks like it's doing now, and then just get out if it can't hold $1. I mean, I'd take like multiple swings at this, because you can risk 5 cents. The stock is already up 40. You can risk 5 cents on this above a buck, and then just sort of see what happens. So that's one time underneath. If it's going to be a fail, I just had it long and it's got out 95s. I want to see the news before I take a second or third swing at this, because when I look at this on the daily chart, like, it's got a clean $2 area here to be respected. So if it can hold the buck, like, I can see like 140, 145 here, and then $2. Small float name there. I'd love to know what the news is, but it has to hold above $1. I love that dollar level trade.
Here goes the market.
So I'm already in and out once. The market's taking out highs here, so let's go back to that for a split second. Tesla's still going to the upside. That's good through VWAP. Where's Amazon at? And why don't I?
Probably days high.
Okay, so Amazon 143.63.
Oh shit.
140.363. That is the 52-week high on Amazon. That is a wild-looking daily chart. There it is. It's kind of a lot of wicks in there, but that's 143.63. Trust me when I tell you that is the 52-week high. You can look it up somewhere if you want, but that's the breakout top. It got right to it, missed it by 1 cent, I think, 2 days ago. But if it breaks it, I'm going long on this. It was a short the first time through, but really didn't even pull back all that much. And then yesterday we had a down move, but I like that breakout on Amazon, and we're there in about 25 cents. Let's go to the desk and see what's going on in some other sectors other than tech.
Funny enough, the first one I was going to mention was tech, because it's number one on my list here. But we're going green finally on tech, Neil and the guys. Apple, the only red name right now, and Netflix as well, just marginally red though. Apple down 0.5%. Microchips all green for the exception of Intel and ASML. Everything headed to the high side here as the market starts curling up. Electric vehicles as well. A mixed bag with Nikola down 3%, but Rivian, Lucid, and Fisker and Polestar all green at the moment. Chinese ADRs though, really, most of them are red. Even Li Auto still red. Li Auto up 2% since the bell. XBEV up 0.5%, and NIO 1 1/3. Funny how that EC headline doesn't seem to be making a dent, at least for the moment, maybe in the long term. Crypto up as well. We talked about that one earlier on. The meme stocks are a mixed bag with AMC and GME 5% and 2.5% respectively. Cloud computing mixed. FinTech, green. You saw the guys talking about this one earlier. Affirm and Upstart both up 1 1/3 and 1.75%. Weed down today after multiple good days to the high side. And then pharma and biotech mixed, but with mRNA up 5 1/4. Pfizer up 1% as well. Let's have a look and see how energy is doing. Energy, the actual oil contract itself up 0.4, but The actual equity names not high at all. XOM down 0.5 percentage point, and CVX also flat on the day, with Oxy just up 0.25%. Airlines down as well. We talked about Save and AAL earlier. Likewise with the cruise lines. Banking green, and consumer defensive mixed.
Thank you very much. I don't know. Go to me for a second. I'm still looking for the bid, for the breakout on Amazon. Just alert to somebody bought 50,000 shares off the bid. Like, they didn't market it up or anything like that. They just sat there. This is what the stock looks like. So you're not even seeing people put 1,000 lots on the bid. Someone just bought 50,000 at 40 on Amazon, which is like, I'll just take the fill. So someone wasn't waiting for the high of the day on Amazon. They just took that break. I'm going to have the break of 63s because that happens to be double top. It's a random price. Wow, it just took it out right now, so I'm long at 64. I feel like this is a situation to add at 44, so I want to give it some room. If it gets to 144 even, I probably scalp a little bit out and look to add to this trend. It is definitely an upward trending stock for the last couple of sessions, and breaking out these highs on both the NASDAQ, reversal on the CPI number, and Amazon's been strong for a couple of days now. So arrows up for Amazon. What an unbelievable move it has. IMPL halted to the downside. That's why you get in and out. For me, that 95 out is kind of an obvious one. If you like holding stocks 20% against you, that's up to you. To me, I think that's a little bit crazy. So on a dollar stock, I'm taking a one break. I'm usually stopping out at 1 or at 95. Never anything more than that. Amazon to the long side. Apple's looking very strong as well. Tesla's showing some signs of strength, but it's not getting to those highs. It's good off 270, but it's stalling out at 71. It's only giving you that buck on Tesla. Still a bit of a downward trend there on Tesla, despite being up 1%.
All right, I mean, here we go again. We have Google short. We just took some out in the 35 area there for 20 cents. Let's see if it keeps on going down to the downside. Sure, I'll do a campus read. Campus.daytradetheworld.com. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh, have they changed the website right now? Maybe a little bit right now. So we are reopening this up. Where's the deadline for this now? Ooh, October 10th. So if you guys are interested in joining the team here at Day Trade the World, I have no idea if anything has changed in this. United States citizens or residents are unable to participate. But if you are interested, man, have a look, man. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4. It's all about teaching, getting better, learning the software. And this is like a surge trader, but there's no funding required. This is completely free for you guys. You come through. If you make money, you go into our training mode, and then you eventually go live with real capital, trade on the best prop floors around. This is all going to be from home, but it's 8+ hours, 16+ hours a week in total. If you have that kind of a time and are able to learn with like-minded individuals, join Day Trade the World Campus. We have 0 LFT today. So today's been another one of those days, right? Where we're just looking short off that top. So here's the top. We went short. I know Neil pushed along in Amazon. I like that name, but Google's a name that we've been looking short on. So if we get an opportunity to short it, we're going to do that. I hope you guys have this. What's up, Brendo?
Cron, Sean, that rhymes. Cron, Sean, up 7.75%. Weed weak today, but Cron, the lone green name on my watch list, 7.75.
So Sharif finally said my name today, so we can go back over to his name. Thank you so much, Sharif.
Affirm broke back underneath 24.
Affirm's breaking down. Google right now is a nice one, as there we go to the downside for Google as well. Go ahead, you're short Affirm?
I just got 99 short Affirm. We said underneath 24, we like it. We waited for it to get underneath 24, so we're in it. If we can't hold this break on Amazon, like I said, I wanted to add to this at 44. I might cancel that or temporarily cancel that order. I want the market to be trending upside. If the market bounces here and goes higher, I'll just throw that back in to go long. So we're still in it. I haven't taken any scalping profit out on this.
Get down.
You want to definitely hold on to it at least until the 50 level, but I don't want to hold past that. This is worth it if it takes a couple of legs to the upside. This is the name I want long. We said we'd go short Affirm if it got back underneath that 24. So there it is. It was looking pretty strong. It's right back there at that 24 level. So we're into the short. If the market pulls back from here, I think Affirm can get down to 23.50. But this is an upward trend stock. If it breaks the high, I'm just out. That's 24.20. So that a vaunted 420 level does always seem to come in there very randomly. I don't know why. Like, it just turned to 24.20. I don't know what to tell you. Still some names that I still want to wait out for. One of those is getting pretty close. That's WeWork at that $6 level. I'm not obligated to short it at $6, but that's the next place I will look for a curl short. All I need to see is a failed break of 6 even, and then I get into it. I'm only looking short, as I said, but it doesn't mean I have to take every single pop to the upside and hold it against me. Looking for a failure off that $6 level here on WeWork, which is getting darn close.
Faux show right now, another out there. And yeah, we're just playing around. We absolutely love Sharif, as I, again, patient zero, remember, over here. So if I took some time off, then Sharif would have to, actually, we're just filling with Obi, I guess, at this point.
There's Obi, there's Max, there's Adam. Like, we got bodies.
We got bodies.
But not those kind of bodies
on the flow.
Why are you wearing a jacket, Obi?
Today, right now. Yeah, I have my jacket here today as well. I don't ever want to leave. All right, so yeah, we could bring back some old traders, but hey, some traders stepped away, right? I mean, we wish we could have all of those traders back, like Luca stepped away, Ian stepped away, you know, all these guys stepped away. So that is okay right now. All right, so I'm not sure what to do with Google because I like the short. We're out of more than half, and we just kept getting out here. I mean, we were lucky enough to get some 30s. You know, so that's that would be something there. I still remember that one of the best parts was Luca and Sharif, where they did Cookie Monster and Big Bird.
We still have those costumes.
I mean, that was, Sharif? How much fun was that? That was hard to trade with, though. I think you only had
respect. I give respect.
Yeah. You only had the hat on. Yeah. And meanwhile, this is
very
me, like,
hot in those costumes.
I'm trading in my hot dog suit that one day. You can go find that as well. They are way too hot to trade with in there as well. But we'll have some fun this time now for sure. So yeah, there you go. Luca gets the shout out for sure on the show. We like that guy. Moderna, waiting for this to bleed a little bit more. Hopefully that will come in a little bit. And we'll wait to see what happens there near 110.
Yeah, Moderna 110. I mean, Pfizer I still like. I might talk about Pfizer and lunch money. I haven't really decided. I know one of these names is going to be an opportunity there because you only want to trade them when there is a catalyst going. I'm staring at Amazon here because I only want to give it just underneath that 50 level for the local breakout. If it's going to give you multiple swings and we're trend up, you can buy the dip in here. It is a top end break trade. Might not be adding to it that 144. WE is getting to 50. Like the next shoe to drop for me feels like this $6 leg on WE, which I might have. I don't know if I missed it there. Let's see. It's still showing some signs of buying, but it didn't actually fail break 6. It just curled right at $6. And you'd say, well, why aren't you short at like 99? Because the way to get that short is just sit in front of it and then get run over potentially. I don't like on a squeeze name. I don't want to get in that way. Like I want to roll into a short where you can actually sort of get the fill, get a wick up, get it on the way back down. I don't want to just be sitting there at 99 and get run over. So like I'll never catch that fill. Sometimes I can get a 90 or a 580 or something along those lines. But unfortunately, I might have missed the 6 short because I'm not willing to just sit there and have the stock run me over for that trade. I would rather miss the trade than get caught in a nasty move to the upside. As mentioned, like Amazon, I feel like if the market takes out the high, this is going to be an add to it situation and we're getting to 145 on Amazon. So strong name. Let's see if it continue to hold that kind of strength for the rest of this session. It is 10:50 already.
Wow.
9 minutes to go. You know, we haven't mentioned this time tomorrow, we're all going to be placing bets on when ARM is going to open up. I'm going to get my early bet on saying I'm going to do lunch money tomorrow and ARM will not be open. Like we're going to be talking about ARM on lunch money tomorrow because that stock's going to open at 12:47. Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to have the ARM open.
Well, I'm excited for ARM IPO tomorrow. We'll definitely put some risk into that trade right there. Just quickly, we just got stopped out at Google. It just went up to the high spot. So again, the long is right now above VWAP, above there. So we went out a little bit against what we do. Normally, we'll only stick with longs when the market is doing this. We thought Google was at a key level, which it might still be, man. It just faded off that level again there. So we'll have to watch it out. But now it's still going higher right now. Let's go over to the big desk with Sharif and discuss money talks.
Bang on, Sean. Yeah, the DXY up 0.1%, basically flat on the day. Let's look how the US dollar is doing against other currencies. Against the euro, let's have a look. Against the euro, it is the euro against the US dollar is 0.13. The US dollar doing well against the Japanese yen, up 0.25%. And the quid down against the greenback, but only marginally 0.02. The US and Canadian dollar, though, this is the weird one. US stronger against all these other currencies. Not so against the loonie, down 0.15, guys, and heading south.
Oh, that's not going to be good. We counted my daughter's piggy bank yesterday because she wanted to know how much she had in it. And my godmother lives in the US, so like she always gets like US cash from my godmother.
Yep, nice.
And so like she has, it's like the majority of it ain't the pennies that she's getting from anybody else. Like half of it is literally in USD. And she's like, is this money better? And I was like, well, I don't know if better is the right term, but it's worth more. So I was trying to explain to her that for every dollar that she has, the US one, it's worth $1.30. And she's like, why? And I'm like, imagine trying to explain that to a 6-year-old. Like, why is a great question. I'm like, why is it worth more? Explain that in a way that a 6-year-old will understand it. I absolutely failed. I couldn't explain that to her in a way that made sense. I just says because it is, honey.
Yeah.
Because they will give you $1.30, that's why, if we go to a bank. And she accepted it because it was good for her. But I promise you, if I said it's only worth 70 cents, she would not have accepted that answer. So if anyone has an explanation of currencies that works for a 6-year-old, I am more than welcome. I'm more than happy to hear it because she is definitely curious. So I added to Amazon in the 144. It got to 144.06, and a bit of a curl there. So I'm giving this to 143.5. My price is, I mean, it's not exactly 143.75, which would have been the plan, but you know, again, took it on the break of the 52-week high, added on the break of the even, and I'll give it to the 50. So it's roughly 25 cents worth of risk, not exactly, but close to it. And if we break the top, I'll look to get some out once it gets to that quarter. So Amazon, to me, is the strongest name in the market, and if it's going to continue higher, I want to respect it. Tesla came back in, wicked me out at what was break even on the re-entry, and maybe that's a bad wick out. So we did have that long on Tesla. First one in, take some out, and then get out basically for a flat trade, and then we're able to grab it. But I am now out of that into Amazon. Maybe should have stuck with Tesla. A little more stick-to-itiveness on Tesla would have made sense. The short that I'm still hanging on to is a firm, which if the market's going higher, you're back at that 24 level. I just think a firm could really dump if it fails here. You guys can see the trend. I'm a counter trend on a firm. Let's be real. This has not had a red day, and I'm not even counting that. That's like 2 weeks. But I'm just kind of thinking, if you do not break out the local high, why not retest to the downside if this market can fall? So firm short, Amazon to the upside. Steve G, the answer of that age is always gravity. I mean, I don't know, sure. She understands gravity pretty well. That's not that difficult to explain. She has a great imagination. So if you just say there is this force that is constantly pulling everything in the universe, you can understand that. But go explain why a dollar is not worth a dollar.
Well, I actually explained it to my kids too. I just said different economies, like they understand that. Where I said, you know, based on politics, based on what, you know, the printer goes burr and things
and then she's like, oh, I started trying to go into actual monetary theory, and she's like, I don't know, I got that look. You know the one, it's like, what are you talking about, Daddy? So maybe I'll try again tonight, we'll see. Yeah,
it's okay. There we go. So we got stopped out of Google, but we got right back into it and then took some more money on it. So unfortunately, right before we left, we were stopped out on Google. So we will have a small LFT on board today, but not if this, I mean, if this continues to go down, LFT no more. But we do have an LFT today, and what that means is loss from the top. Let's go. What's up to Hampton's trader right now? We'll fire off the hot dog gun again. I'll find that tweet for you guys where we were wearing that, but we should have just reloaded it at 110. There, I hope you did, Hamptons, but there it goes, nice little break higher, so this is helping. We talked about LFT means loss from top, so we're definitely getting helped out right now by Moderna because we're still holding that level to go through, so hopefully that'll be something that we'll be able to hold on to for a minute. NVIDIA there again, look, right to our level of 455. Should have shorted it. we're not really feeling the short there, so feeling a little bit of ways on that. We could have shorted that again and put another $3 in our pocket. Then we would have no LFT. But it's been a good one. I'm hoping that what's Oracle now that Oracle's all the way back up. I'm gonna have to wait, man. I was hoping I should have, like I said, if I wasn't on the show, I would be buying this. I'm gonna probably put a bid in at 109.50 or 110. It's just for the long term, so 50
Remember
cents
we were talking about buying the closing print?
is not going to matter. Yeah, maybe that's it. But I just feel like today the market's going to be up, so Oracle will probably go up with that.
I just put a paper that said it's a good. It's
Yeah.
It's the right place to buy for the long term. You overall get better prices. That's all.
Yeah. I meant to wait to hit that because unfortunately I don't have the lunch yet.
Chicken.
Someone asked for what's for lunch, and it's not in the inbox.
Oh, I
yet,
don't. Yeah, we
so,
don't know.
I do not know
Chicken.
as of yet. If it does come in the next couple minutes, we will have that. It's going to be
Dollar
out in
says
the
it's
max again right now for the afternoon. And okay, here goes Google right now. 30 cents back into the money for Google. So
that's awesome.
this is going to be a good trade for us as it's pulling back in. We wanted the short in Google. It's coming back in. Let's bid at 36 and see if we can get there. Someone said, look, I basically. If the wife and I split a bottle of wine a week, that's a surprise. But I don't know if we'll be drinking tonight. But someone said Chianti. I got it. One of our kids. We'll try that with some lasagna. I think I have a bottle in the rack. But one of the kids has karate, and then another
what
one.
day is today?
No, Thursday is hockey. And then hockey is getting to be insane. We had
That's why you stick with
Jersey.
gymnastics, man.
Jersey. We had to boot her out of gymnastics. They were really sad because she was really competitive in gymnastics. And okay, here it is. All right, what is for lunch? Okay, well, today, again, we always talk about, what's for lunch, and it always tends to be, it's a chicken dinner winner, right? And so for those of you placing your bets right now, if you bet on chicken today,
You lose.
it's a fail right there because today it is fire grilled pea meal sandwiches. We'll take it on artisan cheese buns
I'm down with that.
with aged cheddar, beefsteak tomatoes, and German potato salad. I think people are in for a treat today.
Yeah, but what's a German potato salad? Like they always do these.
It's bigger chunks.
Is that all it is? Like that's it?
I said that with such confidence, and people probably believing me, but I have no idea. But there it is.
Yeah.
That's what I would say as well. And
I gotta give a shout out, and I want to thank them. And we have the best community out there. And Alma
Obviously.
in the chat, Alma Hamada. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Is it Ama or Ama? Show her something physical. Like so, basically, like 5 pieces of candy or something, and say you can buy. Like you act as if like one thing can buy the other. That makes a lot of sense because she understands that concept. I wasn't really thinking. I tried to explain monetary policy, or how money works, but really the simple answer would be just say that one thing can buy this much of the other, and one U.S. dollar buys X amount of Canadian dollars. I wasn't thinking that. I was actually trying to explain the whole economics aspect of it because I was an economics major. But she's a 6-year-old.
I like that she put that, but that doesn't answer the question that your daughter has.
But it helps you to understand the difference between two things of value. That it's what you can purchase with the other one.
My kids
purchasing
know
power.
because we do a lot of online shopping, and they always come to me and is like, this is $10 US. So I say it's $11.30 Canadian. Actually, my 11-year-old knows the conversion rates because of all the stuff that we do online. So I think that just more experience will come through for that.
She's 6 years old.
Yeah,
She's in
exactly.
kindergarten.
So.
Well, she's a grade 1 now. What am I saying?
She should actually probably know that. So I think you'll be fine. She'll figure it out. Plus, they teach monetary stuff in school too. That kind of stuff, not the exchange rates, but.
When it comes to math, for now, like we usually are talking more about math than what they're doing in school. Like that's just how. Usually, that's how it is in my household.
I always found fractions tough to teach the kids.
No, she already has a concept of fractions because we go through it, and she's very interested. Like we literally have the Fibonacci sequence sitting on our. She loves patterns, so we talk the Fibonacci sequence. She understands, and she can add that one up as well. She loves doing like that whole double a penny on a chessboard to understand exponentials. Like she can't go that far, obviously, because she's sick, but she loves that as well. So the market is coming back in here. It's past 11 o'clock. A firm looks like it wants to maybe pull back in there. But your job is to stick around, go absolutely nowhere. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But the men in teal are locked and loaded and ready to go for the midday.
What's going on, everybody? I am Max. This is Ad MAs, and we are on the midday show Brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits and enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to Surge Trader. I don't think that you have a nickname yet. So, I saw all those MAs on your chart yesterday. Add MAs?
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking about that myself. Trying to find some tickers.
Oh, you're muted.
My bad. We're back. I was thinking about that yesterday, trying to find some tickers that could, go along with my name. Because usually Adam, there's not really a short form. You got a lot of common names like Joseph, you got Joe, and all these kinds of things. But there's nothing really that goes with Adam. So my whole life, I just been Adam. Just pretty boring. But I was thinking maybe like Amazon Adam or something. I'm trading Amazon right now. So I don't know. But yeah. I'm good with Adam MA, whatever you want to call me, I'm good with it.
You get any good trades this morning?
Well, we're in Amazon right now. I took the 143.65 break here. If you look at my screen here, we're kind of in it right now. I got in here. We're building out a nice flag here and trying to push through 144. If we can get through 144 convincingly, then I'd be a lot more aggressive with that position. I'd be a lot happier. The problem is that the NASDAQ is kind of just sitting at this resistance level that it tested earlier in the morning. So if we can start to push on the NASDAQ, I'm sure Amazon, which has been relatively strong all morning, can definitely get going a little bit more. And other than that, I kind of just got chopped around a little bit in Tesla here. You can take a look at my chart. Tried to get long, got stopped out, got long again, had a nice winner there, stopped out on the remainder break even. A little bit of a short here, small winners here and there. But today's been mostly range bound, so I can't really complain because as long as you're not too hurt on these kind of low volatility days, then I'm not going to complain. How about you?
For me today, a couple of dumb trades and one big mistake got me shut down today. So we're going to be in the sim, sadly, for the midday show. So I'm in like 1 million shares of CGC right now in the simulator, like 2 cents in the money. Tesla, I was trying to short off of the 271. This kind of pre-market area this morning. It looked like it wanted to fail off 271.20 area, which was a high in the afternoon yesterday. So I got stopped out of that. I tried a couple more times and then ended up stopping out of a long accidentally, which kind of blew my day up, sadly. But we're here, chilling. Made more yesterday than I lost today. So still a good week going on. And I don't know. We'll take some crazy trades in the sim today, I guess. No real small caps going nuts that I can see today, except maybe that RCKT. But yeah, Tesla looking actually really strong right now. Market, since we kind of got up here, the market's been really flying. That Amazon long looking very solid. Missed that one this morning, but that kind of pre-market level, as well as 142 has proven itself recently to be a key level, and we take that out off the open today. Kind of don't look back all the way to 143.20 area, and that's exactly where we hold right here. That 142 area could have gotten long on there. You're risking maybe 50 cents off of that one, and now that would be $1 or $2.50 almost in the money. So new 52-week highs on Amazon. I bailed out of this one on my long term at like 132. So looking pretty dumb on that one, sadly.
Well, they had the strong earnings, right? And that kind of sent it. So given the turbulent conditions before that, it wouldn't be harsh to say that it's wrong to kick it out, because there have been a lot of mixed bag in the earnings reactions. So Amazon was just one of those favorable ones that ended up performing really well and popped and then consolidated, and now it's trying to push these yearly highs. So I just took some off here with that initial push past 144. We're going to let the rest fly. I don't really want to take a loss on this, so if it comes back below 144, I might kick it out. I'm going to keep an eye on the NASDAQ here and see how that behaves, but everything's looking strong right now. So we're just going to let this ride, and hopefully we can get a push into 145, and then who knows, because it really is green skies. The last known resistance was pretty much August last year. We have a high there of 146.60 roughly. So, would it make sense for it to go there? If we get a nice push in the NASDAQ, that'd be really nice. And we're just coming down here. So I'm just going to keep a watch on this here.
I'm looking at some of these nicknames that people are throwing in the chat here. Atom Bomb, shout out to John Sproul. That one's pretty good.
I like that.
Atom Bomb. What else we got? Adam Sachs. What's Adam Sachs?
Atom Bomb. I watched Oppenheimer the other day, so Atomic Bomb. I'm not sure, but that
Accurate
I love
Atom?
that
I don't
movie.
know.
So
That's boring.
Accurate Atom.
Nah, that's
It's not. It doesn't sound that cool. I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully, like, you know, I'm accurate, but
Atomizer.
what am I like?
Yeah, we'll see on this
I
one.
don't know about
Something
that
will
one.
stick eventually. So that Amazon move, I mean, up 2%. I don't think that we have a catalyst on Amazon, do we, today? I'll take a look, but
I didn't see one.
anything.
Maybe just technical confirmation.
I think so, because yesterday we were quite strong off of, it wasn't yesterday. 2 days ago we were strong off of nothing, basically. Today, or yesterday, a little bit of consolidation, and then that kind of breakout of yesterday's high, as well as that key level. So
Right.
Amazon flying, market looking okay. We're about to run into that 15.6 that we've been talking about for a few days, though. So wondering if that's where NASDAQ wants to turn around. Obviously, CPI meant pretty much nothing today, a little bit of chop, but you know, we don't get those fun CPI moves that we used to get. So just a little bit of reversion, I guess, back into some of the levels that we've been seeing recently. Wondering, you know, is there something that you can get a short on that's getting close to highs? Amazon, I would say no, but you know, maybe Tesla at that 274 again. 273.50 has been kind of key on Tesla in the past, so maybe 273.5. You can find like a fail break there. I will be watching that. I've got this, fake long on CGC right now at $1.13, which I guess if the position board is working, I can take a fill on that, and then that will show up. But my keys aren't working. We'll just have to fix that.
Yeah, I'm still long 25 shares here of Amazon. So I just kicked some out, took some profit on that initial push. But I'm just leaving a little bit of a runner here to see what we can get. But I just wanted to hold this 144 level. And if it comes back below, then I'll kick that. It doesn't show on the position board right now. But yeah, I'm still in it. As long as it's holding this 144, which it seems to be doing pretty well right now. The longer we can stay above here, the more confirmation we'll have that on the next leg higher in the NASDAQ, we can get a stronger push higher for Amazon as well. So just keeping an eye on that. Other than that, I don't really see anything, aggressively attacking the up or downside. Is there anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think
at?
Amazon's a great great candidate to do like that kind of trend move today. So trying to stay in that one for the rally up makes a lot of sense. I think anything else, once we get to that 15.6 resistance, I feel like I want to be looking for a short somewhere. If Tesla gets back to 275, maybe that's a breakout candidate. And Oracle as well. Oracle, I was looking for this one to hit yesterday's low. Did not even get close. Just ripped straight off the open. I heard Neil talking about this. I don't know if he got the long or not, but yeah, really nice move for Oracle today. Right off that like 108 level that I believe that was afternoon support yesterday. Yeah, it kind of like broke out of there. 108.50 I thought was a pretty key level on Oracle from the daily chart, and I was looking for that to hold right in here, that 108.50 level, or even you could say like 107.50 into 108.50 is kind of like the support area on Oracle. It bounces right off of there this morning. It doesn't even bounce. It just flies off the open. And even if you were taking like the 110 break, you could have taken that for $1.50. So this one potentially, yesterday afternoon we got to 112.60 if I recall. Yeah, these wicks are all nasty, but I think it was, that's 112.70 right there. So 112.70 on Oracle could be kind of a stop out, breakout kind of price. We were talking about 113 on the show yesterday, so I'm going to be watching Oracle. It's still doing enough volume to take trades on it. So this is looking good, like trend up, above VWAP. I think any dip into like maybe even the 50 period at this point, 110.50 area could be a decent trade there for that 112 kind of break. Potential. I don't know. Other than that, Carvana as well. Okay. Here's the one. Carvana's going to that 51. I actually tried Carvana at $50 one time today, right in this kind of area, I think. I tried that 50 hold in here. Didn't work. Basically lost nothing, though. And looking at that 51 area, you see this kind of, whatever you want to call that, shelf in the pre-market. Yesterday afternoon, Carvana was holding below 51. It doesn't show up on the 30-minute, but there was a bit of a high at that same kind of like 51.15 price. So I feel like Carvana, after doing this dip and potentially trapping shorts on the day, maybe we squeeze some shorts out above 51 and then continue the squeeze through that 52.50 area from yesterday morning. So yeah, I mean, I'll put the order in on Carvana for a 51 break.
I like that level. I think once you see 51, you know it's not unrealistic to see 52.50s, given the momentum that this name can have once it really starts to get going. So I think that's a great idea. And Oracle, I like Oracle above the highs of the day around 111.80, because that would also confirm prior day highs. Another level as well on, if you look on this chart here, once you get above this high here, you kind of have this little level here. It was like a little mini high for the day. So once you get above 111.80, you can kind of see 112.80, and then once you're past that, you have that huge gap to fill. That's still a little bit away, but if the market decides to push up higher today, and Oracle catches a bid, then these unfilled gaps really don't have any resistance, so you have a lot of room to run. And once you're through there, you kind of have a clear level you can risk back through that high there, and you can have a pretty decent risk to reward. Obviously, it's not going to push this much in one day, but if you can get a few bucks above that gap high, then there could be a lot of room to run, and you can keep risk relatively tight because you'll know where you're wrong back through that gap down open. So I like Oracle there, and I also like Carvana as well. And we're just going to keep an eye on Amazon here. And I really like how Amazon is building out this flag. It's riding this moving average higher. It pushes up, flags, pushes up, flags on light volume, has another push here, gets super tight. And if we can get another push here, that'd be very nice to continue the trend. This is acting perfect for right now. Held that $144 level. Didn't even come down and test 144. So the fact that it doesn't even have the selling pressure to test 144 show that it is strong. And Abdullah asked, Adam, is Amazon still strong? It sure is, and I like the way it's trending, and as long as it can keep trending and holding this moving average, holding above 144, then I'm going to stay in it and see if we can ride it to those highs from last year of over 146. So a little bit ambitious, sure, but I don't want to jinx it now as it's trying to come back down now, but we're going to try and stay in this thing, see if we can get a nice trending move for Amazon, because there really isn't anything else that I'm really liking right now.
Yeah, great trade right there on Amazon. That's looking very, very solid. What else are people in the chat trading? I'm not, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything super crazy. I like this Carvana at 51. Tesla doing nothing. The boys in the back are yelling about something, but I'm not seeing anything super exciting going on right now. Is there anything halting or something? I don't know why people are yelling so much.
I'm not sure.
Trying to look for something on trade ideas here. I'm not seeing much.
Is there, for the position board, I'm still on Amazon. People are asking in the chat about
you just have to wait to take a fill first, I believe. So whenever you take out some or add or whatever, then it should show up. But
okay.
Go to CGC.
Okay.
Buy and sell something really
Gotcha. Okay.
no. Yeah. So Adam's long. What is that, like 143.80?
Yeah.
Ish on Amazon.
It's just not showing right now.
They're loading it up. Don't worry. Anyway, what else? What else we got? Oracle looking strong still. People talking AMD. What's going on with AMD? I haven't even looked at the chips today. I want to see these break out of range before I really start trading them. But AMD actually looking super strong today, 2.5. Okay, AMD. What was my level on this?
Perfect. Thank you.
Got it. All right. Position board working.
We're updated.
Yeah, that 106.75 kind of area on AMD looks like a decent break, but I feel like, that might have been a little choppy. So, yeah, nice kind of trend down on the 30-minute that we broke today on this one. AMD definitely, pretty down recently. So there's some levels that we can get to for sure. I don't know, like 110, 115. You look at the daily, like, I think, 111, kind of a nice target there on AMD potentially. Looks like we might have put in a low, and we're kind of making a higher low here on the daily, around 102.5 or 103, and potentially maybe trying to get back into that range higher, above 110 into like 120 area. Not bad, but I want to see this kind of breaking 110 for me to start going long on AMD again. Did Carvana do it yet? Carvana hasn't done it. I mean, we could take a look at CGC, which is still looking good. It held that $1, so I took this, long off of the 110 hold. Currently, kind of quadruple top at 120, so looking for that to kind of break out and see, potentially like 125. And I think if we get above 150 today, CGC's got some serious room to the upside. A lot of people are likely shorting the first red day right here yesterday, thinking that this move is over. If we're able to make a new high today over 150 and kind of hold this this trend up, it feels like a lot of people could potentially get stopped out of this one with all these positive catalysts coming in. I mean, $2 kind of obvious price. 205 is that consolidation low, and if we get into this consolidation, then really it's kind of 2 to 3 is that consolidation range here. We could get the real consolidation range was like $2.50 to $5 previously, so. Much more room potentially to go for some of these weed names. I don't know that they do it. I don't know that I'm super bullish on any of these, but the short squeeze can happen, and crazier things have happened before. We saw, what was that one recently? Tupperware broke $1 and then went to 5. So CGC broke $1. Does that go to 5? Maybe. Let's see.
Someone mentioned DOCU in the chat. Nice double bottom there. I agree with you. That is a nice double bottom. Made a higher low, just above the prior low at 45.71. So yeah, if you're looking to get long DocuSign, then you can enter here, stops below that low. You got about 15 cents of risk. You can look for a push up into 46, or perhaps this recent local high, 46.40s. But you're going to need to cooperate with the market, right? Like if the NASDAQ is coming down, then a name like DocuSign isn't really going to push higher, and if it does break this low, that could be a short opportunity because now you got the break of this double bottom floor, and failed bullish moves are bearish and failed bearish moves are bullish. So if this decides to fail here, you can perhaps flip your bias and go short here, and it's really starting to come down now. And I am out of Amazon right now because we just broke that 144 level, and it's just trying to hold on to it right now. I don't really want to take any chances because the way the aggressive nature of this market recently, if Amazon breaks 144, it can come down, 25 cents. I don't want to make a good win turn into a loss, and that was already just a runner. I took some profits near the highs, so if we're going to get stopped out, just above break even, I'm fine with that. But I do like how it's starting to reclaim and hold 144 now. The longer that we can kind of just hover around here and not flush, that's more of a positive sign for Amazon. If someone's long, then you can just give it a little bit of leeway. Give it maybe 50 cents to 143.50 to allow it that chance to hold 144, and then you can rip higher from there if the market decides to cooperate. But I'm out of that position for now.
Yeah, makes sense. That DocuSign smoked on earnings, absolutely smoked. So I think I'll have to take a look, but I thought that the day after earnings I was trying to get long off of like $50.
Yeah.
Now we're trading another 10% lower. So let me check. Yeah. Oh, wow. We gave up 50 really quite aggressively the last couple days. Interesting. Yeah, DocuSign, good earnings, I believe. And then the down move there. CGC, just taking a look back there, looking real solid. So I got my fake profit taker here at $1.24. And we'll see if we can crack that 125. I mean, looks like a fade spot off of 125. You got those pre-market lows, that clean kind of $0.25 level, which on these $1-ish names, the $0.25 is typically pretty important. So there we go, filled there for some of my thousands and thousands of shares on this one. We'll see if this one wants to go higher. I mean, realistically, if you're long, I think 125 is a nice target. I think this 140 is a nice kind of ultimate target, and then if you crack through there, that's all just kind of icing on the cake. I think if you get from $1-ish to $1.40, 30% move, that's probably enough to have a good trade on something like this. Is that wow? Amazon just bought that dip up super aggressively and going for the high again. Carvana also going for that 51. So I got the order in to take the breakout on Carvana. That 51 kind of clean top level. Would want it to get through 51.20 very, very quickly, and then into 52 pretty quick as well. So we'll see what happens on this one. But nice V-shaped recovery, and you got to imagine anyone short on the day is getting pretty scared on Carvana right now. I mean, if your stop isn't above 51 or 51.20, like where is it? I don't really. There's a pretty clean stop out spot right there at that 51 break. Maybe you give it to 51.15. If Carvana's breaking pre-market highs during this kind of run up that we're having right now, I think you want to be out of the way if you're short. But there are people who succeed quite well shorting crazy names like this. So maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what happens on that one. New high on Amazon. Wow.
Yeah, so I re-entered. I like the way it
Nice.
held the 144.
Let's go.
And I got long just in anticipation of breaking that high of day, which it just did. It wicked 3 cents above that 144.36 level, and it's kind of stalling out now. When I see it break high of day, I kind of want to get a bit of a bigger initial push. I don't like how it just moved 3 cents and then kind of came back in. But the NASDAQ is trying to take out high of day as well. So I think if the NASDAQ can get some more confirmation higher, then we can definitely get a push higher for Amazon. And my risk on Amazon is just going to be where this trend line is at roughly, what do we have here, 143.80s. So I'm going to give it to that higher low there. This is a higher low from this level. If it breaks below here, then you have a break of structure on the 1 minute, and it'll kind of reverse that fast trend that we've had on Amazon. But I like the way it's building so far, so I'm going to give it some room and let it ride. I think I was a little bit too aggressive taking it off once it broke that 144 initially. Maybe if I'm going to say I want it break even, I leave it at my actual break even price, which was in the 143.80s. Which it never got down to. It didn't hit 143.85. So I'm going to give it a little bit more room this time and see if we can trend, because the NASDAQ is taking out high a day. So let's give it some breathing room and see. But because I got out, it doesn't mean that because I exited my position, I have to stay out. If the stock is acting strong and it's acting well, and you like the way you think it has potential to move higher with the NASDAQ taking out high a day, then you can always re-enter. So that's what I did, and we're going to see if we can ride this thing higher for now.
Makes sense there. Somebody in the chat said "simple moving atom" as a.
I saw that. I kind of like
as
that.
a nickname. That's not bad.
It's a little long.
Although you don't
but-
really want to be called simple.
Yeah.
But maybe exponential moving atom. Do you use the EMAs or the SMAs? Which?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
I mean, yeah. I think exponential. I don't know which one sounds nicer. I'm not too
I think
sure.
exponential moving atom sounds kind of better.
Because it's better than simple. It's like I'm not just boring.
Yeah. I mean, you're exponential. You're taking off.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. Some fast.
Exactly.
Faster.
Exactly. The exponential gains there. Someone was asking about AXLA. I tried this one today, looking pretty bad. I mean, it's given up that 125 area, 130, I guess. So, yeah. Oh, big dog in the back saying AXLA ain't over. When is it over? Below $1, Brankles? Yeah, I mean, we were up quite a bit. Now we're not up at all, really. Up 7% on a $1 name. I was long twice on the 50 break. I was long here, lost way too much. And once again, when it rebroke 50, I was long again and held it all the way back down into the 50 breakdown. I mean, I thought this one could really go. Wow, okay. I don't even think I looked at the daily chart today. I was not prepared today, Adam. I don't know what I was doing. We came from 12 cents, 10 cents to $1.60 in like 5 days. That's, what a move, what a move,
nice
okay.
I want to know how the guy that said he was putting everything in yesterday, he was maxing out his buying power yesterday to buy AXLA. If you're listening, I want to know how it's going right now.
Yeah, how is that going? If you're in the chat, hit
Did
us
you
up.
sell the top?
I
mean,
they probably doubled down on the dip today. Oh, there's Carvana. So I'm long Carvana now. How's that going? Not great, not great. I got to let that one kind of breathe a little bit. If Carvana takes down like 50, 80, you got to punch out of that since this is a breakout. But, this one tends to need a little bit of breathing room. So we'll see if that can get back over that 15-13 high. Yeah, gonna have to set the stop. I guess 50.65 makes sense as a stop, so we can do that. 50.
Whoever said DocuSign, DocuSign's pushing 46. We just broke 46 off that double bottom, so I hope you took it. It's looking good. I think that it can get a move into this 46.40 area, and then you may want to be taking some profits there. But as long as it's holding back above 46, then I think you should be good. If it comes back below it, maybe take some off. Move a stop to break even. But right now, it does look good off that double bottom. And yeah, it's looking strong. These beaten down names, I wouldn't be in them for too long because, they are in a daily downtrend. The higher time frame pressure is downward. There's a lot of selling pressure. So, if that's your thing, then take profits, be nimble, keep your risk tight. And yeah, I like the way this is acting right now.
New IPO today, SPPL. Looks like it's halted a couple times. $8.4 million equity offering, according to this Trade Ideas News. Simple with 2 P's is the name. Singapore-based prop tech Simple files for $9 million US IPO. Interesting. SPPL. Yeah, I mean, 1 million shares of volume is not as bad as some of them that we've seen. I think, every level is a new level, right? So this high currently, 570, there's a little bit of size on that. Maybe you could take the breakout there. Maybe I will take the breakout there just for fun of this 570. So let's see if that can come in and make a new high here. $8.4 million IPO, though, is super, super, super sketchy. So, you could lose everything on this. This could go to $1 very quickly. So, got to be careful on these IPOs and size accordingly. Let's see if this can go. I'm long at the high here, 570. This has to get through it right now in order to go. I think a better strategy would be taking like a 6 break on this. Those even dollar kind of new levels make a lot of sense. On an IPO, but we got that big one tomorrow. ARM, should be massive. All right, I punched out of that. That's not breaking the highs, but I think now that we have a double top there, you could take that $5 high or 571 high. And try to get that into $6. Maybe add on $6. So we'll see if that works. But this is not something that people are super excited about. Obviously, ARM is like 67 billion, I think, tomorrow, or no, 57 billion, I think it's supposed to be tomorrow. That one's going to be exciting. That should open. Around this time tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, sometimes it takes a really long time for them to open when there's a lot of interest, but We'll see when that opens, probably sometime between 11 and 1 tomorrow, and should be exciting. Where is oh yeah, CGC still looking very, very solid here. It is holding up at that 125 level. Did a little dip down and then right back into it. I feel like this has some juice to it. This CGC could really go. So looking for that 126 to break, random kind of price that was holding in the pre-market. You break through that, I think we pretty quickly see like $1.30, $1.35 as I get stopped out of that Carvana long below 50.65. So stopped out there. 51 not looking like it wants to break. So that 51 short makes sense. It didn't get through that pre-market high. So 51.15 still intact. Maybe that's where you're taking Carvana for the long. Now that you got to assume that some people have kind of position long in here. You got to have your stop above 51.15 at this point if you're short on this name, especially given that we've just done like a 50-cent drop off of that price. I mean, I think it'd be crazy to hold this through that high, but we'll see what happens. Maybe this does a full retracement back down to VWAP or lower. I could see the case for the short on the 51 fail. Usually I would be taking something like that, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see on this one. Nice V-shaped recovery on Carvana. Amazon didn't continue to go really. No. What else?
We got someone asking why did Adam get in long 144.23. So my initial long was above 144.80s because Amazon had stopped at 143.80s. Amazon had stopped at 143.65 two times in the prior days, so I decided to get long above that level. Once it broke this 144 area, I got out and I was stopped. I wanted to take a little bit of a win. I didn't want to lose any money on what was previously a winning trade. And then once it came back up and was holding 144, I decided that it was relatively strong to the market, so I got back long again, and I just gave it a little bit of risk to this higher low here. If it breaks this higher low, I'm going to get out of the position. It's not, it wasn't a very defined level. It was more of an over/under on 144, and I liked the buying momentum that came in, so I decided to get long. That was the reasoning for that. And while we're talking about that, we also have NVIDIA pushing the high of day here, or trying to. It stopped exactly at where it did yesterday, and then it broke above it, and it's just fading a little bit now. So if we can get some more buying momentum in NVIDIA too, we could see a bit of a broader market rally for a lot of these names. But it's not looking too hot for my Amazon long right now, to be honest. So hopefully we can get a bit of a reversal on that.
People in the chat talking about a firm just broke VWAP. Kind of compressing, kind of an inside day today. As we were talking a bit about inside days yesterday, we have this nice uptrend on it, and yesterday's range 2280 into 24-ish. Now our range today 2420 down to 2330. So just kind of shorting the highs, longing the lows makes sense on a day like today. On a firm, if we take out this low, that would look pretty nasty for. I would say you could probably short that for a move down, given, wow, that's like 10 green days in a row on this name. So, first red day setting up right now. We're kind of, teetering around flat. I think we take out the low, actually. That's a good look on a firm. Taking out the low today might set up a pretty good short on this one to try to get back down into like that 22.50, 22 kind of range. And maybe, retrace to some moving averages on the daily chart, given how strong we've been since what I can only imagine was earnings day on August 28th. I'll pull that up to make sure that I am correct on that.
Yeah.
August 24th was earnings day. So, oh yeah, there it is, August 25th. All right. Yeah, so earnings day, really nice earnings, I guess. I was not around, but blasting off from that 14 level all the way into 24. Even if we get like a 30% retracement on that, that's like $3. So could be a decent short on a firm on that first red day setup. I would want it taking out this low of 23.30 though. So let's keep an eye on that. I'll throw it up because some of these charts are from yesterday, so I don't really need. I don't think I need Apple anymore. Apple pretty boring on the day. Not really any edge there. So throwing up a firm. I guess we can talk about Apple, given that I just spoke of it, but really, I don't know. There's not a whole lot that I love today on Apple. I was thinking maybe over under that 178 level from yesterday afternoon, but it didn't even get there. And I don't know. I just didn't think there was much edge on this trade today. If you tried to take that like low of day break, that didn't work. This 75 hold, where was the first 75 hold? This one right here went like 65 cents right away. I think Sean was in this one actually, but he was in like 25s. If you were like bidding 10s, you could have gotten a 50-cent move like in 5 seconds. And then the second time we get back above 75, that one gives you, 85 cents. So 75 being pretty key on Apple today. I guess there was 2 decent scalps on it, but I don't know. I didn't really see anything for the for like that real hold move today, other than potentially, that 178. Either breaking to the upside or breaking to the downside. So nothing for me, and I don't see anything anymore. I mean, seems like nobody really cares all that much about that iPhone release. We got exactly what we were expecting out of it. We sell off a little bit, and just finding a base around that 174 to 175. And we were here what was it, last week? We were here at 173.5. We support above that, so I think until we take out this 173.5 like volume bottom that we had the other day, I don't really see many trades setting up on Apple.
We're getting a bit of a double bottom on Amazon right now. It's trying to hold that 143.90 level. So hopefully we can hold that and bounce back up. And the same thing for the NASDAQ too. It's trying to put in a higher low here. So hopefully for the sake of my trade, we can hold that level and get a bit of a bounce and move back to the highs. But like you were talking about on a firm, I mean, the name's up over 50% since earnings, right? So you can expect, and it hasn't had really a red day. So you can expect a bit, it's only down 0.38%. Like that's pretty much nothing on very light volume. So, maybe a little bit of profit taking, it's expected and probably welcomed at this point, because you can't just have a name continue to go up linearly for weeks on end. So an inside day on light volume, if you're long a firm, I wouldn't say there's anything to worry about whatsoever. And let it come back, retrace those daily moving averages, and then if it can bounce off of those, you can see the trend resume higher. But there's nothing wrong with that. On the intraday basis, that was a nice short call. But yeah, it's perfectly fine on a longer term basis. I'm actually looking at this TKO, the UFC times WWE. It's putting in a nice bear flag right now on the 5-minute chart. So if we can break down from that, that can be something that's pretty interesting to me. The $101 name, 10-cent spread, so not too bad. We're going to see if some volume comes in to the downside. That could be interesting for me to take. And we're getting a bit of a bounce on Amazon here, so that's looking good for me, corresponding with the NASDAQ bouncing. So let's see if we can approach the higher days, and maybe we'll take some off towards the higher day. But we're looking good right now.
Yeah, that Amazon looking ultra strong today. I would say, there's one thing that's kind of holding up some of these names, which would be that 15.6, which did just reject again. So, we've seen that a couple times, this 15.6 proving to be a very, very key level, at least this week on NASDAQ. We reject it very cleanly, and it gives you whatever that is, 20 handles back to the downside. So we'll see what happens on that. I think we take out this consolidation low at 15.665. Maybe we got to go down and retest like VWAP kind of area, 15.520. 50 periods there too on the 5-minute chart, which is kind of less important, but that would be like 250. Yeah, that's not important. But yeah, we'll see if we can hold up here on NASDAQ. Nice kind of shelf potentially forming above 15.565. I would say we got to hold that though, given that we did just kind of reject off of that key level. And I did say that I wanted to find something to short if we rejected 15,600. I didn't short anything. Tesla looking like it's giving you kind of a retracement. It didn't get up to the high though. Tesla, a little bit weak considering this market move. Obviously we went up a little bit this morning, but yeah, not being able to continue despite the market just going straight up. Yeah, maybe would have liked that 273 rejection kind of double top there. We'll see if Tesla can get down through VWAP again. Nothing there for me though. Trying to find something that's going. Oracle at high of day. Okay. So Oracle's at that 111.80 price. I liked 112. There's no real size on 111.80, so I don't think I would take the breakout of that. I expect a decent amount of chop around that. Maybe some kind of pullback long if we break 112 makes more sense. I just think, breakouts on a stock that's, it's up on the day, but down over 10% since that earnings report. Got to be cautious and kind of structure the longs on the dips. I think that 110 hold right here makes a lot of sense for a long, but I was not paying attention to it in that area, sadly. We'll see if we can break 112 on this one, but Oracle looking super strong. Affirm still kind of trying to trend down, so I'm watching low of day on that. And the CGC long that I have, $1.28, still trending up, still not doing a ton of volume, so looking pretty good. I think if the volume comes in, this could really, really start to go, and I wonder where that spot is. Thinking it's probably $1.40 here, taking out this initial kind of opening range high. The open today was $1.29, so we're kind of right there right now. I think we take out $1.30. This could look pretty solid. So hanging on to that one. We'll see where that one goes. Still have 60% of that trade on. Carvana really breaking down. Well, yeah, that's a breakdown. That's a breakdown on Carvana. We'll see if Carvana can hold $50 again. I got the order in to go long through that high. One last kind of shot at it, so we'll see if it can get through there, but not looking great at the moment. AMC is up again. It was yesterday's high, 114. So AMC took out yesterday's high. Still light volume on AMC. They did reverse split, so the float is smaller than it used to be, but still a decent sized float, 150, 160 million. So you need a bit more volume than 10 million shares to really get going on this one, but we'll see if AMC can keep going through that $1.20. Yesterday's high was 115. Sorry, 8.15, not 115. 8.14 was yesterday's high. We took that out by like 3 cents, but yeah, we'll see if this can keep going. I kind of actually like this on the longer time frame. We put in this big down move, and now kind of basing out at that $7 area, putting in higher low, now taking out yesterday's high. So I think $9 makes sense as a breakout. I feel like I was talking about this one yesterday. That $9 level could be something interesting on AMC. Obviously, a long way to go before we get to that, but if we can hold up this afternoon, trend up, maybe tomorrow morning, we're seeing a $9 break, which could be kind of exciting.
Nice. So I just got stopped out of Amazon here, and someone mentioned it might be time to short. Honestly, if I was fast enough, when I get stopped out of some positions, you can kind of flip and see the short side of that move, and that'd be working out really nice for you. You have this double bottom breakdown, kind of like I was talking about DocuSign. If it reverses the other way, you can get a fast move. That's exactly what we're seeing. But that's exactly why you honor your stops, because I'd be out of the money another 15 cents if I didn't honor that stop. So we're out of that position for now. It's fine. I have no problem. We take a small paper cut on that. And I was just looking at AMC. AMC just broke out of this nice little consolidation here. It's looking to test and push above yesterday's highs, and it's holding in pretty well right now. So as long as it can hold, above $8, then you could be looking pretty strong. And this was actually very nice. You see how it has that $8 confluence with this range. As soon as it breaks that $8 level, you can get long, and you can risk, 3 cents. And it ended up making a move all the way up until 8.17. So you can have a very nice R to R on a trade like that. I didn't take it, unfortunately. And it's just trying to come back and test that $8 level now. So I'm just going to watch it right now, see how it reacts to this $8 level. If it can hold above here, then we could expect possibly another push to the upside on AMC.
ACD, somebody was saying in the chat, If Aurora is going, no, not really. That's not. I mean, that's a nice kind of bottom on Aurora, but yeah, didn't end up actually going. $1 is the key spot on this one. I was going to take the $1 break if it happened again today. I think, you know, we take out that 115 high from yesterday. Aurora looking real good on the daily chart. Has not gone as far as CGC has, obviously. So I feel like there's room for this squeeze to continue. I mean, ideally, for like a daily chart setup, you know, the high today is at 98 cents. If we can hold in this area today, kind of hold up around 90 cents, and then we're breaking back through $1 tomorrow, I would really, really love that setup and would definitely be taking that. Lots of people love to short back through $1, expecting kind of bankruptcy and reverse splits and you know, more and more downside. So if we stop all those people out above $1 and then anybody who's above that $1.15 up there, I would love to be long off the open tomorrow on ACB. The other weed name, CGC, going up still slowly. Oh, a little bit of quadunk action there. Maybe not quite that bad, but you know, turning around off that $1.29 opening price. We take out that opening price. I think we get up to $1.40 pretty quick. But we'll see. Stop currently is $1.13, so break even stop. I think that's the way to play this one. Maybe you could put the stop below $1.20, but then you got view up right there at 119. So I'm gonna leave it where it is and try to hold this one kind of all day for that retracement move. Down 7%. Can we get back up to flat? What was yesterday's close? $1.34. So we're kind of right there. So I think we can get back to positive on CGC and see some of the levels from yesterday. I'm still waiting on that Oracle to break high of day. So now we have a double top there on Oracle. That kind of sets up the breakout a little bit better. So I think, yeah, maybe try that one. 111.80. I'll have to look back to yesterday. I don't think that's the price from yesterday particularly. It was 110.80. Yeah, 111.80 is kind of random. 112 was a good price, and then that 112.70. So, you know, there's nothing really there that I'm looking at, but I think just, you know, technically intraday, given that this name has probably been shorted over the last couple of days, feels like maybe the selling is done and the down move can kind of start to retrace back to the mean. Also, given how strong the market is looking, if we can crack 15.6 while this is breaking high of day, that would be pretty solid, I think, for an Oracle trade. So I will program that one in. Apple, wow, catching that. Apple's catching a big bounce, actually. Yeah, that 175 proving itself again. So 175 on Apple, very, very key. Higher lows for the past hour or so. Now going for that 176. 176 looking a bit like a breakout, potentially to see higher levels from today. That's interesting, actually, the way that is setting up. Apple looks good for the long at the moment. Kind of missed the key price, though. That 175, definitely the key price on the day. What else are people trading? Amazon getting ready to go? I don't know. That's a decent-sized move today on Amazon, but I think that we could see 145 today for sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean it's hanging in there. It's just a light volume pullback right now. I was trading a little bit more shorter term, so I got stopped out, but it's pulling back right now. As long as we can hold, I'd say around this level, considering this was the prior highs, and it's just flushing right now. But if we can hold around this level, then we can definitely see some more upside. But this isn't the NASDAQ cratering right now is not helping whatsoever for any of these names. We have AMD tanking. Abdullah asked for the thoughts on AMD. My thoughts are AMD is tanking right now. Those are my thoughts because the NASDAQ is tanking. When the NASDAQ is tanking, everything is going to tank with it. Right now, the strongest thing on my screen is AMC holding above $8, but that doesn't mean much considering it's been absolutely killed over the last few months. So yeah, everything pulling back right now. The NASDAQ with a hard pull right now. I'm not sure why, but that was fast.
I mean, it's a random time. I don't think we have a number or anything, but you know, that 15.6 rejection once again, and it tries to get back up there. Can't do it. You see this kind of wick candle on the 5-minute above that 15,587 kind of double top that we had, and just rejecting. So some stops getting hit, I imagine, on the long side on some of these names is probably sending the market down a little bit. See if we get support around VWAP. Maybe, I should really just trade futures. I called that pretty nicely, that 15.6, and then this 15.565, just scalp 20 handles on futures. What does the NASDAQ contract give you? I think it's like $25 per tick on the NQ contract. So, take one of those. You're doing pretty well.
Until you actually trade them, and it doesn't go like that.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you start really trading, that ain't going to work anymore. But, yeah.
Someone said if AMC is the strongest stock you see, the world is ending. I would have to agree with you. That's not a good sign. But, I mean, it is holding that $8 level. We're seeing some names catch a bit of a bid right now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about AMC. They're talking about if that's not a long-term investment. I don't know. I'm not here to give long-term investment advice. I personally wouldn't go for it. I mean, how many times they're just going to keep splitting and splitting and splitting? And you're just going to keep. It seems like if past precedent is going to repeat, then you're just going to keep splitting and just have your value reduced every time they do that. So I don't know about that for a long-term investment. Definitely as a short-term trading vehicle, it's an amazing trading option. But yeah, I'm not sure about a long-term investment. But it is holding above this $8 level right now. I'm just going to keep an eye on that and see. The longer we hold above here, the more likely it is that if the NASDAQ resumes back to the upside, we can get a bit of a push higher. So keep an eye on that. Yeah, everything just trying to catch a bounce right now. Just keep an eye on that.
Oracle high of day.
Netflix? Oh, wow. So this just lost.
Oh, wow.
This just
Netflix
lost $13 in, what is that? 4 minutes?
What's the
5
news
minutes?
on Netflix?
Wow. Let's take a look here on this chart. That is an ugly bar.
CFO on Netflix. That is a nasty move.
Did he
down.
say they're going bankrupt? What happened?
I mean, I think we'd be halted down if he said they were going bankrupt, but. All right. Neil's going to throw it all in the chat for you guys, but some nasty comments coming from the CFO. Yeah? No, I don't have it. All right, we're going to throw to Neil's screen there. Netflix CFO says, all right, you guys can see all that. Some nasty comments coming there. I'm looking at the daily chart, looking like, I don't know, 412 might be a spot where we find some support. There's support there previously, some resistance there previously. So Netflix looking nasty. I think you want to see a bigger down move before you try one of those retracement longs on it. I mean, this is nasty on this, kind of intraday right now. We go down $10, but I would want to see like $20 before I was taking any kind of retracement long on that stock. But not great for sure. 420 looking like a good breakdown right now. So if you do want to take like that kind of retracement move right now, 420 fail breaking would make some sense. I just think that's a little bit sketchy given the low liquidity on Netflix. I think 420 breakdown makes more sense than the retracement. We'll see. If it gets down to 412, I'll take a shot at the long there. But definitely eyes on Netflix. Volume increasing as this down move continues. So no green candles on the 1 minute. Oh, one green candle on the 1 minute chart. We'll see if we take down this 421, 420 again, and continue down. I'd be looking for like a 412 back up to 420 kind of liquidity kind of vacuum trade on that one. Trade Idea is asking me to update. I will do that shortly when we got the, what is it called, lunch money? When Neil's on lunch money, I'll be updating that Trade Ideas account. Oracle took out 111.80. I got long off of that at like 88s, which is a nasty fill, but whatever. We'll see if this can take out 112, keep going. Stop would be on this 111.30-ish or 111.50-ish. I think good spot to throw that. Continuing the uptrend for now, but not as explosive as I thought it might be off of that 111.80 breakout. It does go like 14 cents, but this is a $111 name. You would expect it to go quite a bit further on that. We'll see how this one turns out, but stop below 111.50. Don't want to be hanging on to this name, which had bad earnings yesterday, if it does want to kind of reject the highs. So we'll see. 111.80 printing right now. Still looking good. Lots of buying coming in. So I think we can get a decent trade on this through that 112 price, and 112.70 from yesterday will be kind of the decision point, I think, on this trade. Still watching Netflix too. That's looking like it's kind of holding up where it is. Set the stop on this one. All right, Netflix. Yeah, I mean, it just held 420. 420 key, kind of even dollar level. 420 for whatever reason is always a key level in the market. We'll see. Maybe 425 wants to break out and hold here, and we're seeing back up into 432, 433. We see all the time on these big tech names that this news comes out intraday, and then they do most of the move all the way back up, stop everybody out, and then decide where to go. We saw that on Meta a bunch of times. We've seen that on AMD before. So yeah, let's see what happens with this Netflix. Now that we've done some consolidation here, though, I think that 420 level can be pretty key. So either way that you want to play that, if you're trying to play that as a bounce or as a fail breakdown, or if you want to play the breakdown itself, I think 420 has kind of proven itself now. So I think now you can structure trades off of it. So we'll see what happens there. I think I would prefer kind of the bounce move now that we've done one already. Let's see what happens here. You have anything on watch? Anything on the table?
AMC was just pushing highs, and it looked really good. And I'm kind of kicking myself over here because it offered great entries just above $8. Yeah, I mean, look at how clean these pullbacks were on light volume, spike up, light volume, higher low here, and then it absolutely ripped. You could have literally risked like 2-3 cents, and now you're getting a move up into the 820s. So I'm not too happy about with myself for not taking those trades, but I mean, that's something that I struggle with myself. If I see something, kind of just trust yourself and take the trade, because if you've put in the hours and you see the same thing repeating itself, just take the trade. You can take smaller size and see how it works out, and that'll build you conviction for the next time. But AMC's pushing highs here and looks really good. And I said that it was one of the strongest names when it was trading around 804 while the market was pulling in. And as soon as the market catches a bid and reverses back to the high side right now, AMC's ripping and taking out the high of the day. So maybe we'll keep watching that and see if we can put another higher low and try and catch it long out of a flag on the 1 minute. But AMC's looking very strong. And someone asked about thoughts on Disney. I don't really have any thoughts on Disney. It's kind of just range bound today. Hasn't really picked a direction for the day. You have it up and down. Kind of have a bit of a double top here. Over here around 84. So I mean, you take out 84, you could see some more upside potentially. But as long as it's under 84, I'm not too sure if you can get any real volatility or direction. Maybe you want to fade it off of 84 if it gets there again, and you have that confluence with the general indices going down. That could be a good trade. But then you look longer term, and Disney just doesn't really have, it doesn't have a ton going for it. It's had a nice 4-day run here, a bit of buying coming in, but just constantly making these lower highs and lower lows after it blew up on earnings, down 8%. I'm not too sure. Isn't Disney trading at like huge low? Okay, so it's trading. It caught a bid right near these 2020 lows, so that's a logical area for it to bounce. I wasn't even aware of that. I thought it was a lot lower than that. But look at how many times it tested this level. So you got, what is that? 2014, 2020, and now pretty much 2023. Yeah, there's clearly some buyers there. If it breaks that level, then it might be, you might want to look out below. But for now, it's looking strong. It's been catching a bid these last 4 days. So yeah, I'm not too sure. If you're a longer term player, maybe you want to buy it and you can risk below that $80 level, below that $79 level. But I'm not too sure. On a medium term basis, it's just putting in lower highs and lower lows. And on an intraday basis, it's kind of just range bound. But if we can take out that 84 level, then maybe you can get a nice pop into the close.
Yeah, good look there. That $80 level, pretty key. But we're ready to send it over to Neil for lunch money. Take it away, Neil.
Welcome to Lunch Money, and it feels like we're gonna have, it's like deja vu. Every time I come on, I prep a couple of names out there for you for some potential trades, looking for something that's moving at lunchtime that gives you a new opportunity that maybe wasn't there in the morning that was already covered, or something you can look forward to in the afternoon. Yet every single day, right about the time we're gonna come on, some kind of big cap tech name just absolutely flushes. We've seen it a little bit with Apple. We saw it to a huge extent with Meta a few sessions ago. And today it happens to be Netflix. So the CFO coming out with concerns with regards to revenue. And it is what it is. I'll tell you this. I was just talking to Fabian when this happened and we noticed this come to the downside. The simple fact that you're getting this type of reaction when the market is kind of trending to the upside and bullish. We were an uptrend on the NASDAQ, and you're an uptrend and pretty much everything was going to the upside. You had a nice rebound trade on many names at 8:30 off the CPI number. Even Netflix, which was weak early on in the session, had gotten right back and was kind of double, triple topping at those highs. Everything was marching higher. You break some support, and there's no bid. There was no bid on Netflix anywhere. There wasn't a bid at the previous low. When you got down into 430 here, when you look at the 3-minute chart, come to my chart for a second, guys. When you got down to 430, there was no bid there. It just flushed right through. When you got to 425, there was no bid. You flushed right through. It was the same thing happening to Meta on the way down. This has me at least a little bit concerned in an overall sense of what's going on in this market, because these are the types of stocks that you expect there to be better liquidity on. Like you're looking at the Mag 7 and the big cap tech names. When Meta fell, like where was the liquidity? It wasn't there. So the algos are running away from these things on the way to the downside. Now that's kind of a, maybe just give me an overall skittish look of the market that we could be getting top heavy when there's less of a bid liquidity on some of these big names. But let's get into some ideas here. Now obviously Netflix is continuing to break lower. You always start with the higher time frame, as I believe you should. So if you look at the daily chart in here, a couple of things. We've obviously broken down the 50-period moving average. 400 is a monster level on Netflix. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. If you flip over to the weekly chart, it looks just as grim in terms of a trend potential trade. You essentially have wicked the 450 high consolidation, and they're threatening to break down on the weekly underneath $400. If I zoom that even further out, you can see like that. It was a very rapid and nasty move into the downside, and you're making this bit of a plateau. Now, this could be a great consolidation off the 400 level. It's entirely possible that you could be doing that kind of consolidation, but for now, that is a pretty decent rejection that we are seeing on that weekly. All this being the case, I think if things get completely out of hand, you're looking for support at the 400 level. If it can hold on to 420, you just wicked the 420. Here we go. You just wicked the 420 bottom. If that is a double bottom, I expect a relief rally can get back into 430. If it was just that big of a lack of liquidity, what you want usually at a bottom is almost the biggest volume candle at that low, recovering the 420 level, then you look for recovery into 430. So that's one idea, the 420 with a local bottom, that's about $1 worth of risk. Try to get it to 25 and then 30. The other way to play this is if it does come back into the upside, the places I would at least look to short it, 430 is obvious. I think that goes without saying. If somehow this gets back to where it dropped, I can't see any way that you're not looking for a short off of that high. I don't think it's likely that we get back down there. But remember, Meta made one heck of a rebound and then was a great short. You weren't getting $10 again on Meta when it did this, but you were getting a couple of bucks out of it. So Netflix is on the radar. Watch out. I mean, obviously you guys were just talking about Disney. It's unavoidable that if we're talking about Netflix and their concerns there, I get a little bit wary of Disney at a triple top right now. So if Netflix does not, you're going to tell me Netflix is concerned about their revenue per user. Disney's been getting punished in a general sense. If Netflix doesn't hold on to this bid and you break 420 and we see lower lows and you trend to the downside, Disney's not a short off a triple top. So if I see Netflix continue to flush to the downside, we don't get a relief rally, Disney off the 84 level, which is now a triple top, looks like a short to me. What was potentially a lunch money breakout play on Disney is turning into, okay, well, if Netflix rebounds, you can still do that. But I don't know if I would like that play if Netflix continues to the downside. So I think Disney is providing you with an ample opportunity to simply react to what happens next, right? Like, I'm not saying be sitting in a short because it has to come down, but hey, you've got a resistance level and you've got one of its compatriots or competitor tanking to the downside. If there's a nice recovery, we get back through 425 in Netflix, heading toward 430, I think you've got a triple top breakout on a stock which has been gearing up to go because it's been getting absolutely beaten up with Disney. So I think you can't avoid these. It was like Meta the other day. You had to focus, at least to a certain extent, on massive opportunities where you can move off those levels. Going back to what I thought was going to be the leading story here, which was going to be some of the chip names, right? And if you think about what's going on tomorrow with the ARM IPO, maybe should have sniffed out a little bit that the chip names could have a relief rally going into it. I think we'll be excited to trade ARM tomorrow, whether I like it for an investment. I've said that a few times. I think it's going to come out overvalued, but that doesn't mean you can't trade it. NVIDIA's been a beast today. AMD's been pretty good, but NVIDIA's been an absolute beast. It is still up 1.7%. Just one correction here. There's a bit of an issue with trade ideas and kind of flashing earnings whether or not. Like if NVIDIA did not report today, you guys all know that if you're following the markets. But I want to show you the daily chart as NVIDIA is consolidating off this 50-period moving average. So it failed it yesterday and looked like it could be a breakdown trade through 443. It's managed to resist that after the CPI number, hold the lows. So there's the CPI number. Hold that 443 on the 3-minute. Let's bring that one out for you guys. Hold the 443. Hold the higher low at the open. Like, look at how great technically this is. There's your bars in the 3-minute holding 445. Then you hold that at the open. You break out the local high, pre-market 449. You then hold that dip buy. You break out 455. And then it just held 455 in that Netflix nonsense. So you're getting everything you want out of a technical kind of trend to the upside on NVIDIA here. So what that tells me is kind of respect to moving averages, whether you're looking at the 50 and 200 here or just the 455 level for trend up. I would take a little bit of a cue from Netflix. You don't want that breaking lows. You don't want Apple breaking lows if you're going to join this trend into the upside on NVIDIA. But that is looking pretty darn solid for a nice little relief rally. I don't necessarily want to be fighting these chip names. If the market's going to roll over, there's a lot of weak names out there that I think are giving you a pretty decent chance. AMD is basically the same thing, just whichever one you prefer to trade in this situation. Sometimes you get more explosive moves out of NVIDIA, but if you look at it technically, you're getting the same bottom hold of that local low at 105, hold that 105 at the open, break out the pre-market high, hold that level, break out again here just as we're kind of going off there at 11, and then hold that 107. So, the 107 level looks pretty good on AMD. The difference being AMD has resistance at the 50 period. So if AMD gets to 110, I think you can short that one. I'm not saying it gets to 110, but if it gets to 110, I'd be shorting AMD at the 110 level. You always want to be prepared, right? I learned that one in Boy Scouts. One of the few things I learned in Boy Scouts. I also learned how to eat a lot of apples and play a game called Forest Wars, which the troopers were not happy with that game for us for obvious reasons. But it was fun. So the chip names are good. We have not talked about this name in a hot minute, but I want to throw it out there because a few people in the chat were mentioning Palantir. Well, maybe they were screaming about Palantir and some of the volatility that it had. It might not provide us with an opportunity today. I want to get that one out of the way. I think everything else we've talked about, Netflix, Disney, they're going to be there. You're going to get moves on NVIDIA and AMD as well. But Palantir This is coiling up to make a monster move. And if you look at what's happening at the 50 period on the daily, I'll bring this one out for you. Like, look at it just wick, hold, reject it. Pull that back a bit more. You're talking about a 16, 20-ish area. Now, this top here is about 16. I think it's like 35 or something. But look at that 16, call it 16 quarter. You're just rejecting while grinding a little bit higher. So you're getting slightly higher lows into a major moving average, and essentially the same double top is now forming on Palantir. So a lot of times you're looking for a clean breakout of that level. If it ends up holding trend to the upside, which is kind of breaking on that Netflix thing, some things are recovering after that Netflix flush. Palantir might not be one of them. But if it can hold on to 15.6, that's what we did before. We just dipped 15.6 on that Netflix news, and it's now kind of bouncing, or at least attempting to bounce off it a third time. So if it can hold this level, I think that's kind of easy. Like 15.6 holds throughout lunch, or for the next like 15, 20 minutes, hold this consolidation, take the break back out of 15.70. You're looking for the long into today's high. If it breaks the high, I think you have a chance to get to that 16.20. That's another one if the market trends up. Obviously, you have an easy out here. I wouldn't jump into it now. You need things to calm back down at least a little bit. And also worth mentioning when it comes to Palantir, this is a name with a 9% short float. So it does play into that factor where I always like this stock if it can buck trends and be relatively strong to the market. So it's on the radar today, to be sure. Other big tech names, I don't want to completely ignore any big tech, but I think it's kind of impossible not to ignore what's going on with, like, say, Amazon and Google. Here, Google, I should say, this is 830, 135, call it 70. Look at it hold the line here. Now, the only thing that put any kind of a hiccup in this making higher lows into 135.70 was that Netflix news, where it essentially bounced off of 135 even. Wow, that was like 135 even. And sometimes you go long at 01, it just works. But right back into those highs. This is forming a wedge. You can play this any way you want. Like, you can scalp short in front of that high. You can look for a breakout of that top. If things resolve higher here, I mean, this is definitely coiling up. I don't know how big of a move you can expect when Google has overhead resistance at 37, but there's over $1 out there for you if it can take out that high on Alphabet. So it does deserve watching. You can't call it lunch money and look at a level that important and ignore it. I'm going to give you a caveat here with NIO. Well, two caveats. One, like I said, there's an issue with some of on trade IDs here with some of the earnings. So it did not report today, much like NVIDIA did not report today. But NIO has been the weakest of the three Chinese EV names, and there was the news out of Europe that they are looking into potential, I guess, curbing of the competition that is funded by or subsidized by a state government, right? So that's what they're looking to do. There's nothing official announced yet, but I think you have to take this seriously because they don't play around with this. With Europe, they can get pretty protectionist with something like that, and that would not bode well. NIO is looking for a flat bottom break. I'd tell you about the Li Auto one, but for whatever reason, Li Auto was at its high of the day last I looked, whereas NIO has been trending back down into that 10 level. So it's on watch for the 10 break still. I got to set it back up. If we were trading at the highs, I wouldn't bring this one up to you, but you are trending down into that $10 level. And just to give you an idea, like, why not look at Li Auto? I know Li Auto's got a setup as well. Like, look at this on the daily, that 38, but Li Auto's at the high of the day. So you can clearly see relative strength and relative weakness when you see it. Li Auto, for whatever reason, strong, not what I was expecting, but NIO is certainly weak. Look for that $10 breakdown. Might be an afternoon thing, might be a tomorrow thing. If it happens after 3 o'clock, just understand that the Chinese ADRs go to sleep, usually after 3, so you want that to happen a little bit earlier if it does. And I'm gonna go full circle on this because, just to reiterate, like, if for anybody that's just tuning in right now, or maybe you missed it, if you've been following the markets, it's completely impossible for you to have missed it. Netflix is now breaking that bottom again. So if this cannot hold, which it doesn't right now look like it's going to be holding, I think that kind of circles me back into Disney. It is already starting to roll over. When I get back to my desk, I'm currently in a couple of short positions. I have the Affirm short, so I didn't want to give that one to you for lunch money because that was a morning trade, short off the 24 level, and I am playing the scalp trade on that Google trade as well. But I do like this Disney as Netflix is taking out those bottoms. So once again, Do not fall asleep at lunchtime. Every single day we're getting a monster move out of some kind of big cap tech name, so you want to make sure that you're glued to the screen. I think that changes the litmus here. Netflix very much in play if it continues to trend down. Disney in play as well on a sympathy push to the downside. Chip names relatively strong ahead of ARM as well. And you know what? I wanted to give you guys a bonus name. I'm going to do it for you. I'll give you guys one bonus name, and this is I got to do a small cap. What am I doing? I'm not getting out of here without a small cap. So I'm going to talk about this MYNZ for a quick second here. This one just sort of blew up on one of my trade ideas scanners. It's not a big short float. To get that out of the way, but the float's only 11 million. And what gets interesting to me is if you look at it just sort of holding this steady trend back into the upside, it's one of those sleeping dogs that, you know, if you hold on to 410, 412 here, and it just does nothing, lulls everybody to sleep, if it is able to get back above the 420 level, you could almost just have like a 4 to 410 stop. Now you want to see some buying come into it, and then if it gets back to the high, you'd be in the money 5% before it even broke the high of the day. So it's pulling back now. I wasn't going to talk about it because it was pulling back, but I'm going to give it to you anyways. I like things that are starting a breakout. So it's just starting its breakout on the daily chart. You can see in here. That's why I'm kind of pulling it up. Like it has been up the last couple of days, but you are getting a nice little sort of break of the local high here in today. So if it can hold on to, you know, the little bit of a dip that happened at the open and continue that trend, then I do like a name like this to possibly take out the high. I would just much rather be long at and around the 420 if it hangs on at lunch into 440 as opposed to relying on the break of the high of the day. I mean, just look at AXLA or whatever the heck that one is. It was kind of a dirty trade if you're only taking breakout highs, but if you were taking dip buys, much cleaner to be able to get in and limit your risk. So a lot of ideas out there for you for lunch money. Don't take your eye off Netflix for even a quick second. It just seems like there's no bid when the market has bad news on big tech during lunchtime. That's lunch money.
Neil, if you're giving them bonus tickers every day, you're going to have to give more bonus tickers because that's going to be the standard. I feel like, you know, you give them one bonus every day. Yeah, Netflix no bid though. I am, my eyes are on it. I did try that 420 hold when it made a double bottom there at 419. Looks like it wants to keep going down. So 412 next stop is what I was looking at. If we do pull up the daily, 412 right here, bottom twice or 3 times on the daily chart there. Kind of liquidity grab below 412, 410, and then blast back up. So wondering if that 412 will be supported once again. I think you could take a scalp off of that. You know, the trade that I was in, you could have taken a scalp up to like 422. So it gave you about like almost $2 if that's all you're looking for is like retracement scalps on this. But volume still very, very low. It is Netflix. It's a very illiquid name. So taking the scalps on something like this can be, I don't know, a little bit sketchy for sure. So I would be looking more for like the real move. I want to see this accelerate, get into 412 very quickly, and then take the long back through it. Oracle I got stopped out of earlier, so once that took out that 111.50, I got stopped out of that one. And still in CGC. So CGC looking to take out that $1.30 level that we were looking at before. Currently, the opening price of $1.29 is providing some serious resistance. So I think we get through $1.30, we're probably seeing $1.40. If I wasn't already in the position, then I would be probably taking a $1.30 breakout. And if you're just joining us, I am on the sim, so this is a fake position. But you know, I'm managing it as if it were real. So trying to, you know, you don't want to go on the sim and just do stupid stuff because that's providing no value to you. Did you get into or out of anything while we were chilling?
I didn't. I was watching. Well, Neil just gave you guys Google, and Google is ripping right now. Just broke 136. That was a very nice consolidation here, and it hasn't looked back since. So, I mean, you got to listen when he talks because that was a very clean move. I didn't get into anything, but I did see someone in the chat mention the relationship between Netflix and Fubo. And when you look at Netflix and its dump, you can see kind of that inverse correlation a little bit. Netflix dumped, and Fubo had a spike of about 5 cents. So, you know, if you're quick to think of things like that, then that's definitely a way to take a trade, because the opportunity was there for sure. I didn't get into anything. I liked this Google right now, how it's hanging around 136. But you know, when the market's quiet and there's not a lot of volume going around, I don't like to do a whole lot. I like to just monitor, see what I can take into power hour from 3 to 4. But I am liking how Google is holding this 136. It's kind of reminding me how Amazon was holding that level prior, and it's just breaking a little bit now. But if it can break a few cents and then hover around there, you know, more or less stay above that level. Once the NASDAQ decides to push a bit harder, it can have a nice rally. So I didn't take anything, but I am keeping an eye on Google right now. How about you?
Yeah, Netflix, I was waiting for that 412 price to come in. 415.30 is the low right now. So people probably taking that $5 to $5 kind of trade. 415 or 420 into 415 is what they're looking for. You don't get the 415. What happens? You stop out. So we'll see if we can get back through 420 on Netflix. Maybe now that we've done this kind of down move, liquidity grab, $5 move below, now the 420 level could provide something. But I think, I'm waiting for lower. I would want to see 415 to fail break and take that back up, or get down to the 412 that I liked. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think, bidding in front of 415 could have made sense, but by bidding, you are opening yourself up to, more risk. You could flush another $2 off of that 415 breakdown that, you weren't expecting to see. So not something that I do. I like to wait for some kind of confirmation on the bounce before I take it. AMC that we were talking about before got to 820.22. And then nothing really. So AMC just pulling back. I'm wondering if that $8 kind of hold makes sense on AMC. Prior high on the day was that $8 level. We had some consolidation around here. It holds it once. Do we hold it twice and then make a new high? I mean, AMC has the ability to go, and I do like the base that we are forming here on the 30-minute chart. The last few days we've based out around that 7. Now we're basing out around 750. So we'll see if we can kind of blast off that 890 would be the breakout price for me on this one. The high since this massive down move from $14. You got to imagine that some people would be stopping out above the $9 price. Other than that, Tesla's holding 270 again, so kind of same trade the last 2 days on Tesla. Little bit of an inside day today relative to yesterday's action, but yesterday we had this 269 or 268.30 kind of level that held. That's right around where we held off the open today, 268.50. You can take that 269 back through, and then 270 and 272 add. It's basically the exact same trade as yesterday. Goes all the way up almost to that 276 where it was yesterday, and then we retrace the whole thing. So Tesla looking okay. I think we take out that 275 later on in the day. This could trend higher. I think you could see 280 today if the market cooperates. Speaking of which, we have 15.6 above us, and if we take out 15.6 on the NASDAQ, I think there's definitely some room here. It was rejected yesterday in the afternoon, or around lunchtime, around this time, we rejected that 15.6 yesterday. So we take out those highs again today. I think, I think we're seeing higher. I think we're seeing, yesterday's kind of highs of that 15.660. So eyes on NASDAQ. Where's our friend Apple at? That's something that should provide something for us. So 176 did end up breaking, kind of failing though. But yeah, Apple trending up for sure. I think maybe, I don't see anything for myself on Apple. But if we're holding VWAP, I think that we see kind of 177 area today later on. I think, this NASDAQ looking like it wants to go right now. So let's see what happens on that one. Oracle as well, soaks up that whole dip. So where's Oracle? Oracle looking like it wants to potentially break 112. I've got the order in to take the 112 break now. This will be like a breakout or bailout kind of scenario. This prints like 80s at all. Any 8 that this prints, get out of that. on the 112 breakout and looking for that same move that we put in yesterday, 112 to 112.70. And if we get through that 70 price, I'm thinking like 114, 115. Amazon screaming for the highs right now. Wow.
So a lot of names moving higher. Google's moving higher. Amazon moving higher. I just got long Microsoft. I liked it over this little range here. So we have kind of stops once, twice, breaks it, kind of fades away. I liked it back over this high here. And we're just going to try and ride this out and see if the NASDAQ can push a bit higher. But yeah, so far so good. It stopped here once, 335.58. It was stalling around the 60s level. And as soon as it kind of took that out, I decided to get long. I like when we have that confirmation in a lot of the big tech names. We have Google kind of trying to hold above 136 right now. So if you're in Google, that looks pretty good. So a lot of confluence in these names. And I'm just going to try my luck, see if we can get a late day push towards the 3 o'clock hour. See if we can ride this thing out for the rest of the day.
Makes sense, makes sense. People saying Palantir signs partnership with something. Did PLTR make a move off of that? Let's give it a look. Come on, load. No volume spike, nothing like that. So wondering if that's fresh or if you're just talking about something that happened earlier on today, but nothing to see here on Palantir, just consolidation. Looking like a kind of shelf breakdown here at 1562 if we take that price out, or, you know, maybe the continuation through the high. But Palantir not super strong given, you know, the market move that we've had since, I don't know, 10:30 a.m. Palantir kind of, you know, a little muted. So I don't know if there's anything there on Palantir particularly. I would be looking for, you know, a move on something like a Netflix at the lows or an Amazon at the highs, about to make a new high again on Amazon. So I would place my money on NASDAQ. Come on, man. I'd place my money on Amazon hitting 145 today. Looking like we're about to hit that quite shortly. So a little bit of size on the $0.50. Nothing to really scoff at there. Or wait, scoff at is... No, I said that wrong. Nothing to see there on that one, on that $0.50 size. That doesn't really matter. I don't think you know, you need to see thousands of lots on Amazon to really be concerned with them. So we'll see if we can crack that, get to 145. Maybe 145 is a decent fade spot. Like, how much does Amazon really have in it today? We're already up 2.5. Market's only up 0.5%. You know, maybe 145 kind of fail break gives you a short back down. But you know,
I think
we've taken out earnings highs, which you discussed that yesterday, that you love that taking out earnings highs kind of setup, or the earnings consolidation. You want to be involved when we break out of that, and
right.
Looking like a pretty solid evidence on your strategy there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wish it was a bit cleaner, right? Because it broke and then it kind of came back in because you had that Netflix news. But I mean, it's doing what it should be doing on a longer term basis. So if you're trying to look for an earnings high or low play, you have to revert back to the daily, right? So if you're going to get long, you kind of want to see it get long and then close above that level, which it's going to do now. On the intraday basis, it kind of came back in, which is unfortunate if you're trying to trade it for, you know, scalps or whatnot. But if you're going to be trading it for a swing trade, maybe you give it to the low of the day, give it some time to prove itself to you, especially with the way that it's been acting recently with the relative strength the past few days and last week and whatnot. I mean, you've seen all these other names. When Apple gets hit and looks like this is pretty much, it looks like almost the inverse of Amazon, right? So it just goes to show you how strong Amazon has been. So if you get a close above this level, you know, I don't think it's unrealistic to think that you could be heading higher for, you know, the rest of the week, or at least in the short term. But you want to give it some leeway, and I think right now it's doing everything right. And let's check up on Microsoft, because I did get long, and Microsoft is trying to push 336 here. So let's go, man. That's a nice trade. We're about 30 cents in the money almost. Are we? Yes. So that's pretty solid. We'll take that. I'm going to hold on to it. Let's see if we can get a 336 break. See if we can get to yesterday's highs of 336.79, and then who knows where we go from there. But we're going to have to need the market to cooperate as the NASDAQ's trying to push high of day. So let's see what we can do here. So far, so good. You have Google stretching off of that 136 when I mentioned it was holding that. trading towards 136.20s right now. So everything seems to be pushing. We're going back to our friend AMC, still holding above that $8 level. But the thing is now, the NASDAQ is ripping higher and AMC can't really catch a bid. It's kind of just chilling, which I don't really like to see. And the thing is, when you have this level, this $8 level that's been tested once, twice, like how many times is it going to be tested before it kind of breaks, right? So at a certain point, the buyers are going to dry up. I'd want to see it kind of bounce right now if it's going to make that move, because when it has this relative weakness right now, as opposed to the relative strength we saw earlier in the day, when the NASDAQ gets pulled, this thing, you know, is probably going to go down. So we'll see if it can hold this $8 level, but you know, it's as the market's kind of reversing off the highs right now. It's just a lot of whipsaw action, really. I don't know. You can't. I feel like you have to sell into these ranges, you know, these highs and lows, because it's not rewarding you to take the breakouts recently.
And it's the middle of the day, right? So there's not as much volume. You're not as likely to see those you know, breakout moves in the middle of the day. So better to find those pullbacks or, you know, taking the range highs and lows as kind of a more of a mean reversion kind of play. I'm watching Netflix right now. Yeah, trying to take this kind of failed breakdown right here on that 416 price. So we consolidate for a while, kind of make a base, try to push lower. We can't. So I'm thinking maybe you get that reversion on Netflix right now back into that 420 price. We'll see what happens here. I think, I mean, it was a decent short right here off of that kind of retracement to 420. So you figure that people may have positioned short below this price, and now if we take that out, could be a decent little trade there. But you know, taking out 416 again would be a reason to stop out of this trade, as you know, you don't want to be going long bad news and hanging on to it. You got to have tight risk on those. So we'll give this like $1 risk. And looking like that wants to fail right now, actually. So we'll see if this gives up 416. Yeah, not a lot of selling there. We wait. Let's see if we sell any more below the 416 level, then get out. But looks like there's no real selling below 416 right now. Obviously, liquidity at a premium on this stock every day. Particularly on this day where there's some news. So we take out that low, I'll bail out of this. Maybe we take that 412 level. Netflix not showing much of a bid yet, but you know, not selling off below 415 quite yet. So we'll see if this plays out or not. Looking like not. So out of that one, new low for Netflix. I think that was a new low, 415.20. So. Yeah, still going down on this one. 412 next stop, and then 410 after that would be a spot to try the retracement. But you want to sell like very quickly into it so that you can get more of an explosive move back to the upside. So we'll see if that happens. Currently 415 still holding a little bit of size there. Again, you know, not a lot of size. That's only 100 lots on this name. Oh my God, CGC. CGC took out that, where is it? CGC. Took out that 130 finally. So now we're going for high of day. 137, the high of this move. Looking for that 140 to break on CGC. Is there any size there? Not really. I don't really see any size anywhere on this one. So maybe 150 there will be size. I think that this is looking really, really solid as a candidate for a bigger move today. I think, you know, we've done quite a bit of volume actually. 76 million shares on this today. So people are making decisions on it. People, you got to figure, have been shorting the last 2 days on this kind of first red day setup on this move. So all of these shorts still kind of feeling okay about this one, I would say. You got to take out $1.50 before, you know, a lot of people are getting nervous about this, I would say. But looking like a very, very solid trade here, holding $1 once again on CGC. Now like 25 cents in the money on this one. Feeling very, very good. Still have 60% left. So maybe this is time to punch out of a little bit more on CGC. Oh, I'm frozen there, so I'm going to have to log out and log back in on this one. All right. What what else is going on? How's your Microsoft doing over
So
there?
I got stopped out pretty much near the lows, and now it's coming back higher. It just goes to show that whipsaw action. I mean, I wanted it to get above that 336, and we'd have a real level to play off where I would be in the money. But I got stopped out, and it's heading higher. But I mean, I don't know. Like we were saying earlier, you have to sell into these highs and lows right now because you're not getting rewarded taking the momentum trades to the upside. And you see these big candles, up, down, up, down. Is it going to put in a higher low right here? That would be a positive sign. But then again, if the NASDAQ starts cratering, then this trade is going to, it's going to flush pretty quickly. So I'm not too sure what I'm looking for right now. It's maybe I'll take the rejection off of the highs again here because that's what's been paying. But right now I'm no longer interested in taking a momentum trade to the high side because if I am, I have to take the profits really quickly, and that's not really my strong suit. I like to wait for longer moves, and those just aren't paying right now. So I got stopped out. We'll keep an eye on it. AMC is holding $8 right now still. We'll just, maybe if it comes back into 801, we'll take a small position, see if we can risk, a couple cents and get maybe a 10-cent pop. You'd have a nice risk to reward there. But we had this clear level at 809 that's been rejected 4 times now, albeit on a small time frame, on the 1-minute time frame. But if we're looking for a small move, a scalping move, then there's nothing wrong with taking an 809 break and looking for 3 cents. But by buying the $8, we're buying that support, which has been the play, I guess, on the intraday today. So we'll see if we can get down to 801. We'll take a small position, risk a few cents, and try and get a little bit of a pop, and see if we can make some money that way.
Good ideas there for sure. This CGC kind of, still hanging out, pulling back a little bit off that 137. I got another 10% out there at $1.35. Looking for way higher, so still have half left, 20 cents in the money on this one. Looking good, looking good. Somebody in the chat asking if we get to $5. Not today, I would say, but who knows? Maybe we get there. Maybe we halt up or something like that. Hopefully lots of you are long on this one as well. Tesla consolidating, interestingly, at that 271.5 kind of price that I had pegged this morning for the short. Like triple top there, right at VWAP, 271.5. That was the spot where we kind of broke out from earlier today and then broke down from. So wondering if you take that out again. Where's the NASDAQ at right now? Kind of pulling back off that 15.6 once again. So that 15.6 giving people trades every day, it seems like. The breakout on Monday, the fade yesterday, now the fade again today. I think we could take this out and break out and trend up on the day, but we'll have to see with that. I think Tesla would be a good candidate at that 271.50 to break out if the market is breaking out of that 15.6 price. Netflix also just consolidating at 415 right now, so it's really slowed down. Now's the time where you can try to execute trades on a move down like this. There hasn't been a substantial pop yet, so I would want to see one more down move for that pop to come in. It's looking pretty bearish that we haven't even seen like a $5 pop really. I guess you got one off of 420 there, so I don't know. That was on the initial move. Usually you would get like at least a 50-period retracement, something like that on one of these down moves. We haven't seen it yet, so looking very bearish on Netflix right now. I would say we see a little bit more downside, a little bit more size on that 415 as well. So that's more size than we saw there initially, I believe. I think there was like less than 100 lots initially. Now we have a little bit over 100 lots for that second kind of test of it. So maybe this is the low right here. It's possible that 415 holds right now. And then now we get that move into that 420, 425. I would rather see a bit more of a down move though. I like the fact that it's consolidating at the lows, but I want to kind of be taking a more explosive kind of, blow, what would you call it? I guess wick bottom. You got blow off top and a wick bottom. I feel like you could say wick top though. You need a term for the bottom. What's the term for the bottom? Wick bottom's
wick
kind of
bottom?
Yeah, but you can say wick top. You can't say blow off bottom. You can say blow off top. There's got to be
Like bottom extension.
bottom extension.
No,
I don't know.
Wick bottom. I just say wick bottom.
I mean, everybody says wick bottom, but you know, we need a better term for the bottom as well, I think. And there it is. There's a little bit of a bounce. I don't know. I don't think that's enough to take off of.
It could be a hammer, but I mean, hammer has to close at the highs, right? So
Yeah.
what if it's just a long wick and then it kind of closes in the middle, but you have long wicks
Still
on both
have the wick
sides?
bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Bottom
Well,
tall.
someone will say something in the chat. We can coin a new phrase right
off.
now. Bottom tail? Blow
Blow
off
off
bottom
bottom?
doesn't make sense, though, I don't think. Because the top blows, I don't know.
It's like you're blowing the roof off of things, like higher. Not really blowing like the floor out. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't even know if one of that.
Not sure if Brazilian bottom
Yeah,
is
I
the
don't
right.
know. I don't know about that one. Anyway, I feel like a Brazilian bottom might be a little smoother than a wick bottom.
Someone said thoughts on MEGL. Is that, I'm assuming
MEGL?
it's this
That's
Magic,
the HKD company, I believe.
is it this Magic Empire Global Limited? That's it? I don't know, not a lot going on. 560K shares traded today for $1 stock, pretty much. I mean, there's not a lot of interest clearly right now. It's kind of just chilling. It's in a longer term downtrend. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on this? I mean, you have this huge gap that is kind of just filling right now. I don't really have any thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know. On MEGL. I stay away from those HKD kind of things. I have taken like one trade on HKD before, I believe, but yeah, there's nothing here. 360K of volume, doing nothing, up 1% on the day. I don't know what. I mean, I guess at one point it was up 50% today. If that wick is real at 9:15 a.m. Yeah, I see nothing on MEGL. Sitting around $1, kind of expecting it to break $1 at some point. Although last time it hit $1, it went absolutely nuts. So maybe this is the move that you're looking for. For it to crack $1 and then blast back through. We always talk about these stocks that go through $1 and then go right back above, and a bunch of people get stopped out. I mean, this is one of the best examples of that I've ever seen. $1 to $6 in 2 days. Maybe that's what you're looking for. So wait for it to break $1. See the prints back above $1 on volume, and maybe you're getting a hextuple up on that one. Yeah, but for today, definitely nothing for me on that. Tesla did break that level, but the market's still kind of hanging out, so I haven't taken the long on Tesla, but nice little move here through that 270, 150. Let's see if this can trend. It's back above VWAP now. 270, 150, I'm going to have to throw a line on my Tesla charts because clearly a nice level there on Tesla. We hold this right now at the market doing. Yeah, I might take a baby long on Tesla right now, actually, above this 261.5. So let's see if we can hold here. Just a starter kind of position. Want to see this get through 272 very quickly, and then see 273. Like, this is more of a trend kind of hold move. You know, we make the higher low here at 268 even. Now we got this higher low at 270. So Tesla holding 270 for now, holding 270.5 for now. Looking for that 272 break, and then see if we can trend for the rest of the day. Market's at the high, so this looks like it could be a decent trade here. I think adding through even 272 makes sense, and then maybe through 273.50 as well. But we got to get there first. So let's see where this Tesla goes. Currently, like, what is that? 10 cents in the money. No big deal. CGC still hanging out, holding up, looking good. Amazon holding 144 now. That looks pretty solid for maybe a continued move up. Need that NASDAQ obviously to hold, 15,550, let's call it, and then kind of rebound right back through that 15.6. So good uptrend. Not saying uh-oh. Dollar Club. Apple short. Take a look at that. Sean's somehow short Apple at 176.20, which is like the exact high of this move. I wonder if he just threw a big reserve up there until people stopped selling into him. Now like $1 in the money, crushing that one through VWAP. So Apple looking weak off 176 again. I figured Apple could continue that move up and hit 177. Clearly not the case today. 175 you got to watch out for. Obviously that being that very key level that has presented itself for the past couple of days. So I'll be watching around 175. Nice short there from Sean on AAPL. Tesla testing 272 as well. So there we go. We're above it. Adding to that one, above 272. Looking for Tesla to continue. All right, volume starting to pop off here a little bit. Let's see if we can get through 273 on Tesla. 272.50, the high of this move now. Looking for this to continue. Lots of buying coming through. There's a bit of a bid there on 35s. Do they get filled? If not, are they punching higher through 50s? Let's see. Come on, Tesla, get through that price. And Oracle also going, so market looking like it wants to bounce a little bit right now. Still not at that 15.6 level yet, but I do have the order to go long Oracle through 112 as well. So looking for another long here as this market is looking pretty strong. We do like pretty much no down move off that 15.6 this time. So just retraces about 30 handles off of that, and now we're going straight back for that 15.6 price. Looking strong on this market right now. People asking about the Netflix trade. Let's take a look at Netflix. Yeah, that's a good bounce. So, I said I liked the look of that bottom, but didn't want to take that one. Pretty smooth bottom down here. Not much of a wick. So not the trade that I was looking for, but yeah, it does hold that 415. Doesn't actually go back through it a second time. So if you were just looking to take the 415 hold or fail breakdown, then you could still be in this trade with a 414.99 stop and not out of it. Gives about a $3 bounce. So yeah, Netflix looking a little better. I think the 420 is what you want to look for. I wouldn't call any strength until Netflix is through that 420 price, I would say. So eyes still on this one, but I mean, volume's kind of teetering off. I don't really see much on it. What are you looking at, WeWork?
Well, I just pulled up WeWork. Someone in the chat mentioned that it has a flag, and I agree with them. This is a very nice flag here on the 1 and 5 minute. It just looks like it's struggling a bit with $6, and it just broke that, and it gave you a nice quick pop there. When I was going to school at Ryerson here in Toronto, I'd always walk past the WeWork. They have a big sign on Bay Street, and I didn't even know that was like still in operation because of all the bad connotations and stories around that. But I guess it is, because I see the sign every day still on Bay Street. So, I mean, yeah, this is a nice flag. It's trying to break out of it right now. Maybe even a cup and handle on a longer time frame. I don't know. It's a little bit. It's not exactly the cleanest formation, but you got a bit of a cup here going sideways with that flag. If it can clear out this 630 high, you could get a nice extension move into those prior highs, 670, and then who knows from there. Obviously in a longer term downtrend, but it still has some room. Has about $1.50 until you get to this moving average, which I believe that's not good. Which I believe is the 21-day moving average. No, I think it's the 50-day. So you still have about $1.50 until you get to the daily 50-day moving average, which on a $6 stock obviously is nothing small. You get about a 25% move there. So I like that flag on the intraday, and you could get a longer term move if the market decides to cooperate. But I do like that.
AMC also threw the highs. I don't know if you were watching. I know you were watching that one earlier, but new high 835 on AMC. So
wow,
looking super strong there.
I hope some of you guys caught that. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. I had it on my chart for like an hour, didn't take a single trade off of that, and it looked like it did give you an opportunity to get long again near $8.
Yeah.
And then, once again, literally tested that low 801. You could have had a few cents risk there, and now it busted through the high of day and it's trading in the 830s. That doesn't make me feel too good, to be honest, for missing a trade like that. But let's see if it can get supported here at 825, that prior high of day. It looks like it's kind of just flagging out around there right now. See, now it's already extended for me. I don't want to take it here now. I really messed this up. Yeah, I don't feel. I shouldn't have reminded me about this, because now I don't feel too hot.
Little bit of FOMO coming in on that one.
Yeah.
I think if you want $8, it's you can't really be punching 830s right now. But that's a nice retracement move. I think that we just talked about this $8 potentially holding, and I just kind of, I don't know. AMC doesn't really excite me that much, but
I mean,
you get 5 cents risk, and it gives you 30 cents basically. That's like 6 to 1. That's pretty good.
That's pretty solid.
Pretty good.
I like those whole numbers that it already proved itself that it held once. You risk like 2 cents. I mean, you can give it 5 cents, but if you want to be extra tight with it, you risk 2 cents. You can size up a bit more. I didn't do that at all. And that's a problem that I struggle with too. Like, if that's a focus of mine, I had it on my screen for an hour. Why am I taking it off my screen when it's trading at 806 and my level is 801? Like, I have to kind of be glued to that and watch that, especially with the NASDAQ turning back up, because there's a good chance that AMC is going to reverse higher as well. So that's on me for not keeping an eye on it and not watching it intently, because that offered a really great move with a nice risk to reward there.
Yeah, nice trade there. A lot of people talking in the chat about AMC. So I imagine, some people must be long on that one. Congrats to you guys if you are long. Tesla, I'm still watching. It's consolidating above that 271.5 price. So haven't added to it, haven't taken anything out. Wanting to see this get through that 273.50 as the market's kind of just consolidating at the high right now. I think we're setting up pretty nicely for a high of day break. Something like what we saw on Monday here, break through that 15.6 area and blast off. I mean, that looks like kind of exactly like the move that I'm looking for right now. So let's see if that happens. Obviously, we have this 15.615 right above that should provide a bit of a problem. But we take out that 15.6, get through that. We're blasting off. I would say we're blasting off. So looking good on that one. Tesla looking pretty solid, up 1.7 from yesterday's close, though, we are still having an inside day on Tesla. If we break out of that inside day, this could be a nice. Oh yeah, we got to 278 yesterday. I thought we got to 276. So there's some room above to keep going. 275, kind of double top here on the 30-minute chart. From Monday and today, we get 275 tops. If we take out 275, I think we can really get going as long as this market does cooperate. I think that would be a good add to this trade as well if we get through that 275, because if we fail that top by more than like 50 cents, I don't think I would want to be in this trade anyway. So I think that's a good spot to kind of add or bail on that one. And Oracle also going for that 112, which I have the order in to get long. Oracle above 112, double top currently on CGC as well as I just go through. But Oracle 112 breakout price. I'm going to take this one. We'll see if we can get a move up to 112.70 and then continue to that 113 kind of 50 area that I was talking about yesterday. Other than that, what else is going on? What do we got? Netflix, nada, but it is still putting in a bottom, and Netflix just put in a higher low. Oh, here we go on Oracle. All right, 112 broken now. Printing 05s, a little bit of a reserve maybe on 05. Hard to tell when I am on the simulator. It doesn't have the same gateways and everything, but
NASDAQ's ripping, taking out high a day here.
Yeah, there's that 15.6. So
you can see it in all these names as well. You're taking an Oracle trade. I just took Meta long. I like the way it came out of this little consolidation here. I said that I wouldn't be taking breakouts, and then I can't help myself, and I take a breakout just because I see the NASDAQ trying to break through the high day, and it's already fading and putting in that long upper wick, but hopefully get some continuation there, and we can get a nice move here on Meta, at least to these prior highs, 306.40s. That would be nice. Meta isn't the easiest trader for me, and you mentioned how Tesla's putting in an inside day right now. The same thing can go for Meta. Like, you have this Tesla chart here, nice inside day. Once you break out of this top around 278, I think if you get it past that 275, you're going to see 278 again. I think that's pretty reasonable. And then if you break below here, you can get a range expansion to the downside. So based off that Tesla trade, I also looked at Meta, and Meta also putting in an inside day. These look pretty similar. Obviously, Tesla had that big gap on the upgrade from Morgan Stanley, but Meta is just hovering around this $300 level. It doesn't really want to give it up. Every time it gives it up, it kind of gets rebid back above it. So if Tesla can break out of this range that we have here, I think the high here is 309. We have a low of 300. As long as we stay above 300 and we can get back above this 309, then we can definitely see some more upside for Meta, and we can get a range expansion out of that inside day. But right now, we're just in this Meta trade. I'm already out of the money here. Hopefully we can get, and that's because the NASDAQ is reversing. So it takes out high a day and then it comes back down. I mean, I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. I gotta stop taking breakouts. I had the AMC $8 support buy, didn't take that. Instead, I choose to take the breakouts, which aren't working. It's not my day today. I just gotta stop, but I'm gonna stay in this one. I think based off of how my other trades have went, I got stopped out and then we just reversed back higher. So we're slowly grinding higher in the NASDAQ. I'm gonna let this one play out, see if we can get a bit of support, put in a higher low here, and then approach that 306.40 level. But yeah, I'm just gonna let this one play out.
Yeah, NASDAQ's been super choppy today at the highs, and I mean, that does look like a little bit of a false breakout of that 15.6 once again. So another trade off that 15.6 has been provided if that's what you're looking for. I don't know. I kind of feel like, until we're through this like 15.570 or maybe even 15.550, this market's still looking bullish. I mean, we're up 0.6. We're just consolidating at the highs. Yes, we had a bit of a false breakout. It's not even 1 o'clock yet. So, the kind of choppy part of the day, I think we could still see some upside today. So I think, have your stops, obviously, but I'm still feeling bullish on the market until we give like a real kind of down push off of this 15.6 level. So yeah, let's keep watching that. This Oracle trade now in the money, 15 cents approximately. Looking for it to take out that 112.20. I'm looking for 70 cents really on not the first profit taker. First profit taker will be in the 50s, but Oracle really starting to blast off now. All right, here we go. 30s on Oracle. Where can we go? I'm thinking 114, 115 eventually, not necessarily today, but if we got to 114, I would certainly be pretty much all out of this one. So yeah, nice trade on Oracle on that consolidation breakout. The 111.80, not great, but 112, fantastic. Let's see this continue. 111.84 currently the stop for me on this one. And again, waiting for the 50s. So I want to see 3-to-1 on that first profit taker, or that would be like 2.5-to-1 on the first profit taker, and then look for that kind of almost dollar move as some selling does pour in, but bought straight back up. So looking good on Oracle right now. Amazon still kind of holding that 144 area. So holding 52-week highs on Amazon. Nice trade there if anybody's long that one. I know Obi was trading this morning. I'm not sure if he had this great down move. I don't know if he ended up flipping long eventually. I'm going to imagine yes, because he's been looking for this for a minute now. But yeah, I'll have to go talk to him after the show. But yeah, almost new highs here on Amazon, 114.50. I said that wouldn't provide any resistance, that those 100 lots or 150 lots, whatever was up there, and it seems that it has. So, once again today, I'm incorrect, but I don't think that'll hold up for the rest of the day. I think we see that 145 on Amazon. Super chat. Willis Addison, my dated docu ER puts still print. Oh, congrats to you if you had DocuSign earnings puts. Yeah, Docu is down quite significantly off those earnings. I'll pull it up here. I don't know what your strike price is, but anything above 45, pretty nice right now, as we've given up pretty long-term support here on that 46.5 kind of area. How's that meta doing for you?
Yeah, it's just hanging out. I mean, it went against me, and now we're in the money again, but it's just a lot of fluctuation back and forth. I think you just have to give these names some time right now, but it's popping nicely. We're up about, what is that, 10, 15 cents roughly? So that's not what I'm going for on a $300 stock. We're just going to let it play out. It's hanging out. You mentioned Amazon. I really like this consolidation, I guess, that it's putting in right now. Like, this is just building up energy, it seems, to hit that 145 level that you mentioned and possibly the 146 highs from last year. But we do need the market to cooperate. And I don't know. Like I said, I don't really want to buy the breakout here. It hasn't been working. Perhaps we wait for another higher low pullback into this moving average. We can get a fill there, kind of try and ride it higher there. But it looks really good. That Oracle, I really like that Oracle trade, because that looks like, this kind of looks like how Amazon looks right now. You have this wider consolidation where it kind of just goes sideways. You had that false breaker initially, but test once, test it twice, fail break twice, keeps testing it here, gets super tight, breaks out, and now you're up 50 cents, whatever it is. So that's super nice. See if we can get something similar to that on Amazon, because these consolidations look, I mean, it looks pretty similar, right? Like,
Yep.
you have that failed break, and it's no coincidence that those happen at the same time, because the NASDAQ was probably pulling in at this time. So let's see if Amazon can kind of put in a couple candles here and break out if the NASDAQ decides to take out the high of day.
Yeah, that I'm always trying to think in, like, where are people positioned and where are people going to put their stops. And something like Oracle, people are probably going to put their stops, if you have that clean 112 even dollar level above this 111.80 high of day. People are probably just going to say, all right, I'll give it to 112. I don't need to give it to the exact high of day, because I'll probably get wicked out. So yeah, it could have worked off 111.80, but putting the order to get long on like a cleaner kind of even price psychological level, sometimes smarter. And you can always get back in. You don't have to hold the trade forever. So you can try it multiple times and ends up working. I did take a little bit of profit, 10% there. I got another 10% at 55. Looking for that to continue. Stopped out of Tesla as well. Where's Tesla? Stopped out of Tesla as well, below VWAP, so that one didn't want to go, sadly. Tesla, I don't know, maybe 1 or 271 can hold right here and then blast back up. It's basically what happened last time, little liquidity grab below that 271 consolidation, and then, holds and comes back up. Maybe the stop was a little too tight for me, given that 271 was kind of like that hold price and that prior consolidation. So could have probably given it down to there instead of just this VWAP kind of 271.50 stop. But we got Oracle on board, and it is printing right now. 40 cents in the money. So yeah, let's go Oracle. A little bit of a wick top there. Hasn't gotten to the half dollar yet. So that could be the wick top. I mean, I like this kind of wick down into the teens and then blast right back up. So I'm not going to change anything. Just going to leave this one in, leave the stop in. I think if it prints below 112 now, that would be pretty bad. So actually move the stop to 111, kind of 95, maybe 94 would be probably the right spot to put that one in. AMC double top at 835.
WeWork is falling off a cliff right now.
Okay.
Broke out of that flag, and now it's just free falling pretty much. Hope we took some profits out of that flag there, because this is what happens with some of these, I don't want to say, bad stocks, but these low price names, they can get you in, go up 10 cents, and then flush 30 cents, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So you have to make sure you keep your risk tight on a name like that, because it's literally 3 minutes and it dumped 30 cents. So if you're taking that flag breakout, you want to have a tight stop. You want to take profits on the way up, and incrementally move your stop up. If you took some profits, maybe move your stop to break even, so you avoid getting hit on something like this. but definitely a nasty breakdown on WeWork right now. And that's what happens when the NASDAQ pulls a little bit, and these really speculative names get pulled very hard. So you have to keep an eye on the NASDAQ as well when you're trading something like this.
Oh yeah. That, and I mean, it's not a good company, right? So, some selling pours into those, and people are playing them more for the squeeze than they are playing them for the actual for the equity itself, and traders get stopped out. Stocks dump or squeeze if,
like a waterfall
if they're getting
effect.
stopped. Exactly. You hit one stop, then you hit more stops, and then all of the liquidity is gone, and you dump like that. Oracle, I got another profit taker in now to take another 10% at right there, 38. So got 20% out on this one, holding the rest for the continuation. Looking really solid here on Oracle. Haven't talked about CGC in a minute because it hasn't really done anything, so it's holding now that 129, which it was holding before. I, at this point, don't want to see it below VWAP, so I'm going to change my stop to $1.19 on CGC. I'll do that right now. But still, looking pretty strong, looking all right for that breakout. It's still only 1 o'clock, so still lots of time in the day for this one to go and make that kind of trend move up. So, FFIE, Faraday Future. I missed this one today. I believe this is the one that people were cheering in the back for. The 450 break was absolute money on FFIE today, up 33%. I don't know what the news was on this one. Kind of just totally missed it today. Faraday Future to boast. Jason Oppenheim taking delivery of his FF91. What is this company? Do they make electric cars? Yeah, electric vehicle manufacturer. Jason Oppenheim. Why do I know that name?
Oppenheimer? Watched the movie recently?
Maybe, yeah, but I don't know, whatever. All right.
You know him?
What, the movie?
The CEO, is that who it is?
CEO of what?
This company here.
No. Jason Oppenheim will take delivery of his FF.
Is that a celebrity?
I guess it must be a celebrity. Yeah, so I guess they make cars and they actually delivered one, which is kind of impressive given I haven't really heard of this company before. But new high of day, once again, 23% short float on this one. So I probably should have had it on the list this morning, as it did gap up a little bit. Nice 450 break, $5 break, a little bit less clean, but you take it the second time, you're getting 30 cents right now. It is, I don't know if it's actually SSR, that this is usually a little bit messed up on the sim platform, but yeah, nice move out of this one. Some people getting stopped out. Where's it going on the daily? Must have been a reverse split right there off on that $12 day, but these they find a base, these reverse split names sometimes, and you just take that kind of first day to make a really big move, and bang, 470 breakout, 460 breakout into 530. What's the next stop? I don't really see any resistance until you're talking about like $7. So nice trade on that one. Maybe something to keep an eye on as this afternoon develops. Oracle still doesn't want to take out the $0.50, eh?
Seems like nothing really trades in harmony right now. Like, you have the names moving up together, but some are up, some are down. Meta's up I'm up about 30 cents on my Meta spot right now, but Amazon hasn't gone anywhere. The NASDAQ's kind of just consolidating sideways. Let's see what Tesla's doing. What's Tesla doing right now?
Sideways again.
Yeah, just typical afternoon action right now. There's not really an edge in this, which is why I wanted to give Meta a little bit more leeway, see if we can get a nice push into the 306.40s. It's struggling at 306 right now, so hopefully we can get above there and stay above there and get a nice push into the 40s. We'll make a little bit of money on that one. Not a whole lot going on. WeWork is just tanking right now.
Still tanking, eh?
Yeah, this is getting ugly. Hope that flag break taker is out of their position by now. Unless you're in from much lower, then go for it. But this is not a nice sell-off right now, especially since the NASDAQ kind of stabilized and this is still selling off. That's not really a good sign for that. Let's see what AMC is doing just so we can get a idea of the speculation money. Yeah, I mean, it pushed, and now it's kind of just, it didn't get hit too hard. It's kind of trying to find itself. Lost this prior day high, which is not ideal. You know, maybe it's going to come back into this $8. But that was a nice initial push. So this speculative money kind of going away. Let's see if Carvana is doing anything. Carvana just going sideways. Yeah.
That's the selling sunset guy. All right, you are selling sunset?
My sister does.
This guy is taking delivery of his Faraday Future vehicle.
I think that guy has a pretty good life.
Yeah, I think he's doing pretty well. All right.
I've seen clips of that show, and yeah, I think he's doing just fine.
Selling Sunset, the Netflix show. Yeah. Don't pretend that you don't watch it, Neil.
What's it? Faraday Future. Can we see what these cars look like?
Let's see what their cars look like. I mean, there's not a whole lot going on in the market right now. We don't have to be talking about stocks the whole time.
Can I pull this out? I'll just
pull it down.
So this is what a Faraday Future car looks like. So obviously this guy is rich.
That's interesting. I think it's the FF91 that they were talking about, so it's that kind of bulbous looking thing.
This one here.
It's not terrible looking. I kind of like that side.
I mean, they all
kind of cut in on the side there.
Kind of looks very similar to a lot of the SUVs, I guess, that you already see on the road, no? Like,
yeah, that's giving me kind of the Jaguar EV vibe.
I mean, this is like Batman, right?
Yeah, I don't know what that thing
is. That's cool. Maybe you should get this one.
Yeah, he should be looking at
Why
that
are you
one
getting
instead.
this one? Get this one, dude. Or get both. Like I'm sure.
Get both. I'm sure you can buy both with his real estate empire that I imagine he's building up. FFIE not really making a new high though, kind of chilling out around that $5, $5.20 level. Good that they're delivering cars though. We'll see if it is reliable at all. Amazon also kind of pushing that high, so eyes on Amazon for this for the continuation move. I would say maybe Amazon is what wants to pull the market up. I don't really see anything else. Netflix is actually catching that bounce, so that 415 level was the level. Wait for the consolidation, get long at the low, stop out at the bottom. Makes a lot of sense to me. You could be long, mid 415s, and it's trading 418.50 right now. Although, Netflix is a stock that I don't even know if you want to be taking a $3 winner on it. You want to be getting like $6 to $10, I feel, on Netflix to pay for the amount of risk that you're taking on this one. Slippage on Netflix with any kind of share size is like $1 sometimes. So we'll see though. Looking good. I think back through 420 makes a lot of sense on Netflix. I'm not going to take a breakout when we're down 4% on bad news, but if you were long and wanting to add somewhere, I think you take like the break of 420. If that fails, you bail on everything. That's how I'd be executing that one. NASDAQ right at that price right now. So let's see if we can break out. I think Amazon seems to be the deciding factor right now. Where's our friend Apple at? Kind of in the middle. Apple not doing a whole lot, but looks like it's holding VWAP on this other platform. Let's check out the real VWAP on P-Pro right now for where Apple is. Yeah, so holding VWAP really nicely on Apple. So maybe a little bit of like a spring for the next move here. We take out that 15.6. I would suggest that Apple will be above 176. Kind of a nice little failed breakdown here below VWAP. Takes out that price, can't even get to, it can't even go 10 cents really, and then we're right back into range, right back into that consolidation and looking to take out the highs. So yeah, Apple actually looking pretty good through that 175.70 price. Oracle really doing nothing too. Did a bit of a dip, right back in a range, so not really concerned with that. CGC not concerned with. Did you get out of Meta?
Yeah, I just cut my Meta position. I said that I was going to cut it into that 306.40s, so that's exactly what I did. I see the NASDAQ kind of testing that high of day. We've seen how many times it gets rejected.
That's a nice little dollar there.
I mean, yeah, you get a nice move there, nice little pop. Obviously, considering the the chop back and forth, it goes against me. I said I would hold it for a bit longer because I did have the theory that the NASDAQ was just grinding higher, and that's exactly what we got. And knowing this now that I sold, if you guys want to get long Meta, it's probably going to pump, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. But yeah, nice little trade there, sell into the highs. That's what's been paying you today. I didn't feel comfortable holding it, and now it's going up another 20 cents. But yeah, nice little pop on Meta. Let's see if NASDAQ can take out high of day. It's currently doing that. And as a result, everything is stretching here. We have a nice move on Tesla, a nice move on Meta. Let's see what Amazon's doing. Did it take out that nice consolidation? No, it hasn't. It's still just sitting around, which is a little bit weird considering how relatively strong it was pretty much all day. And now that the NASDAQ is pushing, it doesn't really want to do anything. It kind of just wants to go sideways. So I'm not too sure at this point. That's why I wanted to take some money off of Meta. You can see it's putting in that long upper wick right now. So I think I made the right decision. We'll see how it reacts in the next few minutes. But yeah, kind of just a mixed bag. You have some names stretching. You're still in Oracle?
Yeah, so just took out that 112.50 price, looking strong on Oracle. I actually canceled the profit taker. Given how long we consolidated below, I think that you can get a bit of a bigger stretch than the 55s that I had my profit taker at. So canceled that one. We will see if we can get to that 112.69 from yesterday. I don't know if it'll pop up on that chart. I'll bring it up on Trade Ideas here. Should be more clean. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Nice, clean charts. Oh my God.
Oracle pushing high of day. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice trade.
All right, there you go. This, oh no. 112.80s? No, I swear this was 69, whatever. 112.70 into 112.80 kind of area is the idea on this one. And if we crack that, I mean, I'm thinking 113.20 and then, maybe we get to 114 today. Yeah, this is not a bad trade at all. Wishing it wasn't on the simulator. Is what it is, though. Got to, you make those mistakes, you got to pay for them. So
that might be why it worked.
yeah, that's exactly why it worked. That is exactly why it worked. The market didn't see me in it, so they're like, all right, it can go.
But like even now, like when I took profit and I saw it go up, I didn't really feel that bad because look at it now. Like it's just chopping around. You didn't get that sustained move higher because the NASDAQ took out high of day and now it's kind of just consolidating. And I already sold it higher than what it's trading at right now. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you have to live with your buys and your sells. You're never going to be able to pick the absolute top or the bottom. But especially given the market conditions, what has it been rewarding? Well, it's been rewarding selling into strength and selling into the highs of those range. And that was my plan when I took the trade. So I have to honor that and execute. And Meta is kind of just dumping right now. So yeah, I'm gonna be happy with that trade. Maybe we'll see if we can buy it back on a dip here. It's kind of been respecting this moving average, which is starting to curl up, although it depends heavily on the NASDAQ and what that's doing. I know I talk about that a lot, but it really does have a very important effect on all of these names, especially these beta names such as Meta, such as Oracle, such as Tesla, Microsoft. If you're going to be trading those, you kind of have to keep an eye on what the rest of them are doing because they usually trade in harmony, and the NASDAQ's upticks and downticks are going to have a very strong effect on them. So as I mentioned, the moving average, we can see here, it got supported perfectly. Let's see if that can hold for the time being right now. I don't really have an interest to get long here, though. I don't really see a place where you can have a nice tight risk to reward. So I'm just going to avoid that for now.
Yeah, I think you had a great trade on it, and the trade that you had was ended up paying out. You could be hanging on to it still, but you take your profits up there. Market is at the high. It's above that 15.6 that we've been talking about, and Meta kind of, a bit of a false breakout, you could even say right now, given that
over this high,
kind of crashing back into that $0.50 level on 305. So good trade there. Market just wicked into the teens and then right back down. So same kind of action happening, but the lows continue to be higher. So still looking quite bullish, I would say, on NASDAQ for the breakout. I think we get it. I think we get through that 15,615 and into the 60s, 70s. But we will have to see. And I think positioned pretty well. Oh, there we go on Oracle. All right, 65 the high now. So yeah, like 50 cents, 55 cents in the money on Oracle.
That looks the best out of all of them.
Looking solid there. So let's take another 5% off here if we can get a fill on 61s. And then look for those 80s, I guess. I thought I was looking for 70s. Now we're looking for 80s. A little bit of an offer on 66 and 69, but that's not a ton of size. And 61 now printing quite nicely, and 62. So Oracle looking very, very solid right now. We'll see where this one can go. I think 114, 115 by the end of the week, but on the day, I think we can quite easily see 113 based on this action. Nice continuation move, nice kind of rip off the open, consolidation, and then breakout. Yeah, this is, great trade on this one. Pat myself on the back in the simulator here. Back to the other trade that I have, CGC.
It's been a while.
It's been a minute that I've been in this one. And still not going anywhere, still holding $1.25 now though, so now we're back to that $1.29, $1.30 area that was a problem previously. I think it's looking pretty good. Higher lows all the way, trend up. We take out 140, we're going to the moon. This one looks great. I mean, honestly, probably better for me if this stays in this range today, and then we're breaking 140, 150 tomorrow off of the open. So I guess, I'll pray for that one, but I think this looks pretty good for that continuation move today. As long as we're holding above VWAP, I think CGC has got it in it.
Nice. Someone mentioned Nikola. Yeah, it's just stair-stepping higher. So the 10-minute chart, all green bars. Yeah, right off the bottom. It's kind of carving out a bottom right now. I guess it just ripped higher. Let's see. It got rejected at this moving average here. Let's see if it kind of goes sideways a little bit, and you can get a little late day push. Maybe this is like one of those, sharp bottoms and rally, go sideways. Maybe create like a saucer bottom. I'm not sure. Maybe one of these. Or if there's a drawing tool. Is there a drawing tool? No. Anyways, maybe one of these where it puts in, a head and shoulders possibly, and reverses higher. That could be good. But yeah, definitely some buying pressure off the bottom. And on the more intraday, just stair-stepping higher. You want to see this pattern continue if that's what you're doing. So maybe go sideways a bit here and then have the next leg up. And you want to see big volume on these up bars. Like this is perfect. You want to see nice, strong volume come in on these up bars and then deteriorating volume when you go sideways, because that sets the stage for the next strong volume candle up. Perhaps this is it. You got a nice hammer candle here right now off of the moving average. And yeah, look, it's pushing higher. It's exactly what you want to see if you're long Nikola off that bottom. So yeah.
Nikola, eh?
Looks nice.
All right. Been
on
a
an
while
intraday.
since I've been talking about or looking at Nikola. That's interesting. Just looking out for anything else that's making any kind of crazy moves. Roblox people were talking about before. Wow, that's a nasty move today. What happened to Roblox today?
Was there any news? I don't think anyone found any news.
Really?
For Roblox.
So just, earnings continuation.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at Roblox for a second here. Yeah, that's nasty, but a nice bounce, obviously, off that kind of 27 area. Just continuation on the daily. Kind of set up really nicely for that breakdown off of like $28. Was really holding in a tight range. I think we were talking about Roblox yesterday, how like $29.50, $30 could be a decent breakout price, but we take out these lows at 28, and that was a great breakdown trade. That gave you, well, let's see, what could you have taken this morning off of this? I guess it gapped down a little bit. Could have taken that pre-market low at like 27.50 area. That gives you almost $1 off 27.50. That's not a bad trade, but the retracement looking even better. I wonder if 28, given that that was a pre-market level, that was kind of the high. Yeah, there's 931. The high was 28, so I think 28 as a bit of a breakout makes some sense to me on Roblox. That's interesting. Volume actually not so bad, 12 million. I feel like this name can do quite a bit less than that. Yeah, you got these like much lower volume days. I kind of like that breakout off of 28. Similar style to Oracle, which is now flying. All right, Oracle. All right. Gets all the way up to that 79 price. So Oracle flying. Let's take a little bit more out here on 71s. Yeah, I mean, I think 113 incoming here on Oracle. All right, we get that profit taker on 71. High of day 79. Oracle really starting to trend here. I wonder if we get a bit of like a stop out, bigger move on Oracle through that 113 kind of area, and then that's the high of the move, and then you can short it back down into like 112 maybe, but we'll have to see. I think if you get an aggressive move, something like this, you could probably fade that. So if I see a candle like that just kind of shoots up like 50, 60 cents right away, that would be a good reason to bail out of most of this size and then potentially look for a short, maybe back down kind of as a retracement play into like 112. But solid trade there on Oracle, risking like maybe 15 cents. Currently 70 cents in the money. That is solid. Amazon still won't take out that high, even though NASDAQ is just chilling up here at the highs. I guess maybe that's the that's how we're going to get through these highs on NASDAQ, is probably Amazon taking out that 144.50 area.
Yeah.
You know, we still have these teens to get through. So 15,616, kind of the breakout price, I would say, on the NASDAQ. Probably setting up for some nice action on the closing show.
Yeah.
While we kind of sit here waiting for that breakout. The big boys get the big trades.
Hopefully we get a bit of a late day push in a lot of these names. I mean, they're hanging out near the highs, but they can't take them out. And then NASDAQ is kind of just incrementally making these new highs, and Amazon's kind of just going sideways. Like, what is it waiting for? Is it looking for? We've had a lot of these big up bars in the NASDAQ, but then they've gotten sold off. So it's almost like investors kind of anticipate that sell-off coming in the NASDAQ following those pushes higher. So they're not willing to take the risk on the individual names because, as I mentioned, they can get pulled pretty hard when the NASDAQ even has a slight downtick. So perhaps that's the reason why. And I've been watching Meta right now above this 303. It's stopped here a bunch of times here on a shorter term basis above this 30-cent level. And if it got above there, I would try and take it long, but it's obviously going the other way now. I liked how it was making higher lows above this moving average, but now it's going the wrong way as the NASDAQ kind of reverses. So I'm going to take that trade off the table because it no longer has that structure that I'm looking for. If it kind of went sideways here and then eventually lifted off, I'd definitely take that trade, but right now it's just fading away. Maybe this is the undercut and reclaim that me and Max were talking about yesterday, how it kind of traps some sellers, and then we reverse higher and have a lot more power the other way because shorts are forced to cover. I'm not too sure, but right now it's just looking like it wants to do nothing. It wants to give those short pops, and that's really it. So I'm not going to fight the trend. There isn't really a trend. I'm not going to fight anything. I'm just going to observe, see if we can build out, and then maybe if Amazon does take out these highs, I'll be a buyer. But I want to be a buyer late into the day when the volume does come in. You have a little bit more confirmation, and I want to see the NASDAQ be at or taking out highs for me to get involved in any individual names going forward. Because right now it's just been a whole lot of nothing. It's a lot of scalping, a lot of range-bound trading, and that's expected for the middle of the day. But yeah, we want to see some volume come into these names if they're going to be taking out pivots to the upside.
Yeah, makes sense there. New high day again for Oracle, so this one just continues going up. Nice trend, holding the teal. I got the teal shirt on, Oracle holding the teal, so nice action here. Part fill on that high of day. Profit taker. I'm expecting the remaining shares on that one to get taken. Given that this is SSR, it kind of, it sells off and then stops and then bounces pretty aggressively. So see what happens on that one. Obviously, that high that we were talking about was like 112.85, so have to be cognizant of that prior day's high there, or at least afternoon high on this one. But I think we cracked that. We take a look at 113. I don't know that 113 is necessarily a clean add price, but maybe it is. Maybe 113 breakout to add, kind of breakout of that and bail out of the whole position if that fails back into the 80s. Kind of makes some sense there. So I might go back to like the, taking like, what is that? 35% of this position out. So just add that 35% back on the 113 break is making sense to me. I've convinced myself to do it, so let's do it.
You have that 113.30 high of the initial gap down too, so you know that's a level there as well. If it can take that out, then you definitely have some room to stretch to the upside if that level gets taken out. Yeah, maybe you get in front of it. It has a bit more momentum through that level, and then you get lucky and it just kind of rips from there. That could definitely be an option. Let's see what else. What else is going on right now? Tesla holding 272 bullish move. Let's see, it's probably just going sideways. Yeah, undercut it, reclaim it. Just going sideways. There's not a whole lot going on. Let's see what the Tesla daily looks like. Yeah, still just chilling the inside day. I don't know. I feel like it has to take out that 275 level to see a longer, you know, more aggressive move. Right now, it's kind of just going sideways. You take out, I guess you take out this 272.50s level. That'll get you to 273. Take out 273, that'll get you to 275. 275 will then get you to 278, which was yesterday's high. I wouldn't personally try and play it right now. You just kind of get chopped up unless you're going to be buying the bottom of the range, selling the top of the range. That could be good right now, but I don't know.
I mean, that would have been good for the past, 2 hours or so, just playing the range plays on Tesla, kind of bouncing around within like a dollar range. I feel like on that one, that 273.50-ish price is where maybe the edge is at the moment. I think any of these prices maybe, I mean, you got a double top, but no, that's not, I don't think that's anything that you can execute off of, right? Like, you're not going to take a break out of 272.50 right now. Maybe heading into power hour, we're taking out this 273.5. That's how you could maybe get involved with it. Maybe you call it 273.25. I think you're better off though trying to play this trend up and these higher lows and trying to catch a dip as you were talking about on Tesla right now. Market's still kind of hanging out at the highs. I think this looks pretty bullish for the breakout right now. We need that Amazon breakout. I think that's the move right now. 114.45 on Amazon sends us right through these highs. But nice little dip down below 15.6, blast back up. I don't know, looks good, I think, to me. Maybe looking good for a false breakout if you're bearish for whatever reason. But up 0.69. I think NASDAQ gets to that 1% mark today before long. And there's Amazon right now kind of heading up. I don't know. Kind of muted action. I think, the Amazon breakout could actually be quite aggressive given how long we've consolidated in such a tight range too. I mean, it's 40, 50 cents, this range that we've been in. Looking pretty solid for the breakout as we head for it right now. NASDAQ heading up right now for the high. Here we go. Is this it? If you're long Amazon, you are likely, first of all, cheering. Secondly, watching quite intently because this, this could actually decide what happens in the overall market for the remainder of the day, whether we kind of blast off from this or we fail break and slam back down into VWAP, given that this is one of the bigger names and probably the strongest name. If I look through the large caps,
I'd say.
Amazon, AMD is up 3.2, and we haven't even looked at it very much today. AMD, great move that it's put in today. AMD also at the highs, so taking out that high 108.70-ish, the high right now on AMD. So AMD and AMZN ultra strong today.
So
interesting.
I just got long Meta again. I kind of got wicked in here. Yeah. NASDAQ trying to take out the high of the day. It had this nice consolidation, 306.30s. I got wicked in. Hopefully we can get some follow through to the upside, looking at 306.70s here. But we're definitely going to need the NASDAQ to push highs of day here. I just liked how it wicked it so many times. You had 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, 5 time. On the 6th time, it finally got through, but it didn't close above, so I'm not the biggest fan of that. It's getting rejected here again on this 1-minute candle. Hopefully we can get some follow through in the NASDAQ with Amazon, and Meta can push that and go back to those highs. And we're starting to get a bit of that now. Let's see. I'm going to give it some rope here, though. We want to have it. We know the way it's been chopping around all day. We want to give it some time to play out, give it some room to the downside, see if the NASDAQ can continue to grind higher. And we're getting a nice push right now. That is what I'm talking about. We have a high here of 306.74.
Okay, Adam,
We're trading
let's go.
at 306.60s right now. That's a nice 30-cent push right there. And it's going to come right back down and give it all back in typical Meta fashion.
Yes, of course.
But yeah, we're just going to let this one play out, see what else is going on. The same thing with Amazon. It kind of, broke, and now it's giving it back.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to do at this point.
I got long Amazon actually on that breakout of that 144.50. Gonna give it basically like 10 cents. So this consolidation 35s, I'll give it 20 cents. Give it down to 30s. But as we were talking about, if this fail breaks, that could be it for the market on the day.
Yeah.
AMD also kind of doing the same thing, and your Meta doing a very similar thing. So looking like a false breakout right now. I'll give this like 5 more cents and then punch out of it. Some buying coming in, but again, kind of light volume. The breakout wasn't even very heavy volume, so maybe not the smartest trade to take at the moment. However, we are still holding up near the high, so it is kind of giving that same price action that the market's been giving all day. Just wick up. Looks like a fail break, comes back down, goes right back up to that price, but doesn't want to put in the move quite yet. We'll see. We'll see if this one wants to do it. I'll throw the stop on like 29s, 25, something like that.
It's literally been the same thing for the last 3 hours. Like why I wish we would have picked up on this a bit earlier, because we could have just played these ranges and bought the bottoms and sold into the prior tops. That's
Sharif and I have been saying the same thing for months. It always comes to around like 1 o'clock, and it's like, well, why weren't we just playing the highs and lows and range trading in the middle of the day instead of looking for these breakouts and prognosticating about where the market might end up going?
Yeah. All right, so Meta pushing high of day here. Let's go. Just took out 307. Let's see if we can get a bit of a prolonged move here. The NASDAQ isn't even taking out the high of the day, so a little bit of relative strength here from Meta. That's what I like to see. It's kind of holding that 307 level right now. And when we throw on the 5-minute, you can kind of see how nice this consolidation was, followed by a bit of an expansion on increasing volume. That's what I like to see. Let's hold above this 306.90, 307 level and see if we can get a bit of a push. What's the next target here for Meta? We have yesterday's high of 308.66. That's a little bit ambitious, I think, considering the market right now. Let's just see, the longer we can hold above this level here, or around this level, considering it already gave up the 307 level. Let's see what we can do here. I want to see if we can get a bit of a prolonged move. I want at least $1 on this move. So we're in at 306.36. Yeah, let's see if we can get 307.40s maybe. Take $1 out of this move, and that'd be nice.
Yeah, that 307 area pretty key on Meta, I've found, for the past little while. So maybe you get an even bigger move than that off of that if the market does want to cooperate. We did kind of dip down, but buying back up now towards the highs. I mean, still really not a whole lot going on in the market. Maybe Meta can pull the market for everybody. We shall see. Another name that's starting to maybe pick up a little bit here is CGC, that I've been long for, I don't know, like the entire day, basically. This one looking pretty good, going for that 133. It's holding 125. Now the stop can be 124. So given that we've kind of put in this bottom here, now going for the highs, I think the stop can be moved up on CGC. So I'll do that, set it at 24s, and wait for that to come through. I think that the high of day press is probably incoming on this one. It looks pretty solid. AMD as well. It did kind of fail breakout, but now right back up. So AMD continues to be strong, kind of looking for like a flat top breakout. I mean, it's just a grind up really on this name today. It hasn't really provided all that many high edge entries, I would say. Maybe like this, I don't know. There's really nothing that would have given you a great entry on AMD, at least in the past hour or two. Nice little kind of failed breakdown here, and maybe you're trying to find a way long around 107.50. After this tries to touch VWAP, can't do it, puts in a little bit of a double bottom, but nice move on AMD there. Amazon's trying. Amazon's still trying, so has not stopped me out yet. I think I have that stop in. Let me make sure. Yes, the stop is in on Amazon. We get back through that 50 price. I feel like Amazon sees 145. Looking really, really strong today as the market trying once again to take out those highs. Come on, market, you can do it. Help everybody's retirement accounts. Let's pump this thing up. I mean,
Everyone's
looking
just
pretty good.
when the market's going up.
Exactly. It's so much better when the market's going up. Easier to trade. Everybody's happier. But also you got to think, we've been chilling up here for how long now? Basically, since here, you could say, since like 11 a.m. since we got on, we've pretty much been chilling at highs. So anybody who is long in this area for the past 2.5, 3 hours, anybody who's been positioning long, if this false breaks out, I guess. I don't know, weird way to say that. If this does a false breakout, you got to imagine that cascading kind of stop action could show up here. I think, the short idea, if this does take out even like 15,590, could be pretty nice there. But looking like it wants to take out the highs right now, and
Amazon's pushing
helping
right now.
that one out for sure.
So this is the mixed bag that we were talking about. Like Amazon's pushing, Meta's just kind of consolidating, and you have Oracle, unfortunately for you, going the wrong way. Like how are all three of these, these big tech names going in opposite directions as the NASDAQ is taking out high of day?
There's Tesla right there as well. Tesla looking at that 273.50 price. So doing the breakout that we were talking about on Tesla, let's see if this can hold. I mean, Tesla has the ability to pull the market. Amazon has the ability to pull the market. Meta has the ability to pull the market. So they're all going up. You got to figure that this market is going up. 273.50. I guess it's like more like 40s, but yeah, let's see if we can take that out. Take out that 275. Tesla, I would say, has possibly the most potential out of any of these names, given that we have that 278 on top of us.
For sure.
If we take out 275, I would say that it's very likely that we get close to 278 at least. So yeah, Tesla looking real strong, up 2%, looking to take out highs potentially today with this strong market. Yeah, Oracle's looking not the best. Really, you could call that a double top on Oracle.
The NASDAQ is pushing high of day, and we have Amazon, Meta, and Oracle pulling back. And Meta is just cratering right now. So you see how it was relatively strong. It broke out before the NASDAQ, and then the NASDAQ breaks out, and Meta comes back in. It's like there's not really any way that you can kind of gauge that happening, because the relative strength isn't paying once the NASDAQ and the general indices confirm, which, it's not the easiest thing to trade. Maybe, I mean, I should have taken some profit probably, because now it's right back to my initial price, and, I'm not sitting as comfortably as I was 4 minutes ago, even though the NASDAQ is literally at the highs of the day, pretty much. So, I don't know. I'm just gonna let it play out. We saw that first initial trade that I had on Meta. I sold it. It went higher. It pulled back, and then it kind of consolidated and went back higher again. Maybe the same thing happens right now. I'm going to give it some room. That's the way we've been saying that's the way this whole day and the past few weeks and even really months have been. So let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Give it some room. See if it can push back towards the highs of the day, and see if the NASDAQ can continue grinding higher. So we're just going to let that play out. I mean, I don't understand it though. And yeah, your Oracle trying to catch a bid here right now, back below the moving averages.
Yeah, Oracle not looking so bad. You want that. You want it to hold back above that 50 price. Do like a kind of liquidity grab, get some people short below the 50, and then blast off. I took what was that? I'm half out now, so we got half left. Looking for that 113 to break. I do have the stop in to take that 113 break, and it looks like that could be coming pretty quickly. So program this back. All right. Yeah, 113 break is ready to go on this one. Hopefully, can get that one in Amazon also just hanging at highs, and same as the market. So it almost feels like we've got a bit of like a potential for like an explosive move. We just need somebody, one stock to punch this thing through its highs, as Tesla did do a bit of a wick high there. So
Get some news. Get some good news.
some good news on the market, a little bit of a good news short squeeze. Someone in the chat was saying something about a treasury statement. I didn't realize that there was a something like that today, or what time that would be at. I can check our watch list.
I feel like there's always statements and numbers like every day. To be honest, I'm not the best at keeping up with all these different,
It is very difficult.
all this information. It's like every single day there's new information. Sometimes it has an effect on the market, sometimes it doesn't. We saw this morning, there's an initial effect, and then it kind of just didn't matter the rest of the day. So I don't really know what to put weight on anymore. You know, I just kind of know what's happening and then gauge the market's price action in response to that. Because, you know, a good CPI print could have a negative response. We don't really know. You just kind of have to let the price action tell you what's going to happen next and trade off of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough. I mean, it was for a while very, very easy to trade off of economic numbers. The CPI, the jobs numbers, all of those provided significant moves immediately after, and you knew exactly which way to go on those ones. Nowadays, you know, a little bit less. Now that we know what the Fed's going to do, these numbers don't really move the market as much. There's a long period of time where CPI prints meant nothing, and it seems that we're kind of headed back towards that. Hopefully we're headed back towards that, and we don't have to worry about inflation so much anymore. Netflix just took off through 420, so maybe that's what we need to save the market here. Netflix puts in the bottom at 415. Yeah, good trade off the bottom here. Maybe you're risking $1 off like a 415 kind of hold down here, and it ends up providing 6 almost. Nice short though. This fade off of 420, once again, you're risking probably 50 cents there, and that gives you like $2, so 4 to 1, really quick scalp. I don't think you're looking for low of day on this one, but even if you are, and you know you get stopped out for profit somewhere, that would have been a solid trade as well. But the 420 breakout did not work. That would have been trash. But good hold here. Good hold of that 415 level. Gives you a few shots at it as well. You know, you would have to pay 50s or 60s, something like that in here, but not a bad trade on that Netflix 415 level. I think Amazon's going to stop me out on this trade for sure.
Yeah, I just threw my stops in on Meta. I don't want to see it get back below this recent low, back below 306 here. And it looks like it wants to do that, but we'll just put the stop in there. If it does, we'll take a small paper cut, which sucks because we had, you know, a nice winner. Maybe I was getting a little bit greedy. I wanted to join the dollar club today, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen right now. So we'll just let it play out. If it can hold 306, then, you know, there's a good shot that it can go back towards the highs as long as the NASDAQ doesn't crater, but we'll see. Just giving it some room here. And give it that whole number, and then, you know, if it goes below, oh well, you cut it. For a small paper cut, we had that winner from earlier on in the day, so we're still doing fine, but it's just unfortunate. You don't want to see a good winner turn into a loss, like ever, even if it's a small loss.
That is like that is kind of the toughest thing is trailing those winners and making sure that you don't turn a winner into a loser. But then, you know, I don't want to stop out of a trade before I should be stopping out of it, right? So, you know, trailing is very difficult. Neil always talks about how hard trailing stops is, and I mean, you know, you don't want to let something go way in the money and come back on you and you get stopped out for a loss. But at the same time, if it doesn't hit your profit target, if you're looking for that $1 and the risk reward is based on the $1, then you're not just going to take the 60 cents or 50 cents or whatever's in front of you, despite it looking kind of nice on the chart. You got to stick to your plan, I believe, unless you are given like some new information, which we don't have that at the moment. It kind of feels like the market is building up for something right now. We're just kind of hanging out, and I think either way, we could see a bit of an explosive move right now. We've basically done nothing for 2 hours, and anybody who's been positioning in this region is either stopping out one way or the other. You know, this uptrend, higher lows all the way on the 5-minute chart for the past 2 hours, basically. We take out one of these lows, we take out 15.6 even. Maybe you're shorting back through 15.6, and then we get that cascading kind of action right down to VWAP. But, you know, I don't know, we take out the high. That kind of feels like you could stop a lot of people out too. However, we have been taking out the highs consistently for the past half hour, 45 minutes, and it's done nothing.
Just a slow grind.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, slow grind, and we're seeing the slow grind in these tech names. The problem is that the pullbacks are pretty violent. Like you have that 50-cent move up, and you'll have the 40-cent pullback. And it's just doing too much. It's coming in way too much to have a clean trend. So that's why we're giving it a bit of room. For example, on Meta right now, like, you know, we have it here, has a nice run, but it's coming in and giving up almost that whole move. So I'm going to honor my stops and, you know, give it to that below that whole number, which it just came down. The low was 306, and my stop is literally 305.95. So that's the importance of whole numbers for one, but also the importance of giving it that extra bit of room, because now it can rip back to the highs. Maybe I just jinxed it, but it's possible as long as the NASDAQ kind of cooperates.
Yeah, great trade there, great stops. Whether you win or lose on that one, I think that's a solid spot to put yourself in with the NASDAQ potentially going to the highs. Oracle also looking very solid right now. That looked like it was going to stop me out.
They look like the same
chart there, yeah.
Chart on this pullback here.
Exactly. All these names dipping
Yours
down.
looks a bit stronger.
Amazon stopped me out, so done with that Amazon trade. Could have given it a little bit lower, but you know, you can't just keep holding them forever. You got to stop out somewhere. So I'm stopped out of Amazon, but Oracle looking really solid to take that high out again. Sean is cheering on Amazon, so I imagine he's short. He's short 45s. That's a pretty solid trade there. You're risking basically nothing. And there's a lot of potential to the downside on a lot of these tech names. So banger there for Sean, as always. I feel like those, anytime we're sitting on this show and Sean tells us what price he's in at, I'm kind of shocked. So yeah, good trading there. Waiting on this Oracle breakout, waiting on the market to do something. I got really nothing going on. Trade ideas is, you know, nothing on trade ideas either. Really, not a whole lot of action. I was looking on our watch list. They have the federal budget being released today at 2 o'clock. I don't think that's going to give anything super substantial, but maybe it does. And somebody was saying that the energy guy is on. I don't know who the energy guy is or what that is, but it's what it is. I don't know. What else are you guys trading in the chat? I don't see a whole lot of trade ideas pouring through. I feel like, you know,
Someone
not a
said
whole lot
AMC.
going on. AMC, is that still?
Said an AMC tight risk, good. Keep your risk tight, especially with a name like AMC. Just pulling back into this $8 level, you want to see it hold that. I'm not sure, are you short AMC or are you long AMC? Because if you're short AMC from up here, then congratulations. If you're long, then maybe also congratulations, I'm not sure. But you want to see it hold this $8 level if you're long. Yeah, let me know if you're short or long. And we will cheer for you in that direction.
Neil is short AMC.
Let's cheer for, okay.
Cheer for the downside, says
So
Neil.
unfortunately, whatever position you're in, I will be cheering for the downside on AMC.
Yeah. Someone was asking if we can check out Tesla. We can definitely check out Tesla. Not looking great on Tesla. If you're long, if you're short off this kind of failed breakout of 273.5, then that's a banger right there. Gives you $1 pretty much right away on that one. I still think we can hold this uptrend. You know, you draw a trend line here, which is holding actually quite smoothly. You know, basically mirroring the 50 period right now. So until Tesla gives up VWAP again, I would say that this is still looking bullish, but very bearish looking 1 minute candle right there off that 273.5. And the market kind of looking like maybe it wants to break down, but really not providing any concrete evidence to this point. We will wait for that volume to come in. You know, just been kind of trickling down all day on the volume on the market. Typically, you know, around noon, it kind of picks back up. But today, just high volume in the morning, straight wedge to the downside. When does that volume come in? I don't know, 2 o'clock maybe?
I'm
yeah.
stopped out of Meta. Broke that 306 level, and I'm out of here. And that's like, the NASDAQ didn't even pull back a ton, and you're getting this whipsaw action in Meta right now. So I'm out, and I don't really have any interest to enter long again, because now it's clear the volume is just dead. Maybe in power hour, 3 o'clock onwards, we'll see if there's a potential move somewhere in one of these big cap names. Maybe Amazon, unfortunately for Sean, maybe that takes out the highs and we can get a trade there. He doesn't want that, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see if the market decides to cooperate.
Yeah, I mean, I think we give up the recent low on NASDAQ. Like, we give up that 15,590. You're probably seeing a bit of a sell back down into VWAP, but we'll have to see. Some of these names looking like they may have a bit of downside in them. Like Tesla takes that out, that 272 or VWAP or whatever. Maybe you see 270 again today. Probably not going to see the low. I would bet on an inside day on Tesla today, but maybe you see the low again on Tesla. You know, Amazon just teetering at that high. Anybody who has positioned in Amazon, I think either side you might be kind of sweating if you've gotten into it in the last hour or so. Like, you know, the range is so tight. I feel like the risk to reward on any trade on either side on Amazon is pretty solid right now. You know, if it takes out the high, you're probably going another 50 cents or so. You know, you're risking not a whole lot on the downside of this kind of trend or channel. Maybe you're risking 144 break, you're long 144.20 area. Or if you're short like Sean is right at the high here, then, you know, you're short at the high, your risk is basically nothing, and you're looking for this breakdown possibly down to VWAP. So either way on Amazon kind of feels like, you know, we're really compressing into a potential, you know, nice move there. And somebody in the chat was just saying that they were going to short Netflix at the 420 area. Well, showed up again. Look at that. 420 breakdown. You're already $1.50-ish in the money. That's looking solid. Nice little kind of failed breakout above this 421 price. That's solid right there. That is very solid. 420, great price, all kind of afternoon long on Netflix. And I don't know. I mean, you give up this 417.5. I would say you probably see 415 again, and then, you know, 412 was the price that I was looking at, as Oracle is coming in as well. So that looks like it wants to stop me out, despite NASDAQ kind of bouncing. Yeah, I don't know.
I got nothing.
I got nothing right now. We got to wait for the real prices to come in. And we only got a minute left, I just noticed. 1 minute left on the midday show. I think we had some decent trades today. I mean, mine's a bit of a mixed bag on the show today, but Oracle, pretty solid, I would say. Everything else, pretty whatever. Yeah, CGC though. What's going on with CGC? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Still chilling, so stop 24 on CGC. High 140, looking for the breakout of that one. This Oracle stopping break even, I think I put it. So yeah, that's all I got going. What do you got going for the afternoon? What are you looking at?
I'm gonna watch Tesla, see if we can take out, you know, a high of the day or a low of the day. I will say one thing, I do like how the NASDAQ on the daily chart is holding its 50-day moving average. It kind of undercut it, reclaimed it. So although everything looks heavy and it looks, you know, super tired and whatnot, it is above the daily 50-day moving average. So as long as we're above there, I think you could be looking to the long side. We've seen this slow grind up, which is, you know, instead of the slow grind down, like, you know, we'll take a slow grind up instead of a grind down, because the NASDAQ is, you know, still in a bit of a short-term uptrend. It has this higher low here that it put in. Maybe it just needs a little bit of digestion before making another leg up. I want to lean bullish. We said it's always more fun when you're looking to the upside. So yeah, I don't really have a ton of ideas for the remainder of the day. let's see if Amazon could take out those highs. That would be a nice level, and maybe some Tesla.
Makes sense. I think we're ready to go to Sharif. If he's good to go. Yes, he is. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I will be back tomorrow. I believe it's Obi tomorrow on the show with me. So looking forward to some Amazon trades for sure. Good luck the rest of the day to everybody, and we'll give you the big boy at the big desk.
Well done, guys. Welcome to the closing show. What a move for the NQ and the ES in the afternoon. Let's have a look at what the markets are doing. We're up 0.75% above